Red moonlight enveloped the city, and a mysterious virus began to quickly infect local residents. High walls separated neighbors, and mistrust and fear made them increasingly alien to each other. In a dark room with dim light, people stood, silently waiting for something important in complete silence. Through the dusty windows, a lone man with dark hair was visible, casting a long shadow. Scraps of papers lay on the shiny floor, and people in different shoes stood around them. The folds of the protagonist's clothing stood out from other people, emphasizing his loneliness. A dark figure stood outside the brick building, illuminated by an alarming red light. A sharp blade flashed in the dark room, foreshadowing danger and future changes. There was a bowl of food on the illuminated table, and a man stood next to it in anxious anticipation. In a large room with old furniture, the brother consoled his sister, giving warmth amid everyone's fear. A girl with white hair and red eyes asked her brother about his late return. The red-haired girl made a phone call by the window while her sister joked about her gray cardigan. A young girl was apologizing over the phone for something unpleasant that had happened earlier. The dark-haired young man stood in front of the door of his apartment in the dim light of the corridor. In the twilight, one could see the thoughtful face of a guy with glasses, expressing slight concern. A trembling hand turned the key in the lock, and the click of the door opening was heard in the silence. The white-haired girl's brother entered the apartment with a teddy bear in his hands, delighting his sister. The girl with white hair smiled widely, her red eyes shining with joy. The young man smiled and handed his sister a teddy bear, bought especially for her. The sister joyfully hugged the donated bear, smiling happily at the new toy. An elegant woman with a pearl necklace asked Lu Chun to stay with her sister while she was away. Lu Xun, wearing a light jacket, asked his mother about the reasons for canceling their agreement to have dinner together. The mother carefully explained to her son about the misunderstanding with her neighbor, Miss Zhang, trying not to worry him. She reassured her son with a soft smile, promising to quickly solve all the problems that had arisen. The blue-haired guy with glasses resolutely insisted on dinner, despite his outward calm. In the warm light of the room, a slight smile appears on Lu Xun's face. A girl with white hair looked at the noisy TV surrounded by soft toys. The old clock struck the time when Lu Xun introduced himself as an office worker from Qinggang. Lu Xun enjoyed the warm atmosphere of a family dinner in a comfortably lit room. Suddenly, someone shouted about the impudent guest who dared to die right in their kitchen. A large man with a red bandage and chains shouted angrily about the pointlessness of change. A police car with blue flashing lights stopped at an old brick house at night. A gray-haired man in a bandage complained rudely about the noise that was interfering with a peaceful dinner. The big stranger stood at the window, boasting that a special check would not find him. A small hand tugged at the gray fabric of the clothing in the dark room. At the table, Lu Xun listened as his sister 17 quietly confessed her fears. Lu Xun reassured his sister, promising that his father would not cause them any harm. Lu Xun looked away, trying to find the right words to talk to his sister. A beautiful woman with brown hair asked her son about the reasons for his irritation. Lu Xun looked at his mother without finishing the sentence he started in the tense silence. In the hallway, the mother noticed blood on the young girl's clothes and worriedly asked about it. The mother talked wearily about the incidents, looking at the mysterious man with chains outside the window. The father furiously shouted, "Die, everyone!" His voice echoed from the walls of the night house. The mother remarked with a grin that, according to the father, everyone should die except himself. The father in the red mask loudly asked what she said, making the window panes shake. The father bitterly said that he survives like a rat while others live well and safely. The mother smiled coldly. Her eyes sparkled strangely, talking about what would happen after everyone died. The mother did not have time to finish speaking. When her husband raised his hand to strike, her voice sounded threatening. There was a sound of impact in the air, and the mother's white dress was covered with red bloodstains. The father screamed in rage. His mask glistened with blood, and the chains rattled from sudden movements. The mother with long hair laughed terribly, not noticing the blood on her face, her eyes shining with madness. The woman smiled after the blow, calmly saying that everything was the same, not afraid of blood on her clothes. The mother slowly and clearly called her husband trash, each word sounding like the blow of a knife. The father's eyes lit up with rage behind his red mask, his huge body tensed for attack. The chains clinked as he clenched his fist and asked hoarsely, how dare she call him trash? His chains rattled as he stepped forward, ready to attack like a wild animal. The father screamed, "I will kill you," and rushed forward, turning into the embodiment of pure rage. 17 hugged the teddy bear and quietly said that daddy was beating mommy again. The girl cried and whispered a funny word, tightly clutching the soft toy in her hands. 17 smiled strangely as she repeated the word, trying to turn the horror into a joke. 17's white hair glowed in the darkness as she sat holding the bear with an eerie smile. The girl hung upside down, smiling strangely. Her gray hair and bandages were disheveled. Her red eyes glowed in the darkness and her mouth stretched into a smile as she hung like a bat. The young man said that this is his family, and even if it is strange, now it is better to have at least one. The room was filled with crimson light with dark spots, but for the hero it was an ordinary house. Father and 17 stood at opposite ends of the red room, their shadows falling on the walls. Lu Xun sat alone on a chair in a ruined room under the light of the red moon in complete chaos. He was thinking about how to save his family in a world where the red moon drives people crazy. Through the sniper's scope, a young man in the room was visible, the crosshairs frozen on his figure. The voice reported movement of people near one person, and the method was unsuccessful. A specialist wearing headphones watched the monitor, observing the mental mutations in the system. The possibility of recruiting a subject for research was discussed in a disturbing light. The man in the robe asked about the threat and abilities of the subject, showing interest. The doctor performed a cigarette test, noting the object's unusual strength early on. The subject looked like an ordinary person and could work, but had mental disabilities. The man in the robe asked about past attempts to control the subject's mind. The girl with the bob exhaled smoke and briefly answered, yes, pleased with the information. She spoke of a dream maker stuck in the mind of the subject being examined. On the second day, the sun was shining and the buildings looked like they had been hit by a missile. It was a normal day in the office skyscraper with bustle and rustling of papers. An employee complained about training newcomers while passing by Lu Xun's workplace. The new employee apologized for his inexperience. Lu Xun responded with understanding. A stern man in glasses interrupted their conversation with a call to the director. Lu Xun calmly accepted the challenge while giving instructions to his work colleague. A fat, bald director with a mustache gave the order to take the papers to the cafe. He handed over the folder, emphasizing the urgency and importance of delivering the documents. Lu Xun was surprised by the strange assignment for his position. The young man turned and noticed something unexpected in another part of the office. The girl with the bob that had recently been watching him was sitting on the sofa. Boss Chen sat informally in a short skirt, breaking the business style. The girl noticed his gaze and sharply asked why he was looking like that. Lu Xun became embarrassed, realizing the awkwardness of his behavior in front of the mysterious girl. The young man quickly said goodbye to the director, hurrying to get away from the awkward situation. The director respectfully promised Chen to carry out the instructions without further questions. Chen took off her glasses and imperiously interrupted the director's attempt to continue the conversation. The director offered to help, but the girl coldly refused, showing the seriousness of her intentions. Chen casually touched the director's shoulder, showing her superiority and causing him embarrassment. The girl leaned towards the director and spoke about a secret mission that must remain hidden. She demanded that the director forget about the visit and conversation, erasing traces of her presence. Chen's eyes glowed with an ominous red light, giving her a supernatural appearance. The red aura from her eyes enveloped the director's consciousness, putting him in a strange daze. The director confirmed complete oblivion, and the mysterious guest nodded contentedly. Chen put on her glasses and left, leaving the confused director in a strange daze. Lu Xun found a seat in a crowded subway car among thoughtful passengers. A pregnant woman spoke tenderly to her unborn baby about the need to stand. The young man gave way to the pregnant woman, showing education and compassion. The woman sincerely thanked him for his kindness, and Lu Xun replied modestly. The subway train rushed quickly underground, carrying hundreds of passengers. The announcer announced the route to the South Gypsy Station and the approach to Nandu Station. Only Lu Xun noticed 17, hanging on the handrail under the ceiling of the car. The blonde girl called out to her brother with childish spontaneity, hanging upside down. The young man looked away, surprised at the appearance of his sister in such a strange place. 17 laughed and swayed on the handrails. Her laughter was heard only by her brother. The carriage shook, causing concern among the passengers with worried faces. Invisible 17 was having fun and called her brother to play with her. Lu Xun mentally refused to communicate with her on the subway, for fear of seeming crazy. The girl stuck out her tongue and reproached her brother for being too serious. 17, with a creepy smile, warned her brother about the danger at their destination. She continued to walk along the ceiling of the car, defying the laws of gravity. Lu Xun tried to find out details about the warning, but his questions were drowned out by the noise. The young man was alarmed when he saw his sister pinching the cheeks of a sleeping passenger. The awakened passenger loudly searched for the offender, causing bewilderment to those around him. Lu Xuan got out of the subway and walked to the indicated place along the quiet streets of the area. Lu Xuan became alarmed as he approached the outer wall of the city, which always frightened him. The heavy atmosphere of the place caused inexplicable anxiety and fear in the young man. The guy walked forward, not knowing that the sniper was watching him as target number 13. On the roof of the house, a group in formal suits confirmed their readiness to begin the operation. The special forces took up positions around the corner, waiting for a signal to spy on the object. The girl with the bob was studying documents about the cafe on the corner, which was their main target. She explained the purpose of testing number 13's abilities to work as a purifier. The cafe was marked as a dangerous object of the first level of psychological pollution. According to the script, all people who found themselves in the cafe area were supposed to succumb to its dark power. Cafe patrons committed suicide after 3 to 5 days due to severe depression. The manager turned to the subordinate to confirm full readiness for action. The report said that the Kukla group was in position and was waiting for a signal to begin the operation. A beautiful girl in a Victorian dress was sitting by the window, and a butterfly sat on her hand. A young guest with a heart under her eye dreamily looked out the cafe window. Lu Xun entered the cafe and was surprised at the difference between an empty street and a full hall. He walked up to the counter and politely handed over the documents from his director. The bartender took the envelope, thanked him for the delivery, and offered to treat the guest. Even after Lu Xun refused, the bartender placed a cup of aromatic coffee in front of him. The smell of fresh coffee was better than the office one, and made the young man think. The temptation was great, and Lu Xun's hand reached out to the cup with an alluring aroma. Lu Xun thought that 1 cup of coffee before leaving could not harm him. Suddenly, his calmness turned to anxiety when he sensed something eerie in the cafe. He looked at the barista, whose appearance had become frighteningly distorted and unnatural. A terrible tentacle appeared behind the worker's back, looking like a monster's third arm. The barist grinned ominously, and Lu Xun's heart sank with a sense of danger. A terrible tentacle floated through the air towards the frozen young man, preparing to strike. The tentacle was covered with pulsating eyes that followed its every movement. The tentacle opened its mouth full of saliva, preparing to attack the guy frozen in fear. The same pulsating eye as on the tentacle slowly appeared in the cup of coffee. The eye in the coffee opened wide, radiating madness and uncontrollable thirst. Lu Xun looked in horror at the eye floating in the coffee, not believing his eyes. The cup shook in his hands, and his gaze was fixed on the eye in the dark liquid. He couldn't believe that a living eye appeared in an ordinary cup of coffee watching him. The barista's distorted voice asked about the reasons for the confusion, causing Lu Xun to tremble. The barista, surrounded by tentacles, insistently offered to try their special drink. Terrible tentacles slowly reached out to the young man, whose heart was beating wildly. Lu Xun decided not to show that he saw all these strange phenomena around him. He casually thanked her for the coffee, pretending not to notice anything unusual. Walking towards the exit, he saw many tentacles from the barista's back and ordered himself not to look. He almost reached the door, but a strange force made him stop. Something made him turn around, although his whole body resisted it. His pupils dilated in horror, seeing something beyond human understanding. All the patrons stood up, their empty eye sockets radiating blackness, turning the cafe into a portal of hell. Lu Xun's mind refused to believe what was happening while his body was frozen in horror. Instincts took over, and the young man ran towards the exit as quickly as never before. The group watched through monitors the rapid escape of the object from the anomaly zone. The analyst was surprised, because the mutant in the infected area should have caused a different reaction. The employees at the screens asked the girl with the square about the team's next actions. The leader alarmedly ordered to observe further and prepare a plan for the 4th phase. The metro station was empty. Only the hum of trains disturbed the silence of the platforms. The guard was fast asleep at his post, emphasizing the strange atmosphere of desertion. Lu Xun sat down on a bench, glad that he had escaped away from the scary cafe. He recalled the strange people from the cafe, their creepy appearance and incomprehensible behavior. Suddenly, he realized the connection between his sister's words, the monster in the cafe, and the red moon over the city. The young man realized that people disappear after the red moon because of that horror in the cafe. He was determined to tell his family about what he saw, despite all its strangeness. People came to the station, but Lu Xun noticed something unnatural in their appearance. He was alarmed why so many people suddenly appeared in an empty place. He noticed with alarm that the number of people on the platform began to decrease. The crowd grew, people walked up the escalators and out of all the exits, filling the station. Lu Xun felt cold when he recognized in the crowd the very cafe visitors he was running away from. He couldn't understand how all the people from the cafe ended up here in one terrible mass. A familiar barista appeared among the distorted faces, causing a new attack of horror. The barista held out a cup of coffee with a crazy smile, offering to try the drink. The barista slowly approached with coffee, and Lu Xun saw the madness in his eyes. The young man was desperately looking for a way out of the nightmare trap. Looking around, Lu Xun tried to find even the slightest opportunity to escape while the panic grew. Fear gripped him as a faceless crowd from the cafe surrounded him, cutting off all escape routes. Lu Xun realized the terrible truth. He was surrounded by demons with empty eye sockets, not people. The creatures slowly approached the victim, like zombies from horror films. The barista, like the conductor of a nightmare, increasingly insistently offered coffee in a threatening voice. The eye appeared in the coffee again, looking piercingly at Lu Xun to the core. Lu Xun calmly refused coffee, citing lack of money. The barista smiled even scarier and offered to treat him to coffee for free. The eye in the coffee reflected the growing horror on the young man's face, creating an eerie effect. Suddenly, the eye jumped out of the cup and flew towards Lu Xun's eye. The young man quickly batted away the flying eye, not believing what was happening. Plucking up courage, Lu Xun began to fight his way through the crowd of demons to the exit. Lu Xun decided to use parkour to get to the escalator and escape from the nightmare. The demons grabbed the young man's shoulders and arms with icy hands, constraining his movements. Many hands pulled him back, and Lu Xun began to fall onto the escalator steps. Hands reached out to the falling youth as he screamed, demanding an end to this madness. Lu Xun screamed in rage and despair, ordering his pursuers to disperse. The leaders watched in amazement at how easily they surrounded an ordinary person. The girl with the bob said that the object does not control the power, and smiled mysteriously. She looked at the beautiful doll with the umbrella, remembering her promise not to risk the object. The doll girl opened an elegant umbrella. Her beauty seemed fabulous and unreal. The subordinate excitedly showed the strange data on the monitor to everyone else. He explained that the sensors were showing an increase in the fierce darkness combat power at the facility. The demons with superhuman strength tried to unclench Lu Xun's teeth. There were more of them. The young man realized with horror that the creatures wanted to push the pulsating eye into his mouth. 17 appeared from the ceiling, reproaching her brother for ignoring her warning. The sister complained offendedly that he did not want to communicate in public and threatened not to help. Lu Xun begged his sister for help, struggling with demons and not understanding her accusations. 17 childishly demanded a promise to buy her the best toy for saving her. The hands held Lu Xun's jaws, preventing him from answering as the eye moved closer to his mouth. Time slowed down for the young man as he watched the eye approach and waited for the end. A green aura enveloped 17, her eyes lighting up with madness as she rushed towards her brother. Lu Xun fought the monsters with all his strength, waiting for his sister's help. 17 stretched out her hand, trying to pull her brother out of the ball of demonic tentacles. She smiled madly as if what was happening was a fun game for her. The young sister with superhuman strength pulled her brother out of the monster's trap. One of Lu Xun's eyes suddenly turned red, showing the beginning of strange changes. The second eye also turned red and began to fill with black darkness. Lu Xun changed, radiating a formidable power and looking with anger at the surrounding monsters. 17 united with her brother, giving him her power to fight demons. She held on to her brother as he destroyed the demons around them. The sisters' crazy laughter echoed throughout the station, encouraging her brother in battle. Lu Xun responded with renewed determination, asking his sister to hold tight during the battle. The monitors noted that the object moved like a spider, surpassing human capabilities. Experts reported the phenomenon of control and flexibility of an object on the verge of infection. The data showed that the speed was 50% higher than normal. Observers were concerned about a possible lizard-type infestation on the subject. The specialist noticed critical changes in the subject's heartbeat. The barista with the cup ominously warned Lu Xun about the inevitability of his fate. The monster grinned creepily, hinting at a special surprise for the young man. The barista threatened that escape was impossible, and new tentacles appeared from his body. The new tentacles were covered with sharp fangs, ready to tear apart the victim. The barista's tentacles attacked, but Lu Xun was able to dodge them with renewed strength. The monstrous barista chased after him, filling the station with fanged tentacles. Invisible. 17 held onto her brother as he deftly dodged the monster's attacks. Lu Xun began to quickly rise up with incredible strength and grace. He moved through the destroyed station at superhuman speed, Behind the monitors, they marveled at how the object constantly avoided certain death. The manager calmly confirmed her readiness for a new phase of the experiment. She looked at the doll girl and ordered to prepare to capture the object. The subordinate's scream attracted everyone's attention to the monitor screens. The manager became serious when she learned about the problems that had arisen. An excited subordinate called her to see the incredible actions of the object. Lu Xun made a series of acrobatic jumps and hung upside down on the roof of the building. Hanging upside down, he confidently snapped his fingers, waiting for the demon barista to appear. The group did not understand the target's strange tactics and its choice of a vulnerable position. Experts recognized that the object's actions exceed all predictions of a spider-type infection. The observer was surprised that the object did not run away from the monsters, but boldly mocked them. The leader admitted that number 13's abilities exceeded all their expectations. 17 grabbed her brother by the hand and dragged her down the stairs without explaining where. The white-haired girl mischievously asked her brother about his wishes, ignoring the danger. Lu Xun said that he dreamed of being a police officer, causing his sister to smile. 17, with childish curiosity, asked her brother why he was afraid of monsters. She wisely reminded them that monsters should fear them, not the other way around. The demonic barist froze in shock, his face expressing surprise and delight. The creature went into a frenzy, muttering about the delights of what was happening and the fun to come. The monster's tentacles grew, covered with greedily snapping teeth, becoming more monstrous. A giant tentacle monster with many mouths appeared after the transformation. 17 led her brother straight to the monster, preparing for the final battle. The sister rejected calls to escape, calling the situation a cool interlude for them. 17 led her brother further, holding his hand tightly and controlling the movement. The invisible girl pulled her brother in a jump towards the monster, wanting to play. The monitors showed only the young man recklessly flying towards the monstrous barista. The specialist noted critical indicators and the appearance of a monster of the first spiritual level. The subordinate asked the girl with the square about the need to intervene in the situation. The leader thought that it would be suicide for a mutant spider to fight a spiritual monster. Her gaze became sharp as she realized that the situation was more complicated than it seemed. It was surprising how confidently Lu Xun rushed towards the monstrous barista without hesitation. Invisible to others, 17 sat on her brother's back, ready to engage in mortal combat with the monster. The white-haired sister passed on her supernatural power to her brother, joyfully anticipating the battle with the monster. Their quick attacks around the demonic barista irritated the monster, who couldn't keep up with their speed. They triumphantly tore off one of the monster's tentacles, leaving the demon frozen in shock and complete confusion. Suddenly, all the surveillance screens were filled with white noise, plunging the command center into complete information darkness. The leader quickly determined the reason. A powerful surge of spiritual power disabled all the cameras in the subway. She urgently demanded an immediate solution to the problem of losing visual control of the battlefield. The leader gave clear orders to her subordinates, demanding that they quickly restore contact with the battlefield. On the battlefield, Lu Xun, with demonically black eyes, sarcastically ridiculed the monster for losing its tentacle. The young man's words caused a furious rage in the disfigured barista, filling him with uncontrollable anger. The enraged monster released a whole storm of new tentacles that rushed towards the daring enemy. Lu Xun, receiving strength from his sister on his back, rushed forward to tear apart all the attacking tentacles of the monster. Dark blood gushed from the monster's torn tentacles, while the brother and sister smiled madly at what was happening. The demonic barista let out a terrifying scream of pain, opening a huge mouth with rows of sharp teeth. The brother and sister, overcome by a general frenzy, expressed their dissatisfaction with the monster's weakness in this easy battle. Encouraged by 17's strength, Lu Xun continued to tear the barista's tentacles apart with renewed vigor. He grabbed the monster's largest tentacle and tore it apart with incredible force, showing the power of their fusion. The entire battlefield was littered with severed tentacles of the monster, proving Lu Xun's complete superiority. The young man triumphantly held the last severed tentacle. Looking at the defeated demonic barista, Lu Xun commented with contempt and mockery on the monster's cowardly attempt to escape from the battlefield. Lu Xun blocked the monster's path with a swift leap, his cruel words sounding like a sentence to the doomed. The railings of the metro station turned into a deadly weapon in the hands of the young man, the metal grinding from his superhuman strength. The young man took to the air with a makeshift spear, his body moving with the inhuman grace of a predator. The metal stabbed into the demon's head with terrifying precision, and a spray of black blood stained the walls of the subway station. The monster barista desperately opened its mouth in a last attempt at resistance, its tentacles squirming helplessly. The demonic creature let out death rattles as the improvised spear pierced right through it. Lu Xun mockingly asked the dying monster about his imminent end. His eyes glowing with demonic amusement, the monster's body exploded from the inside, scattering fragments throughout the station with terrifying force. Demonic fragments scattered throughout the station, covering the lifeless zombies in a layer of dark, pulsating mass. The dead bodies became a grisly display, covered in black blood and littered with monster pieces. Lu Xun turned around sharply, his sharp gaze searching for the reason for the enemy's sudden self-destruction. Understanding dawned on his mind. The monster used one last trick, desperately trying to avoid death. A demonic heart pulsed on the head of an old zombie trying to hide among the other dead. The young man's triumphant cry echoed throughout the station, letting the monster know that his plan had been revealed. Lu Xun caught up with the elderly zombie with a bestial leap, his hands preparing to deliver the final crushing blow. Methodically and mercilessly, he destroyed every fragment of the monster, his movements full of deadly grace. The young man's black eyes scanned the battlefield, noting with satisfaction the complete destruction of the demonic presence. A smile of victory lit up his face, but suddenly the silence was broken by strange sounds echoing from the walls. The brother and sister froze, their supernatural senses sensing a new danger in the shadows of the station. Lu Xun's war cry merged with 17's laughter as they saw the frightened guard. The subway guard, who had recently been asleep on duty, was now shaking in horror after witnessing a supernatural battle. The subway guard huddled in a corner, his body trembling at the sight of the signs of supernatural carnage. The smile disappeared from Lu Xun's face like a shadow, his demonic eyes glaring at the trembling witness with predatory calculation. The young man said with a grim grin that their bloody performance had received an unexpected spectator. The supernatural speed turned Lu Xun's movements into a blur as the guard prayed, cowering in horror. Cries for mercy tore through the silence of the station, echoing off the walls along with the prayers of a terrified old man. 17's voice cut through the air like a knife, suddenly stopping her brother's deadly movement. Bloodlust contorted the sister's beautiful face when she demanded the right to deal with the witness herself. The authoritative voice of her brother cooled her ardor, reminding her of their sacred alliance against real demons. Lu Xun firmly drew a line between the demonic beasts from the cafe and the common man in front of them. His piercing gaze demanded understanding from his sister, whose bloodlust was slowly subsiding under his influence. 17 clung to her brother, admitting that their shared ferocity in battle had scared even her. Tenderness appeared through the demonic darkness in Lu Xun's eyes as he calmed his worried sister. Her childish voice promised to be more careful, warning that people were approaching the site of their bloody battle. 17's pale fingers clutched a teddy bear, a symbol of their unbreakable bond amidst the chaos and darkness. Weary from the battle, the twins slowly walked up the escalator, leaving behind traces of supernatural carnage. A new metro train was approaching the station, where terrible evidence of demonic carnage would soon be revealed. The doll girl appeared on the platform like a vision, her Venetian dress contrasting with the chaos around her. A girl with a perfect bob appeared spectacularly on a scarlet motorcycle. Her strict suit contrasted sharply with the aggressive car. Black security vehicles surrounded the subway in a tight ring, professionally cutting off the scene of the supernatural battle. From the heights of the roof, Lu Xun and the ghostly 17th watched the bustle of the people below, like predators from above. The white-haired sister smiled slyly and called her brother 13th, demanding a reward for his help in the bloody battle. Lu Xun retorted with a grin, reminding him how he restrained her insane bloodlust during the battle with the monster. His voice suddenly fell silent, and his gaze was filled with heavy sadness, rushing towards the people on the light-filled street. In the silence that followed, he quietly thanked his sister, admitting his guilt for being too strict towards her demonic nature. 17 broke into a creepy smile, reminding her brother of the promised toy after their bloody dance. Lu Xun looked at the teddy bear in her hands in bewilderment, not understanding the supernatural sister's new desires. He reminded her of yesterday's gift, but 17 clutched the bear tighter, demanding the toy with a piercing cry. Insight flashed in Lu Xun's eyes as he offered his sister the famous screaming rubber chicken. 17's pale face twisted with displeasure. Her supernatural eyes flashed accusingly at her brother. Her childish voice resentfully announced the end of their terrible game, calling her brother stupid and unworthy of her strength. 17 vanished into thin air like morning mist, her last words of caution hanging in the gloomy air. Her parting smile shone with a maddened light as she warned of unseen watchers, leaving her brother in alarming solitude. Confused, Lu Xun froze, his voice trembling with tension, trying to find out about the mysterious pursuers. The sister melted into thin air with an evil laugh, enjoying her brother's confusion and keeping her dark secret. Lu Xun's cry for a safe descent faded into thin air as his sister's ghostly silhouette disappeared into the evening sky. At the piercing heights of the skyscraper, the young man peered down, his mind feverishly searching for a way to salvation. A gloomy realization pierced his consciousness. The only way down was through a deadly jump. Lu Xun whispered a prayer to luck, his body tensed before desperately jumping into the abyss of the urban jungle. Landing on a nearby roof, he breathed heavily, realizing how close he had come to death. He slid down the stairs like a silent shadow, feeling how precious seconds were slipping through his fingers. The crowd near the metro seemed like a living organism, and Lu Xun understood that any contact with it could be fatal. His eyes scanned the rooftops, searching for an escape route, every second of delay increasing the risk of detection. On the lower floor, he froze like a predator, assessing the situation through the gap between the concrete structures. Gathering his will into a fist, Lu Xun stepped out of hiding, his heart beating the ragged rhythm of anxious anticipation. The voice calling him by his full name sounded like a shot in the night, causing every muscle to tense. The girl with the bob gracefully offered a ride and coffee, her words fraught with danger hidden behind politeness. For the first time in 3 years, a stranger showed interest in him, and an inner voice screamed about an obvious trap. Analyzing the situation, he connected her appearance with the battle in the subway, but the strange calm in her voice was confusing. Lu Xun politely refused the coffee, his mind still carrying images of the recent bloody clash. Chen appreciated the steely nerves of the young man, who greeted the stranger's invitation with the composure of a seasoned fighter. A black car opened before them like a gateway to a new world, as Chen gracefully suggested a change of scenery to a bar. Crimson wine shimmered in the glasses under the dim lighting, creating the illusion of peaceful conversation amidst hidden danger. The air between them filled with electricity as the bartender left them alone behind the dark counter. Chen Jin showed her ID like a fighting blade, but her voice promised a temporary truce. Her confession about the planned trap sounded like a clap of thunder in the silence of the bar. Lu Xun's eyes widened at the sight of the seal of the Central Department, a symbol of the highest authority outside the walls. His mind refused to accept reality. The legendary agents of the center condescended to contact a resident of the outskirts. Every piece of the puzzle fell into place. The cafe, the monsters, the documents, everything was part of her predatory plan. The cold metal of the gun in her pocket reminded her of the fine line between negotiation and open confrontation. Lu Xun accepted the inevitability of capitulation, his voice sounding even, demanding an explanation of his role in their game. Chen pulled the cork out of the bottle with her teeth, with the grace of a predator ready to reveal its cards. Wine flowed into glasses as she revealed the secrets of the anomaly department, which guards the high walls from infection. Her piercing gaze demanded recognition of their organization as part of the New World Order. The story of the Blood Moon and the reorganization of cities sounded like a dark tale of the birth of a new world. The tale of suppressing uprisings and building walls painted a picture of their absolute power over chaos. The darkness in her voice deepened when she spoke of the mysterious infection in the heart of the 5 great cities. Lu Xun's mind shuddered at the scale of the threat, turning entire areas into breeding grounds for nightmares. Chen spoke of the coffee shop monsters as the first harbingers of the impending apocalypse. The documents from Operation Corner Coffee House lay before him like keys to the gates of a new nightmare world. Chen spoke about the blood moon with gloomy doom. Her words about 70% of people going mad sounded like a verdict on humanity. The survivors huddle behind high walls like cattle in a pen as the darkness devours the outside world in its insatiable thirst. Her voice trembled with suppressed horror as she described a new race of psychic mutants whose presence was distorting reality itself. The infection spreads like a poisonous fog, penetrating the souls of people and turning their minds into a breeding ground for nightmares. The mystical nature of this plague goes beyond understanding, violating all the laws of the known world. Mental infection devours human souls from the inside, pushing them into the abyss of despair and self-destruction. The eerie symptoms of infection turn people into isolated ghosts, spreading waves of self-destruction. The sources of infection hide behind the masks of normality. Their madness is hidden behind the facade of everyday life. Primal fear flickered in her eyes as she spoke of the monsters among us, waiting for their terrifying transformation. The fate of the coffee shop's visitors was sealed. Their souls were already poisoned by irreversible madness. Confusion crossed Lu Xun's face when he asked about the need for mass killings of the infected. Chen explained with grim determination that the filth continues to live in the soul even after the source is destroyed. Her gaze without glasses pierced through, emphasizing that the visible monsters were just the tip of the iceberg of horror. Each infected object becomes a new node in the growing network of nightmare, multiplying the madness exponentially. The monster defeated in the subway left behind invisible seeds of infection that germinate in the souls of the survivors. Even one escaped carrier of the infection can give rise to a new wave of madness, sweeping entire areas. Lu Xun shuddered from understanding the monstrous logic of the total destruction of the infected. Chen described the subtle horror of sentient monsters weaving threads of madness into the fabric of reality. The infected merge into a single organism of madness, their souls locked in an eternal dance of self-destruction. A cold realization struck Lu Xun. He was sent to certain death with a sophisticated purpose. Fear gripped his throat as he asked about the risk of his own infection during the mission. Chen handed out the documents with cruel finality. The infection was already flowing through his veins, poisoning his soul from the inside. Lu Xun froze over the documents, his fingers trembling, looking at his own dossier labeled Spider-Type Mutant. Chen exhaled blue smoke into the twilight of the bar, talking about the scarlet moon that awakened superhuman strength in the survivors. Her cold voice cut through the silence, describing the psychic power that turns the mutant's body into the perfect weapon. Lu Xun's eyes widened when Chen named his main strength, the mind impervious to the madness of monsters. She mentioned Gecko as if he were an ancient legend, a scarlet-jacketed fighter whose existence defied reality. The figure 80% sounded like a verdict on humanity, describing the Gecko's control over his body. The story of the Gecko dancing among bullets and turning any weapon into an extension of himself sounded like a battle anthem. Chen talked about flying over the abyss and walking on walls, painting a picture of creatures that were not subject to the laws of physics. The word arachnid sounded like a brand of the chosen ones, people whose bodies obeyed the mind with the grace of deadly spiders. Her eyes flashed, noting Lu Xun's unique gift, the ability to stand at the edge of the abyss of madness and remain intact. Chen's final words rang in the air, his gift making him the perfect darkspawn hunter. A mechanical voice cut through reality at the bus stop, returning to a world pretending to be normal. On the stuffy bus, Lu Xun was counting his price, 10,000 for the right to hunt monsters in human skin. He cast aside his gloomy thoughts, focusing on money. In a world of monsters, even hunters need to survive. Lu Xun stepped onto the gray asphalt of the residential area, his heightened hunter senses scanning every shadow. Gloomy figures hurried past him among the concrete cages of houses. Every passerby could hide a demonic entity. The Red Moon School stood like a monument to broken hopes, its walls containing the echoes of children's laughter and secret tears. The elderly guard watched him through the veil of drowsiness, not feeling the supernatural aura of the visitor. The youth's superhuman grace contrasted with the mundane atmosphere of the schoolyard, filled with children's voices. A children's choir sang about the joy of travel, creating a fragile illusion of normality in a world ruled by monsters and mutants. In a sunny classroom, a girl in a stroller conducted the choir, her long braids shimmering in the light like a silver thread. His presence stirred something in her soul, forcing her to turn with an alarming premonition towards the doorway. She turned away to the children, but her heart continued to beat in time with his invisible presence, so close and dear. Xiaolu masked her excitement behind a smile, her melodious voice trembling with unspoken feelings and secret hopes. Lu Xun froze in the shadows, absorbing every detail of her happy face, shining with inner light among the gray everyday life. He made the decision like a true hunter, quickly and quietly, leaving the money like a ghostly trace of his presence. The banknotes slipped into the mailbox like autumn leaves, taking with them his quiet hope for her happiness. His heightened instincts detected movement in the bushes, causing his body to tense in anticipation of a possible threat. Delicate flowers swayed in the grass under his gaze. The petals fluttered as if alive, beckoning him to pick them for a secret gift. With deadly precision, his fingers created an elegant bouquet on the mailbox, a final gesture before disappearing into the shadows. The guard called out to him with a knowing smile, noting how flowers always made Xiaolu's eyes shine with a special light. There was warmth in Lu Xun's voice as he promised to visit the old man. his mutant essence dissolved in human sincerity. The old man refused the drink with gentle wisdom, offering instead a quiet conversation over nuts in his lodge. The demon hunter accepted the common man's invitation, finding strange comfort in this common humanity. His thoughts drifted to dreams of wealth, contrasting with the reality of his new life as a monster slayer. Chen's piercing gaze haunted his memories, reminding him of the deal that changed his destiny forever. The words about his supernatural power echoed in his mind, turning an ordinary guy into a weapon against the darkness. The scene of the transfer of money is frozen in memory as a moment of transition, from simple life to existence among monsters. His disbelief resulted in an almost childish exclamation, the last echo of a fading normality. The smoke from Chen's cigarette created ominous patterns in the air as she named the price for hunting demons. The sum of 30,000 rang in the air with the promise of a new life, where his gift would become a source of wealth. Hope blossomed in his soul like a poisonous flower, beckoning with the promise of deliverance from eternal poverty. Chen studied his reaction with the cold calculation of a predator, assessing the risks of their supernatural partnership. Lu Xun gathered all his determination to confess, preparing to reveal the secret of his true strength. His words about his sister sounded like thunder in the bar, revealing the true source of his supernatural abilities. Lu Xun spoke of his sister with tender pride, his eyes glowing with the inner strength of their mystical connection. Chen's face trembled, his professional mask cracked under the weight of realization. The guy was not delusional, but spoke about his reality. Anxious voices in the earpiece warned of the danger of split personality. Every word rang with a premonition of disaster. The team demanded immediate action, remembering the death of a colleague whose soul had disappeared into the abyss of his mind. The story of the deceased employee pulsed in the air. Her soul disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only an empty shell. The phenomenon of the complete disappearance of the soul made even experienced demon hunters shudder with inexplicable horror. Chen weighed her options, realizing that a person with such severe schizophrenia could turn the city into a nightmare field. Her face was frozen in a mask of internal struggle between her duty as a monster slayer and her strange trust in this unusual guy. Chen's red eyes flashed with a dangerous fire as she was reminded of the destroyed orphanage and the illusory nature of his family. Darkness swirled in her gaze as she prepared to use the truth as her sharpest weapon against his reality. Lu Xun's amazing calm disarmed her. He accepted the family's invisibility to others as part of his gift. There was a force of absolute faith in his voice as he spoke of the reality of his ghostly loved ones. The order to eliminate sounded in the earpiece like a cold whisper of death, leaving the final choice to Chen. She looked into his honest eyes, asking about mind control as her fingers stroked the handle of the gun. The warmth of his smile melted the ice of suspicion as he lovingly described the invisible beauty of his sister. Pride in his father rang in every word, painting a portrait of a ghostly chef who never violates the boundaries of what is permitted. He spoke about his mother with such tenderness that even Chen almost saw the image of this peaceful ghost woman. His confidence and control of the situation was strangely calming, as if the darkness within him had been tamed by the love of ghosts. Chen studied his face, amazed that a man living with ghosts could seem so normal. Memories of Chen's skeptical gaze faded into thoughts of money, while the demons of the past whispered at the edge of consciousness. A black car materialized from the shadows of the city like a ghost, breaking the flow of his thoughts about the new reality. The tinted glass lowered under her elegant gesture, inviting him to step into the world of demon hunters. The words about being accepted into the assault group sounded like a verdict on his former life, opening the gates to the realm of nightmares. Chen spoke about salary and bonuses in the tone of a soul merchant, holding out a contract written in the ink of fate. His eyes skimmed over the lines of the contract, each number pulsating with the promise of a new life among the monsters. The question of responsibilities hung in the air as Chen drew pictures of the war with the creatures of the Red Moon. Her words about protecting the city sounded like a war anthem, every phrase soaked in the blood of fallen hunters. Shadows of past losses danced in her eyes as she warned of the mortal risks of even simple operations. Her voice softened with unexpected humanity, speaking of protecting the survivors in a world where monsters wear human faces. Lu Xun nodded silently, his mind absorbing every word as the ghostly sister watched from the shadows. The signature lay on the paper like the seal of an ancient treaty, sealing his alliance with the demon hunters. Chen noticed his quick decision with predatory interest, like a collector of rare artifacts. He spoke about the words of the director of the shelter like a prophet of the apocalypse, painting a picture of a dying world. His thoughts about humanity's critical threshold sounded the death knell of a world he had never known. Her gaze flashed with sudden understanding, as if seeing the true essence of the hunter hidden under the mask of an ordinary young man. Chen's brief approval sounded like a blessing from higher powers, sealing their dark alliance with a seal of trust. The container fell into his hands like a box of ancient artifacts. Each item inside pulsated with hidden power. The cold metal of the pistol flashed in the semi-darkness of the cabin, causing Lu Xun to tremble as a primitive hunter. Each item had its own dark purpose, but the phone glowed with special importance, a thread of communication with its new owner. The single number on his contact list seemed a mystical symbol of his submission to the will of a supernatural organization. The awareness of a new reality enveloped his mind like a dark fog, linking his fate with the mysterious leader. A numbness gripped his body as the invisible 17 whispered warnings at the edge of his consciousness. His explanation sounded false even to himself, as the ghosts of the past danced in the shadows of the car. Chen saw in his eyes a gleam of ancient mischief, reminiscent of the primordial chaos of the Red Moon. Her instructions about facing the infestation sounded like a spell, every word a protective barrier between him and madness. The protocol of action was carved into the air with her commanding voice, to inform, to communicate, to restrain the power of the demons within. The three rules sounded like ancient seals holding back the chaos that was ready to burst out of control at any moment. The abundance of information and demands made Lu Xun sigh quietly, realizing the complexity of the work ahead. The financial side of the issue became clearer. The base rate was 5,000 plus 1,000 for office work, forming a total income of 6,000. The prospect of bonus payments of 30,000 for eliminating a monster of the first level and 300,000 for the second made the young man's head spin as he walked down the street, immersed in financial calculations. Walking down the street, Lu Xun thought about strategy. Increasing his workload could speed up the accumulation of the required amount, and gaining permanent membership in the organization would open up new opportunities. The unexpected appearance of 17 interrupted his financial calculations. The invisible sister curiously inquired about his activities. Swinging on a lamppost, the white-haired girl reminded her brother of her parents waiting for him to return for the family dinner. Lu Xun, catching his sister's gaze, seriously spoke about the need for an important conversation, feeling some awkwardness from the upcoming proposal. A shrewd smile crossed 17's face as she directly stated his intention to use her powers to make money, demanding something in return. In an attempt to diffuse the atmosphere, the young man jokingly offered his sister a squawking chicken as a reward. Not getting the reaction he wanted, he continued listing the options, mentioning the drum monkey as an alternative. The last attempt with the dancing donkey finally destroyed his hopes for an easy solution to the problem. 17, sensing her brother's insincerity, decided to interrupt the conversation, casually throwing out parting words. Panicked at the thought of her leaving, Lu Xun begged for a compromise, promising to get any toy he wanted. Reaching out her hand with playful grace, the sister slowly spoke her true desire to be able to play with her brother. 17 pointed with frightening interest at the drunk man leaning against the wall, her gaze radiating morbid curiosity. She expressed her desire to receive the moving doll, quickly heading towards the stranger with clearly ill intentions. A crazy smile distorted the features of her face, and a dangerous gleam of anticipation of something terrible appeared in her playful eyes. Looking straight into her brother's eyes, she offered a deal, her complete submission in exchange for such dolls, her voice sounding frighteningly sweet. Lu Xun lowered his gaze, painfully pondering the answer to such a terrible proposal from his sister. In a firm voice, he tried to reason with his sister, reminding her of the inadmissibility of causing pain to others and the illegality of such actions. The disappointment in her voice was mixed with a sincere misunderstanding of the prohibition against hurting others. There was bitter resentment in her words as she questioned the justice of a world where others were allowed to hurt her. 17 extended her hands to her brother, offering an alternative to the disappearance of people. Her request to become her toy sounded like a plea and a threat at the same time, creating a terrible dissonance. The sister's sharp nails dug into her brother's skin, penetrating deeper and deeper, as if wanting to merge with him. Lu Xun felt a sharp pain as her claws grabbed his back with unnatural strength. Through the growing pain, he realized that his sister's madness was intensifying, and causing her suffering gave her a perverse pleasure. In the busy city traffic, no one noticed a strange picture. Lu Xun sat tightly hugging the invisible 17th, who was literally pressing into his body as if trying to find protection from the whole world. Her voice, full of unexpected tenderness, inquired about the state of the scar on her brother's back, the mark of their previous meeting when her sharp claws tore his skin in a fit of uncontrollable madness. Now 17, as if repenting of what she had done, carefully stroked the wound site, trying with her touches to soothe the pain that she herself had caused. Lu Juan could not bring himself to look into his sister's eyes. His gaze was directed downward, and thoughts about the complexity of their unusual relationship were spinning in his head. 17's tears soaked into her brother's jacket as she sobbed and called him a fool, putting a strange mixture of tenderness and despair into this word. Her words that only he truly protects her sounded deep affection and fear of losing her only loved one. The brother's upset appearance and his silent gaze directed downward spoke about the depth of his feelings for his sister more than any possible words. Trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere, Lu Xun reminded his sister of his changes with feigned cheerfulness, trying to bring a smile to her tear-stained face. His story about a new job and the possibility of earning money sounded encouraging when he promised to find other toys to replace those that he could not get right now. Sincerity was heard in his promise to buy as many toys as his sister wants and exactly the ones she chooses, turning this into a kind of oath. Gradually, the tears on 17's face began to dry, giving way to a wide smile that transformed her features, making her look like an ordinary happy girl. The city street around them was pulsating with life. Passers-by were hurrying about their business, and the usual grayness of the city seemed to recede before this moment of unity between brother and sister. Along the busy streets of the city, 17 joyfully pulled her brother by the hand. Her eyes shone with anticipation of upcoming purchases, and her invisibility to others gave a surreal character to what was happening. The first stop was a slot machine with cute plush toys of Winnie the Pooh and elephants, whose innocent appearance strangely contrasted with the predatory glint in the girl's eyes. Moving from one street vendor to another, Lu Xun patiently asked his sister about her preferences, trying not to think about what fate awaited these harmless toys. The cheerful couple moved along the street, while those around them saw only a strange young man, loaded with a mountain of multicolored plush toys. Passers-by looked sideways at Lu Xun in bewilderment, discussing his strange behavior and appearance. Some even suggested mental abnormalities in the young man. Whispers about a strange guy who talks to himself and carries armfuls of children's toys followed them on their heels, creating a wave of town gossip. Hearing the unkind comments, the young man turned around only briefly but decided to ignore them, realizing the futility of trying to explain the real state of affairs. Sticking his tongue out at the disgruntled grandmothers who condemned modern youth, Lu Xun continued on his way, not caring at all about the impression he made. In the twilight of the evening bridge, 17th looked at her new acquisitions with childish delight, arranging them in a strange order known only to her. Suddenly, her play took a dark turn, and with frightening methodicality she began tearing off the heads of toys, as if following some kind of macabre ritual. The teddy bear became the next victim of her strange amusement, as she delightedly tore it in half, watching the stuffing fly away. The eerie contrast between children's toys and the way they play with them is emphasized by 17's insane smile, taking perverse pleasure in destruction. Surrounded by torn toys, she announced her pleasure in the process to her brother with sincere delight, her eyes shining with an unnatural brilliance in the light of the street lamps. 17 looked at the mountain of toys with childish delight, anticipating the opportunity to play with each of them, her voice ringing with joyful excitement. Under the light of the scarlet moon, Lu Xun silently watched his sister's crazy entertainment. His face remained impenetrable, hiding all his inner feelings. The girl turned to her brother with sincere gratitude. Her usually creepy smile now seemed almost normal, filled with real happiness. With cautious hope in his voice, Lu Xun inquired about the possibility of using her power, trying not to frighten away the moment of intimacy. 17, with a slight laugh, reminded her brother of his ability to take her power without permission. As if surprised by his excessive delicacy, the young man firmly answered that despite this possibility, it was important for him to obtain her voluntary consent to use force. The sister's scarlet eyes glared at her brother's face, as if trying to read his true intentions at this significant moment in their relationship. Hearing his constant desire to obtain consent, 17 broke into a wide smile, reminiscent of the famous Cheshire Cat. Reaching out her hand to her brother, she made a touching promise to always be there in times of need, turning their strange relationship into something special. The brotherly fives sealed their agreement, and Lu Xun's sincere joy at her words created a moment of real intimacy between them. At this time, in the black car, the leader received a report on the financial support that Lu Xun had provided to the Red Moon Shelter since its restoration. Chen confidently confirmed the information, but the voice in the earpiece reminded her that the regulations had been violated. The object should have been taken to the center for full testing. Inside the car, the manager looked away, announcing her intention to personally report the situation to Professor Bai, her voice sounding with barely restrained irritation at the bureaucratic delays. Ripping off her headphones with a sharp movement, Chen expressed her contempt for bureaucrats fixated on formalities, emphasizing the absurdity of demanding a person be immediately transported to the center without a full understanding of his nature and abilities. The sudden slowdown emphasized her outrage at the situation. She had already reported the guy's schizophrenia, and now that he had joined the organization, her decisions were being questioned by management. The car turned sharply to the side, reflecting the decisive attitude of its owner, who was ready to defend her own decision before her superiors. After parking, Chen plunged into analysis of the situation. The incident in the coffee shop demonstrated the guy's exceptional control over the body, although there had previously been no signs of his spiritual power. A deep analysis of the situation led her to the idea that inexperience could hide the true potential of the young man, and if the records from the subway fell into the wrong hands, the assessment of his danger could skyrocket to a critical 80%. The grim realization that at a 90% risk level the guy could be eliminated without warning made her think about additional protective measures. She reflected on how industrial companies and technological institutions lurk among the general population, masking their true nature and goals. Exhaling cigarette smoke, the leader continued to analyze the situation, realizing that the high walls of the city would not be able to contain the impending threat for long. The main problem of Jing Khan's organization was not the choice of allies, but the lack of alternatives. They were forced to accept into their ranks anyone who could resist the monsters. The thought of a paradoxical truth was spinning in her head. Only a person with a certain degree of madness is able to effectively resist the monsters that threaten their world. The next morning found Lu Xun at the family breakfast, where, in response to a question about his mood before a new job, he radiated calm confidence in his abilities. Mom tenderly noted her son's growing up, emphasizing his responsibility in working 2 jobs, and persistently offered to have a good breakfast. Her care was felt in every word. The intriguing promise of a special gift for eating breakfast caused Lu Xun's sincere bewilderment, forcing him to ask again about the meaning of his mother's words. His mother's mysterious smile accompanied her words about a special gift intended specifically for his new job, creating an atmosphere of pleasant anticipation. The sudden appearance of the massive figure of his father, clanking his chains, disrupted the idyll of the family breakfast. His loud voice echoed through the kitchen, indignant at the reigning disorder. The breathless father emotionally explained the reason for his hasty arrival. His anxiety about the presence of strangers seemed almost palpable in the morning air. With rage in his voice, the father attacked his son with warnings, insisting that he was being led by the nose and demanding decisive action against invisible enemies. The father's scream filled the kitchen with accusations against his son's employers. His words about the cynical use and indifference to Lu Xun's life sounded frighteningly prophetic. Pointing to 17, the father bitterly acknowledged her merit in preserving the life of his son, although contempt for the brat was clearly visible in his tone. The unpleasant conversation forced 17 to clutch her brother's teddy bear closer to her, as if seeking protection from her father's displeasure in it. The father's anger reached its climax as he demanded an explanation for his son's decision to join the men who were holding him at gunpoint. His voice trembling with barely contained rage, Lu Xun, looking away, was forced to agree with his father regarding the dubious methods used on him in the coffee shop. But his voice sounded uncertain, as if making excuses. Lu Xun's attempt to justify himself with good pay sounded unconvincing even to himself, but it was the only argument that he could counter his father's anger. The shock of such a mercantile answer from his son paralyzed the father for a moment. His massive figure froze in disbelief at what he heard. His father's powerful hand suddenly grabbed Lu Xun's shirt, lifting him off the floor, creating a moment of absolute horror in the young man's eyes. Contempt oozed from his father's every word as he held his son and spat out insults about his inability to survive in this cruel world. The father's huge fist froze in the air before the decisive blow, his intentions obvious to everyone present in this tense scene. The swift movement of his father's fist cut through the air, heading towards his son's face with unrelenting force and fury. Frozen in shock, Lu Xun could only helplessly watch the approaching blow. unable to prevent the inevitable. The sudden splash of water on the face of the father, whose red eyes glowed with madness behind the mask, was an unexpected turn in the development of the conflict. 17, pressed against the wall, watched in horror what was happening. Her usual crazy smile was replaced by an expression of sincere fear. The mother's intervention in the conflict sounded sharp and unexpected when she called her husband the real loser. Throwing water in her husband's face, she sarcastically reminded him that it was his temper that was the reason for their miserable existence in this hellhole. Her words about the need for self-criticism before judging others sounded especially caustic, demonstrating the depth of the accumulated claims. The rage of the father, who did not accept such insolence, instantly switched to his wife, and his fist was already rushing towards her. The mother, remaining surprisingly calm, took a special stance with her fingers pointed forward, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. The father's confusion expressed itself in a perplexed question about his wife's strange position, his anger momentarily giving way to curiosity. With a venomous sneer, the mother challenged her husband, implying his cowardice, her words laced with years of pent-up contempt and bitterness. The father, having lost the remnants of self-control, attacked his wife with a stream of insults, his thunderous roar reflected from the walls of the small kitchen. The 3-meter figure of an angry man fell on the dining table with uncontrollable rage, demonstrating his monstrous strength and complete contempt for home comfort. The consequences of his outburst were catastrophic. Pieces of dishes scattered throughout the kitchen, and an impressive dent was formed in the wall from the force of the impact. The father's heavy breathing and his withering gaze directed at his wife created an atmosphere of impending disaster in the room. The amazing calm of the mother, watching her raging husband without a word, seemed almost supernatural in this situation. Unexpectedly for everyone, the huge figure turned towards the exit, although the tension between the spouses could be physically felt in every glance. The final turn of the father's head, without a single word, but full of unspoken threats, became the final chord of this family scene. 17 instantly clung to her brother, seeking protection in his arms, and his quiet words of consolation seemed to be the only island of calm in this chaos. The mother's voice, full of unexpected tenderness, tried to calm the children, although echoes of the recent confrontation were still heard in it. The mother's practicality manifested itself in reminding him of her son's first day of work, trying to return the situation to normality. Her face transformed into a sweet smile when she invited her son to follow her for the promised gift, trying to erase the traces of the recent quarrel. The mother presented her son with an elegant suit with a red shirt and a black jacket, and Lu Xun's hesitant question about his appearance revealed his embarrassment from the unusual image. The mother's bewilderment at the word absurdly made the guy shake his head nervously, trying to explain his doubts about his new appearance. With a slight grin, she acknowledged the possibility of looking ridiculous, but her tone said otherwise. Her son looked flawless. With a decisive gesture, the mother removed the rectangular glasses from her son's face, assessing the effect with an attentive gaze. Nodding with satisfaction, she confirmed the correctness of the decision to get rid of the glasses. Seeing how her son's face had changed, turning him towards the mirror, his mother proudly noted that with proper self-care, he turns into a real handsome man. Lu Xun's embarrassed gratitude was accompanied by an acknowledgement of the unfamiliarity of the new style, his voice betraying his inner excitement. With special warmth, he thanked his mother for her protection, leaning towards her and putting all his gratitude into these words. Dismissing the gratitude as something self-evident, the mother gave her son wise instructions about behavior at a new place of work. Hidden in her words about a well-mannered boy who would not threaten others was a warning to those who would dare to humiliate her son. The mention of a family outreach conversation sounded like a veiled threat to potential offenders. It's early morning in the office, only 6:30, but the employees are already immersed in work, creating an atmosphere of business activity. The appearance of Lu Xun in a new image created a sensation among colleagues who were accustomed to his former modest appearance. The employees whispered among themselves, noting the unusual behavior of the guy who used to stay late, but now leaves immediately after the end of the working day. The director's close attention to the young employee's early departure indicated growing concern among management. The director's dissatisfaction with the early departures became more and more obvious, giving rise to unfounded suspicions towards the unsuspecting guy. The ominous glow of the scarlet moon transformed the already gloomy gray city, giving it a truly apocalyptic look, which made even its most staunch inhabitants feel uneasy. Lost in thought about the need to patrol, Lu Xun realized that he had long ago stopped noticing how the Red Moon had divided the city's population into two opposing groups. With sadness, he watched the first category of people who rushed past in an endless rush, completely ignoring the reality around them, as if trying to escape from it. 17, invisible to others, with her characteristic eerie smile, stroked the head of a random bald passerby, enjoying her invisibility. Constantly following her brother, she gracefully moved along the electric poles, carefully watching his every move, ready to help at any moment. Continuing to analyze the situation, Lu Xun thought about the second category of people who had completely given themselves over to laziness and apathy, allowing their lives to slowly fade away. Over the 30 years of the existence of protective walls, the problem of hunger has practically disappeared. But at the same time, the opportunity to escape from the confines of this cage has almost completely disappeared. Monotonous walks along the dangerous streets of the city did not bring any discoveries, forcing the young man to doubt the effectiveness of his patrol. Thoughts about making money haunted Lu Xun. If the situation in the city is calm and his help is not required, then where can he find an additional source of income? 17, grinning, noticed that her brother did not find anything precisely because of his walks after work, because with a split consciousness it is difficult to notice something really important. Making excuses for his sister, Lu Xun mentioned skipping dinner to go on early patrol, although now this sacrifice seemed in vain. Deciding to end the fruitless search, he suggested returning home and trying his luck early tomorrow, to which his sister enthusiastically inquired about their plans for tomorrow. The events a few days later unfolded in the director's office, where the young man was informed of his dismissal, under the guise of financial difficulties and the need to reduce staff. Comparison with an employee named Lu turned out to be not in favor of our hero. The director emphasized the difference in their attitude to work, clearly hinting at the young man's lack of seriousness. Shocked by the sudden dismissal, the guy tried to justify his lack of tardiness, admitting only the refusal to work overtime, and begged the director for a second chance. The director, despite the visible regret of parting with a long-term employee, sternly reminded him of the need to earn his place and not rely on appearances. After an unsuccessful attempt to convince his superiors, the young man had to pack his things into a cardboard box, preparing for an unpleasant departure from his home. Surprise overwhelmed him when he discovered that someone had already taken care of collecting his personal belongings, carefully placing them in a box. An unpleasant revelation came from a colleague, who said that Lu himself helped pack things, barely containing his impatience to take the vacated workplace. A sympathetic employee gently reproached him for being too naive, reminding him of her warning not to share his professional knowledge with others. Her words conveyed the bitter truth about Lu's difficult character, his connections with his boss's daughter, and the impossibility of leaving his potential son-in-law without a job. The woman made him promise to keep what he heard secret, citing the general difficulties experienced by the entire team at the moment. Lu Xun's instinctive reaction to a stressful situation was that his hand involuntarily reached for the gun hidden in his bag, which could lead to disastrous consequences. At the last moment, Chief Chen's clear instructions to contact her and the police first in case of problems came to mind. Common sense prevailed over emotions, and the young man realized the absurdity of the idea of getting a weapon in a crowded place because of a banal dismissal from work. Sitting on a street bench, Lu Xun fiddled with the office phone in his hands, doubting the appropriateness of bothering the manager on such a seemingly insignificant matter. Having decided to call, he convinced himself that the attempt was not torture, although his inner voice continued to whisper about the inappropriateness of this call. With a sinking heart, he dialed the number and, pressing the phone to his ear, listened to the long beeps, hoping to hear a familiar voice on the other end of the line. Seeing an incoming call from a new employee, the manager instantly became alert, anticipating possible problems requiring her immediate intervention. The first words of Chen, who answered the phone, betrayed her anxiety. She immediately asked if something bad had happened to her ward. Embarrassed by such pressure, Lu Xun began to apologize for disturbing him, hesitantly mentioning the problem that had arisen, feeling the increasingly awkward situation. The manager's reaction was unexpectedly violent. She instantly jumped up from her seat, attracting the attention of other employees with her alarmed question about the nature of the problem. An inner voice told Lu Xun that the call was a mistake. The conversation was taking a completely different turn than he had expected. Trying to explain the situation, Lu Xun talked about his habit of patrolling the streets after work, waiting until his shift ended, in order to protect the city from possible danger. The sudden dismissal came as a surprise to him, and when he shared this with the manager, she immediately clarified his actions in controlling the streets, clearly interested in the details. After his confirmation and explanation of his motives for wanting to be prepared for the appearance of monsters, Chen's voice was filled with surprise that he bothered her over such a seemingly insignificant matter. The leader's reaction was expressed in the characteristic gesture of a facepalm and a request to wait a second, which left hope for her help in the current situation. Left alone with the push-button telephone after the sudden end of the conversation, Lu Xun thoughtfully turned it over in his hands, trying to understand the meaning of the leader's last words. The words about the need to wait arose in the young man's soul, a timid hope that the influential leader would be able to somehow rectify the situation with his dismissal. The unexpected appearance of 17 interrupted his thoughts. His sister, with doubt in her voice, asked whether this woman could really help in his situation. Her proposal to turn the offenders into dolls sounded frighteningly casual, as if we were talking about something completely ordinary and not about cruel reprisals. The sister's words about her parents' support in the matter of revenge sounded especially creepy when she mentioned the readiness of her mother and even her father to help in this bloody enterprise. 17's crazy look expressed sincere hope that her brother would support her cruel plan to reprisal the offenders. Lu Xun resolutely rejected his sister's proposal, recalling the criminal liability for murder and the human nature of offenders, preferring to wait for an answer from the leader. The sudden appearance of the out-of-breath director on the street where Lu Xun was sitting was accompanied by excited questions about the reasons for his presence here during working hours. With obvious remorse in his voice, the director reproached the young man for hiding his acquaintance with Director Liu and the God Technology Corporation in the city center, which completely changed the situation. Vigorously shaking Lu Xun's hand, the director excitedly talked about the call from higher-ups and their impression of the young man's work ethic, which led to the transfer of an important transportation project. The news of Lu Xun's appointment as head of the project came from the director's lips with obvious obsequiousness, demonstrating a sharp change in the management's attitude. In an effort to make up for a small misunderstanding, the director showered him with pleasantries, offering to continue cooperation, and even invited him to dinner at the company's expense. Lu Xun's internal monologue was full of irony. The newly acquired unemployment status evaporated as suddenly as it appeared. The former competitor for the position suddenly changed his tone to an ingratiating one, apologizing for trying to take Lu Xun's workplace. Outwardly showing understanding of the situation, Lu Xun mentally noted the amazing shamelessness of his colleague, so easily changing his attitude. Liu's flattering request to participate in the project, with the emphatically familiar address of brother, caused internal disgust in Lu Xun. Analyzing the situation, the young man realized, judging by the director's behavior, that the project was truly of great importance and could bring serious bonuses. The colleague's refusal to participate in the project sounded firmly, although it was softened by a polite smile, demonstrating Lu Xun's new confidence. Noticing the contents of Lu Xun's bag, the director instantly turned pale and hastily ended the conversation, clearly frightened by the weapon he saw. A repeated call to the manager confirmed her intervention in the situation, for which Lu Xun expressed sincere gratitude. Chen's confusion about keeping a low-paying position was countered by a logical remark about the value of any income. The supervisor's question about the reasons for patrolling the territory sounded with sincere curiosity, revealing her interest in the motivation of her subordinate. Lu Xun's answer about his sense of responsibility for the payment he receives and the desire to honestly fulfill his duties sounded with sincere conviction. Chen, appreciating his integrity, decided not to insist on her opinion, giving him freedom of action in this matter. Moving on to the business part of the conversation, she revealed the details of her intervention in the situation with the transport company where he was supposed to work. The main task was to investigate the activities of the chiffon company and its owner, which gave ordinary work a special operational status. Disturbing information from intelligence about the company's connection to a series of 7 or 8 murders forced the mission to be treated with particular seriousness. The leader clearly outlined the priority to find out whether there were some supernatural forces or ordinary criminal motives behind the series of deaths. Lu Xun's clarifying question about the likelihood of ordinary murders demonstrated his desire to consider all possible versions of what was happening. Chen's answer sounded deceptively simple. In the case of ordinary crimes, the case would be closed, but her reticence about the alternative was alarming. Lu Xun's internal thoughts reflected the shock of realizing that 8 deaths could be considered an ordinary incident for the pollution cleaners. The question about the level of danger of the task revealed the young man's natural concern about his safety in the upcoming operation. Taking out a cigarette with her usual gesture, the leader explained that the lack of connection with infection makes the situation dangerous only for ordinary people. Lighting a cigarette, she confidently declared Lu Xun's ability to handle the situation even without a weapon, which sounded like both a compliment and a warning. The manager's mention of a bonus for the successful completion of the investigation noticeably inspired Lu Xun, who was already mentally calculating the possible profits from this risky enterprise. Returning to the office that he had almost lost gave Lu Xun a strange feeling of déjà vu, as if the recent events were just a bad dream. The thought that just 5 minutes earlier he had been on the verge of being fired and now he was returning triumphantly gave the situation a surreal quality. Surprised glances from his colleagues accompanied his every step. No one could understand how he managed to come to an agreement so quickly with the usually adamant director. The woman who had recently given him advice froze in amazement, unable to believe her eyes at the sight of the returning Lu Xun, whose dismissal seemed inevitable to her. Returning to his workplace, he was surprised to find all his things in perfect order, which aroused his suspicions about the true author of this concern. The guess that the director's future son-in-law was involved in the neat arrangement of his things gave Lu Xun mixed feelings. An unexpected call from Lu Xun made his recent competitor freeze with his mouth open in surprise, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. The recognition of the need for assistance in the project sounded especially ironic after the recent refusal, but business necessity exceeded personal antipathies. Information about the transport company was impressive in scale. It is one of the largest carriers in the city, specializing in intercity transportation. Of particular interest was the personality of the leader, a woman surnamed Chung, whose business extended far beyond Akron, reaching the very center. In Liu's car, a concerned question was raised about Lu Xun's firmness of intentions to meet with company representatives, revealing his colleague's nervousness. As Lu Xun thought about the situation, he felt that behind the facade of an ordinary transport company, there was something more sinister that needed to be thoroughly investigated. Reflecting on the state of the economy, he noted that despite the improvement in the production situation, the transport system remained a major problem, far from being solved. Outside the city walls, the situation looked depressing. Abandoned roads littered with fallen trees made movement almost impossible. Crowds of madmen roaming the abandoned areas created an additional obstacle for any transport trying to cross these dangerous zones. An inner voice warned Lu Xun of the many unpredictable dangers that could await them outside the city walls. Analyzing the situation, he understood that a successful transport company must have not only modern equipment, but also the ability to solve unforeseen problems. The information about the real structure of the company turned out to be intriguing. Chung was only a nominal owner, and the real leader was Qin Zhan from the wasteland. Legal restrictions on people from beyond the walls explained the use of a figurehead for his mistress, which added additional complexity to the situation. Lu Xun's logical conclusion about the small number of companies willing to take risks in intercity transportation demonstrated his understanding of the market situation. An inner determination to reveal the true nature of what was happening behind the facade of the transport company strengthened in the mind of the young man. Upon arrival at the company's warehouses, the director's daughter, clinging to her companion, expressed obvious disgust at the surroundings. A thin Asian man with long bangs, clearly irritated by the curious glances of visitors, sharply ordered to follow him without looking at the surroundings. The guide led them through a crowd of suspicious characters, whose appearance and behavior clearly hinted at their criminal past. A frightened comment from the director's daughter about the frightening appearance of the local workers, and a cautious remark from her companion about the dubious reputation of those present broke the oppressive silence. The worker with the cigarette responded to their whispers with an aggressive remark, his voice sounding like a clear threat. Lu Xun, having assessed the situation, sent assistants to negotiate with the manager, deciding to stay outside under the pretext of guarding the car and weapons. Once inside the room, he felt as if he was in a prison zone surrounded by pumped-up figures with an obvious criminal past. Remembering the leader's words about the mysterious deaths, Lu Xun had not yet noticed any obvious signs of infection, although the atmosphere of the place was alarming. Reflecting on the specifics of business, he recognized that in such a dangerous field, human casualties could be a sad but inevitable component. His attention was drawn to a strange car with studded body kits. Broken glass and traces of blood on the wheels looked especially ominous. Approaching the car for a more detailed inspection, he began to think about the possible origin of the bloody traces from a recent fight. A sudden cry for help made him turn around sharply, instantly turning his attention to the source of the alarming sound. The massive guards pounced on Lu Xun's assistant, their cries of daily risk and outrage at trying to bargain sounding menacing in the confined space of the warehouse. The frightened girl, bursting into tears, begged for the violence to stop, threatening to call the police, although her voice trembled with obvious fear. Lu Xun's instinctive reaction was that his hand reached for the revolver in his bag, preparing for possible intervention. Approaching the site of the conflict, he loudly inquired about the cause of what was happening, trying to assess the situation before taking active action. Through tears, the girl explained their attempt to discuss inflated prices for services, which the representatives of the transport company clearly did not like. Before she could finish her sentence about the problematic books of accounts, a resounding slap in the face interrupted her speech, demonstrating the company's business practices. An authoritative employee of the company, grabbing the girl by the hair, aggressively scolded her for trying to download her rights, showing the true face of the organization with her behavior. Lu Xun's hand clutched the handle of the revolver in his bag as he analyzed the situation, trying to understand the true cause of the conflict. A fleeting thought about letting the situation play out as it would have flashed through his mind, but was instantly discarded. Casting aside doubts, he decisively intervened in the conflict, deliberately giving his face the most friendly expression when asked about the reasons for the aggression. Approaching the huge, pumped-up leader, Lu Xun casually inquired about the ordered car, trying to defuse the situation by mentioning the preliminary agreement. The massive leader, pointing his finger at the guy, began to philosophize about the harsh laws of their world, where any weakness is perceived as an invitation to aggression. Lu Xun, maintaining a friendly smile, tried to smooth out the conflict, admitting that his opponent was partially right and offering to start a constructive dialogue. The bandits' irritated answer about the struggle for survival and the lack of time for empty talk clearly hinted at a preference for a forceful solution to the issue. The tension in Lu Xun's voice betrayed his growing concern as he directly asked about the aggressive group's demands. The bald guy unceremoniously threw the documents, demanding the immediate signing of the contract and payment, his tone leaving no room for discussion. Lu Xun's outrage at the unacceptable way of entering into business agreements only amused the bandits present. The leader's ominous laughter and his hint of checking the strength of the manager's head clearly indicated impending violence. The bandits surrounding the guy, supporting their leader, created an atmosphere of inevitable physical confrontation with their threatening comments. Mentally assessing the situation, Lu Xun realized that opponents preferred to communicate with fists rather than words. With a lightning movement, he reached into his bag, drawing a revolver, realizing that the situation had gone beyond a peaceful resolution. Defiantly raising his weapon into the air, he instantly changed the balance of power in the confrontation. The shocked bandits froze in a daze, clearly not expecting to encounter armed resistance from the seemingly harmless manager. Lu Xun, holding the revolver, calmly reminded the rules of doing business through negotiations, suggesting that forceful methods be postponed for other situations. The unexpected appearance of weapons plunged the gang into a state of stupor. No one could utter a word, assessing the changed balance of power. The initial shock gave way to nervous laughter. The bandits began to sneer at the unusual situation with the appearance of firearms outside the city walls. Instantly reacting to the threat, the rest of the gang armed themselves with improvised means, knives, metal pipes, and chains. The variety of improvised weapons was impressive, from two-handed clubs to massive chains, which the bandits clutched with poorly concealed rage. One of the bandits tried to appeal to Lu Xun's conscience, expressing feigned outrage at the weapons aimed at them. The thugs, experienced in street fights, began to methodically surround the guy, planning to use their numerical advantage. A sudden attack from behind was accompanied by a furious cry of death. The bandit with a dagger rushed at Lu Xun, confident of success. The unexpected turn of events caused the rest of the bandits to freeze in amazement, including the mysterious lady who was watching what was happening. Shock showed on their faces when they saw their aggressive comrade suddenly fly off in the opposite direction. None of those present expected such a development of events. Fear began to appear on the faces of even the most experienced bandits. The shot was fired without hesitation. The air wave from the shot caused Lu Xun's tie to fly to the side, showing the decisiveness of his actions. Pointing the barrel of the revolver towards the leader, the guy calmly reminded of the capabilities of the weapon that had just been demonstrated. The official owner of the corporation watched what was happening with poorly concealed indignation, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. Lu Xun's final line about the nobility of his weapon sounded like an elegant threat, hinting at the seriousness of his intentions. The owner of the company, looking appraisingly at Lu Xun, expressed surprise at the ability of the office plankton to use weapons, hinting at their own arsenal left behind this time. Condescendingly offering to write off the incident as a misunderstanding, she promised to let them go, but warned that they would not be held responsible in case of problems with the police. A dramatic scene with a beaten assistant lying on the ground in bruises and his sobbing girlfriend increased the tension of the situation. Unexpectedly for everyone, Lu Xun stopped the bandits preparing to leave, declaring that their conversation was incomplete. The business owner's sincere surprise at the proposal to continue business negotiations after the armed conflict reflected the unusual nature of the situation. With calm, the guy insisted on an honest discussion of prices, rejecting the dictates of conditions from the transport company. The female owner was clearly amazed by the young man's unusual behavior, which did not fit into the usual patterns of conflict resolution. The man who smoked shared his experience of negotiating at gunpoint and over a lake with madmen, his tone betraying a wealth of experience in similar situations. A massive figure in beachwear, exhaling smoke, acknowledged the uniqueness of the situation, the first time anyone had combined the threat of a weapon with business negotiations. The sudden appearance of the real boss, whom the nominal owner was addressing, changed the dynamics of the confrontation. Approaching Lu Xun, the boss calmly offered to lower his weapon, guaranteeing safety and recognizing his primacy in today's negotiations. An unexpected invitation to follow the boss to view something important sounded intriguing in the tense atmosphere of the warehouse. Lu Xun expressed obvious dissatisfaction with the development of the situation. His wary gaze assessed every detail of what was happening around him. The boss's office was an unusual sight. The massive figure of the leader was gorging on an impressive portion of dumplings. Watching the big man destroy a mountain of food, Lu Xun could not hide his surprise at his interlocutor's excessive appetite. The boss, without interrupting his meal, complained about his insatiable hunger after living in the wasteland, hospitably inviting the guy to join. Lu Xun's polite refusal to eat was accompanied by a diplomatic explanation of his reluctance to deprive the owner of his portion. Mentally, the guy noted the strangeness of the situation. Although behind the walls hunger was a common occurrence, such an insatiable appetite seemed somehow unnatural. The leader, continuing to eat, made a philosophical remark about their common decision to retreat for the sake of the well-being of his subordinates, his words sounding almost conciliatory. Speaking about methods for resolving conflicts behind the wall, the boss noted the uniqueness of Lu Xun's approach, combining threat with business acumen. After carefully studying the documents, the guy directly asked Qinzhan about the strange incidents, hinting at something specific. The sudden change in the interlocutor's mood showed that the question had hit the mark, and the atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. The friendliness evaporated instantly. The boss grabbed his gun, pointing it at Lu Xun, demanding an explanation of the true purpose of the visit. The guy's narrowed gaze and his confident reaction confirmed that he had found exactly who he was looking for. However, something about the boss's behavior and words seemed wrong to Lu Xun, causing growing suspicion. The appearance of 17, slowly descending from the ceiling towards the boss, added to the surreality of what was happening. Analyzing the leader's order to investigate, Lu Xun decided that in the absence of specific instructions on methods, a direct approach would be the most effective. Having chosen the tactics of frankness, the guy explained that he was only interested in the specific problems of the company, emphasizing his innocence in what was happening. Lu Xun's words caused an unexpectedly violent reaction from the boss, whose irritation grew into poorly controlled rage. Qinzhan, bringing the muzzle of the gun closer to the guy, suggested his connection with the cubes. His voice sounded threatening. Slowly raising his hands, Lu Xun tried to calm the situation, assuring that there were no connections with the police. An inner voice warned against provocations. The guy realized the boss's real ability to carry out his threats. 17, silently moving behind the boss, glared at him with her characteristic crazy gaze. Instantly understanding her brother's intentions, she used her powers to slip the gun out of the massive man's hands. With a deft movement, Lu Xun intercepted the weapon that flew out of the hands of the stunned boss, completely changing the balance of power. Having checked the magazine of the captured pistol, the guy was convinced of its combat readiness, which gave him an additional advantage. Returning to a businesslike tone, he explained the true purpose of the investigation, not the problems themselves, but the fact of encountering them, hoping for understanding. Complete confusion was reflected on the boss's face, realizing the intervention of some invisible force that had knocked the weapon out of his hands. Nervously looking around, Qin tried to understand the mechanism of what happened. Suspecting the presence of invisible assistance, Lu Xun evaded explanations, turning the conversation in the right direction with a question about strange phenomena. His voice sounding confident and authoritative. The mention of the number of deaths sounded like a veiled threat, demonstrating the guy's awareness of the dark side of the business. The boss's confusion at the mention of the deaths betrayed his involvement in what was happening, his gaze restlessly darting around the room. Qin's inner monologue revealed his confusion. The city simpleton turned out to be a dangerous opponent with an inexplicable aura of strength. An unexpected outburst of emotion resulted in a fist slamming on the table when the boss admitted that he was not the only one who had noticed the strange events. Deciding to be frank, the man spoke about unusual attempts at revenge that went beyond ordinary criminal showdowns. The story began 2 weeks ago, when, in addition to the legal transportation business, the boss was involved in some shady dealings. The mention of bear wheels in the boss's story clearly had special meaning, and his voice became noticeably quieter. A deal with a certain Gui from the western region, who traded in similar goods, became the starting point of strange events. The boss's story contained irony about the naivety of the seller, who believed in his integrity during a single transaction. With cynical calm, he described the murder of a gullible salesman and the theft of wheels, seduced by the prospect of big profit. Further details of the dismemberment of the body and its feeding to dogs were told with alarming indifference. The unexpected appearance of an unfamiliar woman the next day was the first alarm bell in this story. Lu Xun listened carefully to the mysterious woman who cursed the killer and demanded the return of the goods. His interest especially increased when the name of the victim was mentioned. The boss pointed to the place under the scales where he had walled up the body of the unfortunate woman in concrete, perceiving her as a threat to his business. A subsequent investigation into the identity of the murdered woman revealed the first oddities that made the boss wary. The story of Wang Ting, a garment factory worker who had no connection with the murdered tire salesman, added to the mystery of the situation. The narrative climaxed with the mention of new vigilantes appearing 2 days after the previous murder. The description of the strange couple of a 30-year-old man and a young girl made Lu Xun tense, catching familiar details. The strangers, who introduced themselves as Kui Wang and Wang Ting, radiated bloodlust. Their appearance was clearly out of the boss's usual picture of the world. The reckless courage of the attackers, who rushed against superior enemy forces, indicated their unusual nature. With cold indifference, the boss spoke about the forced killing of the attackers, emphasizing the lack of alternative solutions to the conflict. His voice sounded casually, as if he were talking about everyday affairs. Lu Xun, mentally counting the number of victims, noted a frightening dynamics. 4 murders in a few days went far beyond the scope of ordinary criminal showdowns. The story took an increasingly strange turn when the boss spoke about the results of the investigation into the identities of the attackers. No one knew these people, but they deliberately went into confrontation. The tension in the narrator's voice grew as he narrowed his eyes and slowed his speech as he approached the most disturbing part of his story. The appearance of 4 new vigilantes 4 days after the previous murders created an eerie pattern that could not be explained by mere coincidence. The infiltration of strangers into the boss's heavily guarded home and their apparently inappropriate behavior forced him to take drastic measures against the ruthless people. A particularly disturbing aspect of the boss's story was the mention that the new attackers used the same names as the previous victims, and their intimidating looks caused uncontrollable fear. Listening carefully to the story, Lu Xun visibly tensed. His question about the number of people who appeared sounded with poorly concealed concern. The boss, looking away and clearly in discomfort, admitted that this time he decided not to kill the attackers, but simply lock them up, as if trying to break this terrible cycle of violence. The sudden change in the boss's behavior and his hint of the existence of additional information created an oppressive atmosphere of anticipation of something even more terrible. Rising from his seat, the boss invited Lu Xun to follow him, his voice sounding unusually quiet, as if he was afraid that someone might overhear their conversation. Approaching the strange bunker, reminiscent of a prison casemate, Lu Xun felt a growing anxiety from the anticipation of something terrible behind this door. When the door was opened, an ominous green fog erupted from the room, reminiscent of the aura of death, its presence causing instinctive disgust. Pinching his nose from the unbearable smell of decomposition, the guy expressed disgust at what he saw. his voice sounding muffled through his sleeve. The sight presented itself was horrifying. The chained bodies were in various stages of decomposition, exposing bones and separated parts, creating a nightmarish mosaic of death. Shocked by what he saw, Lu Xun admitted it was the most terrible sight in his life. His question about the identities of the victims sounded almost in a whisper. The boss, trying to catch the guy's eye, was surprised at his calmness in the face of such horror, admitting his own fear of these creatures. With obvious emotion, he spoke of his initial fear and disgust, explaining the decision to lock up the attackers rather than kill them immediately. Returning to check the prisoners turned out to be a new nightmare that surpassed all previous horrors. The description of how the prisoners began to literally tear each other apart sounded especially creepy in the oppressive atmosphere of the bunker. The boss spoke with horror about the transformation of ordinary people into a mad herd of cannibals, his voice trembling at the memory of what he saw. Particularly frightening was the description of their behavior. They did not just bite each other, but literally tore apart flesh, demonstrating a complete loss of humanity. Unable to bear this terrible sight, the boss admitted that he was forced to shoot each of them to stop this madness. The boss's confession about the first feeling of guilt for murder in his life sounded especially alarming in the context of his bloody criminal career. Analyzing the situation, Lu Xun noted the strange behavior of the usually cold-blooded criminal and identified an ominous pattern in the appearance of victims. The first day, one person, a sudden insight forced the boy to interrupt his thoughts as he realized the frightening progression in the number of Avengers appearing. Turning sharply to the boss, Lu Xun almost shouted a question about the number of days that had passed since the first meeting with these creatures. The answer about the past 7 days made the guy nervously bite his finger, realizing that tomorrow's 8th day could bring a new wave of horror. Lu Xun's attempt to step aside for an important call was interrupted by unexpected aggression from the boss. The moment when the guy reached for the manager's phone became a turning point in their tense dialogue. With a lightning-fast movement, the boss put a dagger to Lu Xun's throat, threatening violence and demonstrating his readiness for extreme measures. With an undisguised threat in his voice, the boss warned of the futility of resistance, emphasizing the numerical superiority of his people and the impossibility of escape. Lu Xun's calm response about the inevitability of his departure gave way to an alarming warning. If the boss could cope with 4 or 6 opponents, then 16 would become an impossible task. The realization of the terrible prospect of a geometric progression of attackers clearly shocked the boss, forcing him to rethink the situation. The sudden question about the first victim's knowledge of the boss's location sounded especially alarming in the context of the impending threat. The boss's nervous reaction to this question revealed his growing concern and awareness of the seriousness of the situation. Lu Xun pointed out a frightening pattern. The creatures unmistakably found the boss everywhere, from targeted searches to direct invasion of his home. Awareness of the inexorable logic of what was happening made the boss doubt reality. His mind refused to accept the impossibility of what was happening. With irritation in his voice, Lu Xun emphasized the irrationality of the entire situation, pointing to their presence here as proof that the impossible was possible. The warning about the exponential increase in the number of attackers sounded especially ominous, forcing the boss to realize the scale of the impending threat. The gloomy prophecy that one day the whole world might turn against him made the boss turn pale with the realization of the inevitability. The description of the invulnerability and inexorability of the pursuers, who knew neither fear nor pain, emphasized the hopelessness of resistance. The simple but terrifying truth of the endless pursuit while his target is alive completely undermined the boss's confidence. The boss's attempt to justify himself by the illegality of the business and the fear of the wasteland looked pathetic against the backdrop of the impending nightmare. The ruthless alternative proposed by Lu Xun, the choice between the wasteland and death, sounded like a death sentence. The reminder of the monsters in the pit behind them added concreteness to the threat, making the choice even more agonizing. The boss's surrender, expressed in throwing away his weapon, symbolized his final recognition of the hopelessness of the situation. Lu Xun's cold comment about the illusory nature of choice emphasized his complete control over the situation. The sudden change in mood of the guy who called the manager with a sweet smile created an eerie contrast with the previous scene. The leader's satisfied voice confirmed the connection between what was happening and a distortion of the mind. She immediately promised to send a special support group. Emphasizing Lu Xun's special status as a psychological mutant, The leader noted the superiority of his instincts over the group's experience and assigned him to lead the investigation. Having politely confirmed his understanding of the order, the guy suddenly interrupted the conversation without waiting for information about payment, which surprised even the captain. After the call, Lu Xun sighed in annoyance, realizing that he had rushed to end the conversation before discussing an important financial issue. Half an hour later, the leader's impressive black jeep arrived at the scene, breaking the alarming silence of the area. Special Forces soldiers in black uniforms poured out of the transport in an organized manner. Their number and synchronization of movements made a strong impression. The reaction of those present was divided. The boss greeted the arrivals with obvious wariness, while Lu Xun was impressed by the speed of their response. The representative of the group with a scar on his face officially introduced himself as Cheng Hui, the leader of the second investigation team, who arrived on the orders of his superiors. Embarrassed by the excessive formality of the presentation, Lu Xun tried to defuse the situation by offering a simpler name. The squad leader took out a communication device from a special container, politely offering it to Lu Xun for use. Having accepted the equipment, the guy carefully studied its design, noting the professional quality of the device. A thorough inspection of the communicator from all sides helped Lu Xun finally realize the seriousness of the situation in which he found himself involved. Lu Xun carefully inserted the communication device into his ear, preparing to be included in the general communications system of the Special Forces. The first thing he heard after installing the earphone was the characteristic crackling sound of electronic frequency tuning. The broadcast was filled with successive reports from various units, ending with the introduction of Corporal Han Bing, whose voice stood out with particular softness and professionalism. Lu Xun's attention was involuntarily caught by the surprisingly melodic timbre of the corporal's voice, which created a strange contrast with the seriousness of the situation. The pink-haired girl professionally reported on a new type of distortion that they had not encountered before, suggesting a strategy for identifying the source and then cleaning it up. Her proposal to use Qinjian as bait for attackers to block the source of the distortion sounded frighteningly practical. Lu Xun's internal monologue expressed doubt about the ethics of such a decision. It seemed wrong to give a person to be torn to pieces by creatures thirsting for revenge. The leader's intervention recalled the training nature of the mission for the newcomer, emphasizing the importance of gaining practical experience. She explained the complex nature of biases, where meeting the needs of the source could weaken the effect, but lack of information required an alternative approach. Analysis of the data showed a strange pattern. Despite the lack of connections between the victims, they were all drawn into a single whirlpool of events. The corporal suggested sending a team to study the victims' travel routes, hoping to find a point of intersection with a potential source of distortion. Lu Xun's practical approach expressed doubts about the time required to study each victim sequentially. The pink-haired girl explained the difficulty of the task by the lack of surveillance cameras in many areas, which created serious obstacles to the investigation. Recognizing the competence of the special squad, Lu Xun expressed concern about the temporary factor, emphasizing the threat of new victims on the 8th day. The manager supported the guy's concerns, focusing on the risk of mutation of the source of distortion if the investigation was delayed. The proposal to focus on the first psycho-mutant Kui Wan sounded like a reasonable compromise between speed and efficiency. The commander immediately responded with a clear order for all units to concentrate on the final actions of the first victim. The unanimous confirmation of the order through all communication channels demonstrated the coherence of the special unit. A few hours later, when the city was enveloped in the darkness of night, a black car with its headlights off silently drove up to the operation site. The corporal reported 4 potential search areas around the site of the first victim's death: a factory, a landfill, a vacant lot, and a pond in the southern industrial area. Particular attention was drawn to the reservoir on the southern border, whose difficult terrain created additional difficulties for the operation. The corporal's voice sounded wary when he mentioned the need for extreme caution if a source of distortion was discovered near a body of water. As Lu Xun got out of the car, he noted 17's unusual absence during the day, which in itself seemed like a worrying sign. Suddenly, he noticed his sister sitting by the pond under the ominous light of the scarlet moon. Her silhouette seemed especially ghostly in this lighting. The thought flashed through Lu Xun's head about his sister's amazing intuition, which somehow led her to this place before the search party. 17, turning to her brother, with her characteristic childish enthusiasm, called him to look at her mysterious discovery. Thinking about his sister's unusual interests, which were always different from the hobbies of ordinary children, Lu Xun approached the pond with caution. Approaching his sister, the guy carefully inquired about the nature of her discovery in the lake, preparing for any surprises. 17's eyes lit up with the usual crazy sparkle as she admitted the uncertainty of the find, but emphasized its undoubted importance. A sudden thought caused Lu Xun to ask his sister about the possibility of using her abilities underwater, realizing the potential importance of this issue. 17's enthusiasm peaked at the thought of a new experiment, her response betraying her impatience to try her hand at unusual conditions. Gently stroking his sister's head, Lu Xun expressed sincere admiration for her courage, creating a moment of warm family intimacy. A Special Forces soldier approached Lu Xun with a practical question about the performance of equipment underwater, his voice expressing professional concern. Lu Xun's memory recalled the manager's detailed explanations about the high-tech nature of the equipment provided. An interesting observation caught his attention. Despite 17's proximity to the lake, the instruments did not register any activity, which confirmed the uniqueness of her abilities. Doubts about his sister's true nature crept into Lu Xun's thoughts, although he immediately tried to push away these disturbing thoughts. The specialist explained the limited water resistance of the equipment. Short-term immersion is acceptable, but prolonged contact with water will compromise the protection. Despite the inconvenience of working in the equipment underwater, removing it would create an unnecessary risk when coming into contact with the distortion. But an order is an order. Lu Xun's decisive nod was accompanied by an offer to go underwater first, demonstrating his willingness to take the initiative. The commando's surprise at the guy's offer was obvious, although his voice showed respect for his willingness to take on the most dangerous part of the mission. A sudden rustle in the earpiece interrupted their conversation, drawing attention to an urgent message. The supervisor reported a thorough investigation of the remaining locations, confirming the lake as the last suspicious location. Ready to take action, Lu Xun began to take off his suit, confidently declaring his intention to explore the body of water personally. The leader's concerned voice expressed doubt about the need for such a risky underwater operation, trying to prevent rash actions. Ignoring the warnings, Lu Xun confidently walked towards the pond, his movements expressing unwavering determination. The leader's immediate reaction was expressed in an urgent call for a special group, which was ordered to arrive within 30 minutes. The unexpected decision to drain the lake sounded like a radical but necessary measure for safe exploration. The efficiency of the arriving team was impressive. Powerful pumps and hoses were deployed in a matter of minutes, beginning the process of pumping out water. Everyone present watched the drainage process with intense interest, trying to predict what secrets the dark depths were hiding. There was a seriousness in the leader's voice as she reminded them of the dangers of fighting the distortion of the mind and the possibility of catastrophic consequences. As the lake drained, a surreal picture emerged with fish struggling helplessly on the exposed bottom, creating an eerie contrast. A clear order from the leader about readiness for action was heard through the headphones, especially emphasizing the need to be ready to use fire. A special team in black protective suits confirmed readiness for the operation. Their equipment was brought to full combat readiness. The next stage of the operation was indicated by the leader. After pumping out the water, a thorough examination of the exposed bottom had to be carried out. The uncertainty of the level of source contamination required extreme caution. High levels of transmission could require removing most of the team from direct contact. Watching the area being cordoned off with caution tape, Lu Xun finally understood the reason for the high fees for such operations. The guy's professionalism clearly impressed the manager. She promised to help him receive additional remuneration for his initiative. Careful preparations were completed, and Lu Xun, together with a small group of specialists, began to descend into the drained lake bed. 17, not hiding her childish delight, circled next to what was happening, commenting on the situation with her characteristic eerie gaiety. The sudden change in her sister's behavior, when the smile disappeared from her face, served as the first warning of impending danger. 17's trembling finger pointed in a certain direction, drawing her brother's attention to something only she could notice. The eerie voice blaming Qin Zhan for someone's death began to repeat itself like a broken record, creating an atmosphere of uncontrollable horror. The reaction of the leadership was instantaneous. Both the leader and the corporal, clearly shocked by what was happening, demanded an immediate report on the situation. The ominous, soulless voice emanating from the fighting fish continued its accusations, creating a surreal picture of what was happening. Covering his ears from the unbearable sound, Lu Xun reported through the earpiece that the source of the infection had been discovered, his voice trembling with tension. The sudden change in the expression of the guy's eyes indicated that he noticed something even more alarming in what was happening. Turning around sharply, Lu Xun concentrated his attention on the new phenomenon, his gaze expressing a mixture of horror and professional interest. An incredible spectacle unfolded in front of the team. The fish began to rise into the air, scattering in different directions, as if controlled by an invisible force. The nightmarish sight of exploding fish, from which demonic entities were bursting out, made everyone present numb with horror. Lu Xun, squinting at the rising dust and splashes, tried to maintain visual control of the situation in this chaos. The powerful shockwave knocked the boy back as his eyes widened in horror at the nightmare unfolding before him. An ominous red aura began to ooze from the torn bodies of the fish, forming into something threatening, ready to attack. Even experienced Special Forces soldiers froze in shock when faced with a phenomenon that went beyond their training. Tentacles bursting out of the dead fish began to entwine the commandos, screaming in horror, their cries for help echoing throughout the pit. Observers from above could only helplessly watch the nightmare unfolding below, unable to help their comrades. A sudden understanding of the situation was reflected on Lu Xun's face. His gaze became extremely focused and serious. Noticing a tentacle rapidly approaching him, the guy realized the need for a lightning-fast reaction to survive. The creature that appeared before him resembled a black and red ghost with a distorted face and bared teeth. Panic began to seize Lu Xun when he realized that he was unable to dodge the imminent attack. At the critical moment, 17 grabbed her brother's hand, enveloping him in the protective blue glow of her power. At the moment of merging with 17, Lu Xun's eyes acquired a characteristic blackness, signaling the successful entry of his sister into his body. With a habitual movement, 17 positioned herself on her brother's back, maintaining physical contact to ensure their mystical unity. Transformed by their fusion, Lu Xun immediately confronted the demonic tentacles, his movements becoming incredibly precise. 17's smile towards her brother radiated the usual madness as she confirmed her intention to help in this fight. Under the ominous light of the scarlet moon, while the red tentacles held the commandos at bay, the brotherly interaction was expressed in sincere gratitude. The Special Forces soldiers, trembling from the ongoing nightmare, watched in amazement at the guy's transformation after merging with an invisible entity. The pink-haired girl's report of an unprecedented explosion of psychic energy, equivalent to 200 tantas, sounded especially alarming. The panic in the leader's voice betrayed the seriousness of the situation as she ordered Lu Xun to retreat immediately. The evacuation order extended to the entire investigative team. Emphasizing the criticality of the situation, the commando managed to reach his weapon, opening fire and shouting warnings to Lu Xun about the danger. Confusion was reflected on the guy's face when he saw bullets flying towards him, not understanding the reason for the attack. Forced to dodge friendly fire, Lu Xun began a rapid retreat while 17 sat on his shoulders with a crazed smile. Despite the mortal danger, the bullets almost hit Lu Xun, but thanks to his supernatural agility, he managed to avoid being hit. Having hidden behind a massive stone from the shelling, the guy had the opportunity to assess the situation with the monstrous enemy. An analysis of the situation showed that they were faced with a first-level psychic being who had already managed to take control of 3 armed members of the investigation team. The manager gave clear orders to prepare the helicopter and ordered all personnel to move a safe 500 meters from the epicenter. The internal conflict was reflected in Lu Xun's voice as he expressed disagreement with the order to retreat, not wanting to leave the situation unresolved. The slow, deliberately calm voice of the manager, asking about the guy's intentions, hid the growing concern for his safety. Lu Xun shared his observation that the 3 members of the group were not infected, but were under external control, which changed the approach to saving them. The determination in the guy's voice left no doubt about his intention to deal with the situation, despite the lack of other options. The shocked corporal could hardly believe Lu Xun's willingness to face such danger, her voice trembling with excitement. The cry of the manager, trying to stop the reckless decision of her subordinate, betrayed her sincere concern for his safety. 17, looking at her brother with her usual crazy smile, confirmed her readiness to accompany him on this dangerous mission. Confidence rang through Lu Xun's words when he expressed absolute faith in the success of his and his sister's operation. The repeated merger with 17 gave the guy a new surge of strength. His eyes were again filled with the characteristic blackness of the madness of their common strength. Despite the desperate attempts of the special forces, their forces were already running out, and cries for help were drowned in the chaos of the battle. Being under the external control of the demonic creature, the fighters were forced to continue firing at Lu Xun, unable to stop. However, Lu Xun, whose eyes had turned black from his sister's strength, scornfully told them that their bullets were not fast enough to harm him. Gathering all his determination, the young man quickly rushed towards the bloodthirsty tentacles, intending to save his comrades at all costs. Soaring into the air against the backdrop of the Scarlet Moon, Lu Xun demonstrated incredible agility and speed, amazing everyone watching. With one hand, he grabbed onto one of the commandos, trying to pull him out of the monstrous monster's grip. At the same time, his second hand closed around the creature's neck, trying to loosen its grip and free the captive. As a result of their coordinated actions, one of the tentacles flew away, allowing Lu Xun to more calmly approach the rest of the special forces. The monster, having lost part of its body, was in a state of shock, not expecting such a rebuff from the young man. But Lu Xun was not going to stop there, chasing the monster with a crazy gleam in his eyes, intending to save the remaining people. Observers from above, led by Corporal Han Bin, watched the guy's incredible feats with growing bewilderment, trying to comprehend what was happening. Bewilderment gave way to sincere amazement when they saw how Lu Xun, risking himself, continued to fight for the lives of the fighters. The corporal and her subordinates, watching this spectacle, realized that they were faced with something beyond their ideas about human capabilities. An alarming thought flashed through the corporal's mind about the incredible abilities of polluter number 41, capable of controlling armed men. Lu Xun's courage and recklessness amazed the experienced officer, forcing him to rethink his assessment of this mysterious newcomer. The captain's sudden appearance in the command center caused a stir among the corporals, who were rushing to show her what was happening on the monitors. The senior officer was surprised to learn of the retreat of the surveillance team, saved thanks to the unexpected actions of a young operative. An important discovery was made in the report. The three fighters were not under infection, but under the direct control of an unknown entity. An urgent order from the leadership was heard through the communication system to immediately retreat along with the evacuated observation group. The chilling words, "Now it's your turn," came from the headphones, clearly addressed to the monster, and not the support group. The leader's intense gaze was glued to the monitor, awaiting the next actions of the unusual operative. Invisible. 17 expressed approval of her brother's actions. Her voice sounded with characteristic notes of childish delight. The apparent victory over the monster turned out to be deceptive. The defeated tentacles suddenly began to transform into something even more terrifying. In place of the three tentacles, countless new ones appeared, each of which was crowned with a separate monstrous head. The evil grins of many distorted faces foreshadowed a terrible retribution for the damage caused to them, turning the situation into a real nightmare. Countless monstrous creatures rushed towards Lu Xun in a single wave, intending to destroy the daring opponent with their mass. The young man's amazing calmness was explained by the confidence that the enthusiasm of his enemies would turn against them. Demonstrating incredible agility, Lu Xun began his confrontation, each movement to the left or right ending in the destruction of the next opponent. The brutality of the fight reached its peak when the guy grabbed one of the monsters by the head, preparing to crush its skull in one motion. The observers were frozen in awe, unable to believe the incredible power demonstrated by their recent colleague. Despite the losses, the main monster continued to growl furiously, demonstrating its readiness to continue the battle to the last creature. The surprise of the Special Forces team reached its limit when they saw a mysterious tree instantly grow, along which Lu Xun began his ascent. With his eyes black from his sister's power, the guy continued his confrontation with the monsters, his every movement filled with supernatural power. Another powerful leap allowed Lu Xun to grab the monster by the shoulder, intending to break its neck in one motion. Continuing his deadly choreography, the guy mercilessly tore off part of the next monster's arm, rendering it unable to attack. Using the severed limb as a weapon, he quickly grabbed the throat of another monster who was trying to launch a surprise attack. Strange words came from Lu Xun's mouth about losing if the shadows did not surround him first, emphasizing the importance of his sister's timely help. Carefully watching the appearance of the mysterious tree created by the shadows, the guy tried to understand why they seemed so familiar. Giving the initiative to his sister, Lu Xun expressed full confidence in her ability to deal with the defeated enemy in the best possible way. The corporal explained the evolution of the shadows, From simple distorted entities, they turned into creatures capable of distorting the minds of other beings. When asked about the guy's actions, the manager explained that he uses his own unique method to destroy the source of infection. A careful analysis of the situation clearly demonstrated that the target had reached an initial level of distortion, which was manifested through its ability to exercise control over group members. The studies carried out showed the complete absence of any significant reaction of the creature to a set of measures to drain the lake and a series of specialized tests, which indicated its primitiveness. After a long study of the situation, the manager came to the conclusion that this distortion arose solely from a deep thirst for revenge on the head of the corporation, and Kui Wong turned out to be the central figure. As an alternative to the traditional analytical approach to resolving the current situation, the leader strongly recommended using Lu Xun's special method for a speedy result. While the management team held a lengthy discussion about the current critical situation, the young man continued a fierce struggle with the monsters and the mysterious tree, confidently declaring their powerlessness. Gathering all his determination and composure, Lu Xun solemnly proclaimed the final death sentence to his opponent, his voice sounding with unshakable confidence in victory. Demonstrating incredible speed and mastery of combat techniques, the young warrior quickly approached the demonic tree and began to methodically destroy all its many branches. Revealing her true demonic essence to the fullest, 17 began to absorb fragments of the mystical tree with inexplicable greed, which caused serious concern to her brother. Despite her brother's numerous warnings about the potential danger of her actions, 17 continued to methodically destroy the demonic tree with incredible persistence. Showing signs of progressive madness, 17 took pleasure in detailing the specific taste of the demonic flesh of the mysterious creature she was devouring. Observers noted with horror how the sharp, unnaturally large teeth of the 17th mercilessly dug into the woody flesh, methodically destroying the essence of the mysterious creature. Despite all desperate attempts at resistance and powerful defense mechanisms, the demonic tree gradually lost its ability to withstand the deadly influence of the mysterious girl. Showing truly inhuman strength and incredible perseverance, 17 continued to methodically tear off more and more fragments from the massive branches of the ancient tree. Under the continuous influence of the mysterious girl's destructive power, the once majestic tree creature began to rapidly lose its balance, preparing for an inevitable fall. Shocked by his sister's incredible abilities and inexplicable actions, Lu Xun firmly demanded from her a detailed explanation of what was happening and the nature of her powers. Continuing to methodically chew another massive fragment of the demonic tree, 17 indifferently noted that the creature simply experienced natural fear. In her words, spoken with undisguised surprise, the girl expressed sincere bewilderment at the fact that an intelligent creature was capable of experiencing fear of her power. The leader's voice in the headphones called on everyone to be extra vigilant as the operation began to clean up the source of the distortion. After an hour of painstaking excavation with special equipment, Lu Xun suddenly announced an important discovery in the depths of the pit. The shocking discovery left the guy frozen in horror before the discovered corpse, whose identity would soon be established. When asked by the leader about the possibility of identifying the body as Kui Wong, the young man answered in the negative, his voice trembling with tension. The sudden recognition of the features of Qin Ran, the corporation boss, in the found corpse added a new twist to the investigation. The unexpected appearance of a living boss behind Lu Xun, interested in their find, created a surreal moment of tension. The special forces immediately reacted to the situation, taking defensive positions with weapons at the ready, preparing for any surprises. The surprise of the man who appeared at the sight of the weapon pointed at him seemed sincere, which only increased the tension of the moment. Lu Xun, keeping his cool, walked closer to the stranger and asked a direct question about his identity, demanding an immediate explanation. The corporal's proposal for direct confrontation was approved by the leader, who ordered the group to remain combat-ready. The young man voiced the main question: how can the boss exist alive when his corpse has just been discovered in excavations? The boss's sudden alertness at the mention of the corpse betrayed his growing anxiety and loss of confidence. Lu Xun methodically laid out the facts. The discovery of a corpse in the lake identified as Qin Ran, which cast doubt on the identity of the person standing in front of them. The shocking realization of the situation caused the boss to have an existential crisis as he began to question his own identity. Signs of growing madness appeared in the man's behavior. His gaze darted between those present, looking for confirmation of his existence. Invisible. 17 continued to support her brother with physical contact, ensuring his constant access to their shared power. The sister's insightful remark about the boss's resemblance to the fruits of the demonic tree added a new level of understanding to the situation. An insight flashed through Lu Xun's head. All the shadows and the strange tree fighting him had one familiar face. A sudden insight came to Lu Xun when he realized that all the creatures he encountered bore the distorted facial features of the boss Qin Ran. Boss began to emit strange white smoke. His mind was clearly clouded, and the endless repetition, "I," betrayed a deep identity crisis. In a stampede, the creature shouted accusations that what was happening was unreal. Its fear of the truth turned into uncontrollable panic. Lu Xun noted the supernatural speed of the creature's movements, which finally confirmed its inhuman nature. A sudden exclamation from one of the fighters warned of the threat of the creature escaping beyond the protective wall. The leader's urgent order to seize was heard in the headphones, her voice expressing the urgent need for immediate action. A short burst of shots from the special forces interrupted the escape attempt, and the creature collapsed to the ground, struck by bullets. The last manifestation of life was the creature's trembling hand, reaching upward in a desperate attempt to grab onto something invisible. Until its last breath, the creature continued to mutter, "I," as if trying to hold on to its elusive identity in the last moments of life. The final fall of the body marked the end of this strange creature, turning it into a lifeless shell. Dark blood slowly spread around the fallen body, creating an ominous halo on the cold ground. Post-mortem changes began immediately. The creature's eyes rolled back, and something vague began to emanate from the body. The appearance of the defeated creature began to change rapidly. Its features transformed beyond recognition, erasing any resemblance to its previous appearance. The corporal's shocked voice came through the communications channels, noting the creature's incredible metamorphosis into Kui Wang. From an elevated position, Lu Xun watched as the bodies of the victims were carefully covered with blankets, giving final dignity to their resting place. The sudden rumble of helicopter blades drew the young man's attention to the sky, where a transport was approaching, ready to pick them up from the site of the operation. Wrapped in a white blanket, the guy was comprehending the incredible events of that night, trying to wrap his head around what had happened. The helicopter began a smooth descent, choosing a suitable place on a small flat area for a safe landing. The familiar figure of the leader emerged from the helicopter, her formal skirt fluttering in the wind from the working propellers. She informed Lu Xun about the completion of the cleanup mission and promised assistance in processing bonus payments. When the guy tried to clarify the details of the incident, the manager interrupted him, mentioning a special group of investigators. With professional restraint, she noted the rarity of unexplained incidents, emphasizing the importance of searching for evidence. The supervisor hinted at the existence of certain leads in the current investigation, her voice sounding significant. The mention of the investigative team's report moved on to the strange question about the voices of fish that the operatives heard. Memories of the eerie voices of fish, repeating accusations against the boss of the organization, surfaced in Lu Xun's memory. The leader noted the impossibility of talking fish and the lack of recording of voices in headphones, suggesting a mass hallucination. She suggested digging deeper, paying attention to the content of the fish's cries about paying back with the life of the boss for his actions. The manager interrupted the theoretical discussions, inviting Lu Xun to follow her to solve new work issues. The majestic building of the security office in the second satellite city towered over the surrounding area, bathed in the ominous light of the scarlet moon. Upon arrival, the boss invited the young man to rest in his office, citing urgent matters that required her temporary absence. Invisible to others, 17th, with childish delight, pounced on the sweets left for her brother, enjoying every bite. Absorbed in the delicacy, the sister did not even notice the traces of chocolate left on her face, completely surrendering to the process of eating the sweets. Tenderly clutching the remaining candies, the girl enthusiastically thanked her brother for the incredibly tasty treat. The sudden movement of the door handle interrupted the conversation of the brother, who was inviting his sister to finish all the sweets. In an effort to avoid suspicion of mental disorder, Lu Xun hurriedly collected the candy wrappers scattered by his sister into his hands. The returning manager was surprised to note the large number of candy wrappers in the hands of the young employee. The thought flashed through her mind about a possible connection between the use of abilities and the unusual operative's craving for sweets. Getting to the point, she reported no traces of reasonable force upon careful examination of the lake after the operation. Laboratory tests confirmed that samples from the site where the body was found matched samples from the boss and distortion source number 41. In the spacious office, the leader carefully studied the young operative, trying to comprehend his incredible victory over a creature of a high level of intelligence. Handing over an official document to Lu Xun, she dryly announced that the investigation into the source of distortion 041 had been transferred to another unit of the Special Service. There was a business note in her voice as she suggested a thorough analysis of the methods and results of the recent cleanup operation. The unexpected question about secret abilities sounded especially poignant when the leader asked how the young man was able to defeat a creature with a strength of almost 200 units. The young operative, maintaining a calm expression on his face, asked with sincere bewilderment about the reasons for such unexpected interest in his possible hidden talents. The boss explained that according to preliminary estimates, Lu Xun belongs to the class of arachnids with the ability to generate 100 units of mental energy. In a calm tone, she explained a rare pattern. Mutants usually have a lower level of mental energy compared to high-level distorted creatures. The leader paid special attention to the fact that the organization extremely rarely allows single mutants to enter into confrontation with such creatures. With undisguised interest, she noted the exceptionality of the case. The young man had successfully eliminated not only sample 036, but also the more dangerous source of distortion 041. There was a note of caution in the boss's voice as she characterized his approach as overly straightforward and presumptuous for accepted protocols. The silence in the office became almost palpable as Lu Xun slowly began his answer, carefully choosing each word for the upcoming explanation. The young man's sudden admission that his sister had dealt with the distortion made the manager freeze in bewilderment. The guy's last words, that it was his sister who destroyed these creatures, sounded in the office like a clap of thunder on a clear day. The manager, leaning forward, asked a direct question about the whereabouts of the sister whom the young operative had just mentioned. With easy confidence, Lu Xun pointed his finger into the space directly in front of the boss, indicating the presence of the invisible 17th. At this very moment, his unusual sister, with her legs dangling from the ceiling, was really right in front of the puzzled leader. An irritation flashed in the boss's eyes. There was definitely no one in front of her, and she began to suspect that her subordinate was simply mocking her. Deciding to change the subject, the woman moved on to discuss his disobedience to a direct order to retreat during a recent clearing operation. When asked how he determined the absence of distortion in the three fighters, the young man simply replied that he saw it with his own eyes. While the invisible 17th continued her acrobatic sketches under the ceiling, the leader, with obvious disbelief, asked about his ability to see. Lu Xun patiently explained that he immediately noticed the difference between the people controlled by the monster and the real distorted creatures. A note of professional interest appeared in the leader's voice when she clarified his ability to see a distorted field. The young man, with sincere surprise and slight embarrassment, asked whether others really did not have such an ability. Concluding the conversation, the boss praised his work and let him go. But the guy hesitated, clearly wanting to add something. She calmed his worries by noting that after the appearance of the Red Moon, many people acquired unusual mental abilities. Lu Xun, a little embarrassed, admitted that he was more interested in the question of the reward due for a successful operation. With a barely noticeable smile, the manager assured him that funds would soon arrive in his bank account. Leaving the office with his invisible sister holding his phone, the young man heard her concerned remark about the many unkind looks. 17 commented with childish resentment on the interrogation of the boss. Her voice rang with undisguised indignation at such an attitude towards her brother. Lu Xun gently rebuked his sister, reminding him of the importance of respecting those who provide them with decent pay for their work. Left alone, the manager contacted her colleagues via earpiece, sharing an unexpected discovery about the young man's ability to see distortions. With a heavy sigh, she noted the direct correlation between the variety of an operative's abilities and the risk of him losing control over them. After pressing the red button, the office was filled with translucent figures of colleagues gathered for an emergency meeting. The bald old man from the council suggested that the guy had exceptional visualization abilities and an unusually high level of mental energy. The mustachioed man abruptly interrupted the admiring speeches, raising the thorny issue of the risks of hiring a potentially dangerous mutant contrary to established rules. The leader tried to protect Lu Xun, but the opponent pointed out signs of split personality during the last operation. The man grimly outlined the potential threat the operative could pose to the second city and capital if control were lost. There was obvious irritation in the leader's voice when she demanded specific proposals instead of empty criticism. The mustachioed council member proposed to establish constant surveillance of the guy, expressing his readiness to finance his maintenance for the sake of general safety. With firm conviction, the leader objected, emphasizing that it was surveillance that could provoke the one who had recently saved the city from disaster. The discussion continued at the long table, with one of the participants making reference to Minister Shen confirming the young operative's instability. In the spacious hall of holograms, a heated debate broke out about the fate of an unusual employee, each defending his own vision of the situation. A man with a monocle who appeared in the discussion dryly noted that, having studied all the data about the guy, he estimates the probability of his breakdown at 80%. 3 days after this mysterious meeting, a black jeep moved slowly through the gray streets of a deserted city. The sudden vibration of the office phone issued by the manager interrupted the young man's thoughts. While in his day office, Lu Xun held the phone thoughtfully, pondering the strange changes in the city's atmosphere. An official voice came through the phone, introducing himself as Mr. Han Bin from the Special Department for Clearing Distortions. The pink-haired female corporal explained the standard procedure for completing special cases that required special processing. To the guy's remark about the complexity of their work, the corporal casually replied that she did not see anything special in it. She announced the readiness of the final conclusion on Sample 041 and the discovered corpses of Qin Ran and Kui Wang. Continuing the conversation, the corporal clarified the information about sending the bodies to be sealed in the sacred sanctuary. Despite the absence of traces of mental energy in the area where the corpses were found, she confirmed the installation of a year-long blockade of the territory. In response to the message of gratitude from the rescued members of the surveillance group, Lu Xun modestly replied that in any case he could not leave them in trouble. The corporal reported the transfer of 30,000 yuan as a reward for exceptional contributions to eliminating the dangerous distortion. At the mention of the upcoming full assessment assigned by the manager, an alarming note of uncertainty appeared in the guy's voice. The girl explained the standard procedure for assessing abilities necessary for the official employment of new employees. There was open surprise in Lu Xun's voice at the prospect of getting a permanent job in a special department. Having quickly overcome his anxiety, the young man confidently declared his readiness for the upcoming tests. Continuing the conversation, the guy asked about the true reasons for the events that happened at the mysterious lake. The corporal explained that distortion type 041-1 was the scavenger who controlled Qinran's body, which was subsequently found in the lake. According to the girl, the second distortion of type 0412 turned out to be a shapeshifter who took on the appearance of the boss before his final death. In the transport company where the 4 suspects worked, information about them was limited to data from a year ago. Concluding the report, the corporal added that the 3 detainees admitted to assisting Qin Ran in the murder and hiding Wang's body in the lake. During the investigation, a strange detail emerged about the boss's sudden increase in appetite, to which Lu Xun skeptically inquired about the significance of this fact. When the corporal mentioned the possibility of changing the memory of some mutants, the guy expressed disbelief at such an absurd assumption. The pink-haired girl shared the research department's hypothesis that the owner of the transport company was the victim of indoctrination into believing that he was Kui Wang. According to the corporal, the scavenger's ability to absorb and master various objects left many questions without definitive answers. She explained that newly infected creatures retain their sanity and disdain the distortion, but gradually begin to suffer from hallucinations. The story with the boss of the organization took on a new meaning. Kui Wang, having lain at the bottom of the lake, was distorted and transformed into the semblance of a leader. The researchers suggested the possibility of completely transforming the creature into the boss of the organization, including gaining his memories and appearance. Lu Yuan summed it up. The infected boss killed the man, and the created monster absorbed his remains, closing the circle of tragic events. Calming the guy, the corporal assured that there was no longer any danger, since the distorted one would be securely sealed in a special storage facility. She emphasized the reliability of the technological equipment, guaranteeing that no distorted creatures would escape from the vault. After the conversation ended, the young man looked at the phone with satisfaction, rejoicing at the 36,000 yuan he had earned. With genuine delight, Lu Xun rejoiced not only at the money he received, but also at the prospect of official employment in a special department. After several hours, the young man walked down a dark alley while his sister, sitting on a lamppost, welcomed his return. Suddenly, the silence of the alley was cut by a rapidly flying sharp dagger, aiming straight at the walking guy. Thanks to his incredible reaction, Lu Xun managed to dodge the deadly blade at the last moment. 17 jumped from her perch with lightning speed, ready to defend her brother from the unknown attacker. The sister, invisible to others, deftly intercepted the flying dagger, preventing the possibility of a second attack. A guy's scream echoed in the deserted alley, demanding that the unknown assailant reveal himself. A mysterious voice from above noted Lu Xun's impressive reflexes, hinting that they belonged to the same class. Turning sharply, the young man tried to discern the owner of the mocking voice in the darkness of the alley. In the dim light of the lantern, the silhouette of the gecko, who had recently become his mysterious colleague, appeared. The stranger, who had been on the wall all this time, gracefully descended, demonstrating incredible dexterity. The light of the lantern revealed his elegant image, perfect figure, stylish glasses, and flowing red cloak. With a malicious smile, the blonde tried to calm the tense guy, explaining his attack as a simple check. Extending his hand in greeting, the stranger introduced himself as Gecko, a colonel under the command of their common leader. Lu Xun expressed justifiable indignation at the danger of the situation, emphasizing the possibility of a tragic outcome if the reaction was delayed. The gecko casually waved away the concerns, recalling their shared membership in this psychotic class of mutants. 17, flashing a crazy look, suggested that her brother deal with the self-confident blonde once and for all. At this tense moment, even ghostly parents appeared in the apartment window, ready to come to their son's aid at any moment. The father, usually gloomy, now radiated especially strong hostility towards the unfamiliar guest in the red cloak. With a sad smile, Lu Xun noted that he had not seen his family so united and ready for joint action for a long time. Addressing his new colleague, the guy warned about the possibility of a retaliatory strike next time and offered to follow him. The gecko was surprised by the hostility of his fellow mutant, recalling the traditions of greeting in the second city for which he had come a long way. The blonde refused the invitation to the house, trying to find out the reason for the sudden aggression, to which he received a cold refusal to talk. In an effort to defuse the situation, Lu Xun suggested forgetting the incident and inquired about the real reason for the visit from the leader. With his hand on his colleague's shoulder, Gecko explained about an emergency situation involving a gang of 6 that required a solution before being assessed. To a clarifying question about the connection between the gang and the upcoming assessment, the blonde mysteriously replied that everything would become clear in due time. Seeing how the invisible 17th hung on the guest's neck, the guy excitedly asked his sister not to break his neck. The puzzled gecko turned his head in search of the mentioned sister, and Lu Xun explained that she clearly did not like his previous trick. The gecko noticed that the lack of surprise from an invisible threat makes a guy truly dangerous in the eyes of others. Glancing at his wristwatch, the blonde reported receiving notification that the assessment would begin in 15 minutes. To Lu Xun's surprise, the gecko explained the management's particular intolerance to lateness at the early warning. With undisguised enthusiasm, the blonde expressed his desire to personally see his new colleague's abilities in action. Starting to climb the wall, the gecko suggested a little competition with a mischievous smile. Watching his colleague's acrobatic stunts, the guy ironically offered his help in climbing. Lu Xun resolutely refused to climb, suggesting that they make a short stop. In the subway car, 17 clearly expressed dissatisfaction with the choice of transport, preferring a more extreme method of transportation. The guy chuckled mentally, wondering if his hasty colleague knew about the direct metro line to the exam site. Coming out of the subway, Lu Xun looked around the foggy cityscape, preparing for the upcoming tests. The gecko, who was a little late, continued to demonstrate his agility by moving along the walls of the building. Admitting defeat, the blonde complained about the unexpected choice of the subway instead of his intended wandering around the city. In an effort to smooth out the situation, he suggested heading straight to the desired building. To the remark about the love of complications, Lu Xun responded with a smile with a question about the ban on jokes. At that moment, the supervisor met them in the building, noting the timely arrival of both operatives. The leader introduced the assembled experts from various fields, emphasizing their important role in the upcoming examination of the newcomer. Lu Xun asked in bewilderment about the 6 gang members Gecko mentioned earlier. The leader's puzzled look clearly showed her complete misunderstanding of the question of the mysterious gang. The 6 elderly experts burst into laughter, explaining that they were talking about the leaders of the upcoming aptitude assessment. The young man cast an accusing glance at his colleague, who only shrugged his shoulders in response to the silent reproach. With professional seriousness, the leader explained the similarity of their abilities, appointing Gecko as the newcomer's temporary mentor. The blonde joyfully greeted the professors, showing with all his appearance his long-standing acquaintance with the expert team. One of the professors unceremoniously pushed Gecko aside, grumpily noting that he was interfering with the procedure. An elderly expert in glasses approaching the subject suggested immediately starting the examination. The professor explained the first stage of testing, measuring the limit of mental strength to develop an effective development program. The boss emphasized the importance of instruction, explaining the special nature of mutants and the risks of losing control if abilities were used incorrectly. The gecko in the red cloak ironically commented on the hackneyed phrase about control, suggesting that you simply complete the task regardless of the result. With a grin, the blonde remembered his own ordeal when they tried to direct him along the standard path of training. The first stage of the assessment was a shooting range, where a massive firearm of impressive size was placed on a table. The manager raised her weapon, explaining the need to test the shooting skills of a beginner who has no professional training. With confident movements, the woman inserted a loaded magazine into the weapon, preparing to demonstrate. With clear movements, the leader showed the correct sequence of actions when handling weapons. Her demonstration shot accurately hit the target in the 7 area, showing a good level of weapon proficiency. To the surprise of those present, she handed the weapon to the guy, declaring a short demonstration to be the end of the training. Lu Xun froze in bewilderment, realizing that all preparation had been reduced to a single demonstration shot. The gecko nonchalantly noted that knowing the basics of handling weapons can already be considered a successful completion of training. Taking the weapon with concentration, the young man took a deep breath, preparing to fire. There was utmost concentration in his gaze as he carefully took aim at the target. The professors, supervisor, and mentor carefully watched every move of the new operative. After the shot, everyone froze in tense anticipation, trying to see the result on a distant target. The leader asked Gecko to help the newcomer, while the professors watched the situation in surprise. Approaching his colleague, the blonde placed his hands on his shoulders, calmly explaining the basic principles of shooting, weapon evaluation, correct grip, and aiming. Suddenly, some invisible female hands began to help the guy with the correct position of the weapon. It was 17, supporting her brother's hands for an accurate shot with her palms, invisible to others. Lu Xun's focused gaze was fixed on the scope as he realized the correct shooting technique. On the second attempt, the guy fired, feeling more confident in his actions. The result exceeded all expectations. The bullet accurately hit the center of the target, hitting the top 10. The gecko enthusiastically praised his colleague's accuracy, while the manager did not hide her surprise. Having completed the shooting, Lu Xun began to study the mechanism of the weapon with sincere interest, trying to understand the intricacies of its design and the features of reloading. Watching her brother disassemble the weapon, 17 noticed with a wide smile that this activity was boring. The young man expressed a desire to move on to the next test, feeling that shooting was not his calling. The gecko made a philosophical comment about the purpose of using weapons, emphasizing their importance in their work. The bespectacled professor recognized the newcomer's natural talent as sufficient and suggested continuing testing. The next stage was a test of reflexes, where the guy had to dodge shots. When running 100 meters, my sister helped her brother achieve an impressive result of 3.9 seconds. This was followed by a maneuverability test in confined spaces. The professor suggested demonstrating mental strength by trying to grab an apple with the power of thought. 17 refused to help, explaining that her support was only for dangerous situations. At this moment, the gecko, climbing up the wall, joyfully announced his participation in the fun. In a specially equipped laboratory, a female professor completed complex testing of the young operative's mental state, carefully recording each result. All the experts and the manager gathered around a massive round table, preparing for a serious discussion of the results of a comprehensive examination of an unusual candidate. The gray-haired professor was the first to break the silence, noting that the guy's abilities were undoubtedly of a high rank, but his true potential was even higher. The mental health specialist joined the discussion, reporting the successful completion of all planned tests and measurements. With some excitement in her voice, she began to read out the results, especially noting the identified anomalies in the mental health of the subject. Adjusting her sliding glasses, the female professor suddenly announced that the guy's mental state was even more stable than that of most of those present. The specialist's conclusion caused a wave of surprise among the assembled experts and the director, who clearly expected different results from the study. The psychologist professor shared the details of her conversation with the guy, noting his openness in conversations about family, life in the shelter, and subsequent trials. With professional precision, She noted the young man's exceptional honesty in describing his relationships with members of his unusual family. The psychologist paid special attention to a serious conversation about split personality and the possible existence of biological relatives of the subject. A skeptical expert expressed doubts about the possibility of maintaining a normal psyche after the blood moon incident, but the psychologist confidently rejected the suspicions. The psychologist emphasized the guy's amazing optimism and kindness, attributing the credit for shaping his personality to the former director of the Blood Moon Orphanage. The gray-haired professor suddenly suggested that the presence of 3 family members and the abilities inherited from his sister could indicate the existence of 2 unknown forces. A reflex specialist shared an amazing observation. During the test, instead of mentally grabbing the apple, the guy simply extended his hand, demonstrating extraordinary strength. The expert noted with particular interest the incredible observation skills of the young man, who managed to recognize and even pull his perfectly fitting wig. The manager, listening to the discussion, expressed doubt that if the guy had actually participated in the incident at the shelter, the consequences would have been much more catastrophic. The majestic watchtower of the second guiding city rose like a gray monolith, bathed in the ominous light of the blood moon in the sky. The old document contained a detailed description of the devastating explosion 10 years ago that completely destroyed the 3-story orphanage in the second guiding city. The hologram reported a hasty closure of the case due to lack of personnel, noting the strange absence of any traces at the scene. The man with the monocle spoke out in favor of hiring the guy after the briefing, emphasizing his decades-long efforts to control his dangerous abilities. At the meeting, he mentioned a recent Research Alliance conference that discussed the detection of C-class mutants in closed environments. The expert expressed concern about the possible recruitment of the guy by the Army, insisting on an early official assessment of his abilities. During the discussion, the professors noted a strange feeling from the guy's assessment, hinting at the possibility of moving on to the second stage of the plan. After a lengthy debate, the manager raised the decisive question of hiring a young man, receiving unanimous approval from all those present. In the next room, Gecko complained about the agonizing wait for a decision, while Lu Xun remained calm and patient. Turning to Lu Xun, the Gecko inquired with sincere interest about the discovery of his abilities, but received only a perplexed counter-question. With a mischievous smile, the blonde offered to share his own story of the first manifestation of unusual powers, clearly anticipating a fascinating story. Beginning his story, the Gecko plunged into memories of a cold winter day when an ordinary walk turned into a fateful meeting. Fate brought him together with a young girl who worked the night shift, and despite the scarcity of funds, he decided to warm her up with a cup of hot coffee. With warmth in his voice, the Gecko remembered how the girl unexpectedly invited him to play some kind of game, changing the course of this cold evening. Tenderness flashed in the guy's eyes when he admitted that he was ready to spend his last money for this chance meeting. According to the blonde, the girl's sincere gratitude was interrupted by the unexpected appearance of police who decided to check on the suspicious couple. At a critical moment, the Gecko discovered incredible abilities that allowed him to elude the law enforcement officers in the current situation. With special feeling, he described the moment of awakening his supernatural abilities, which forever changed his life path. The Gecko told his new colleague about the unusual personalities in their organization, noting that there were few normal people among them, mentioning a certain drunkard. Particular attention in the story was paid to the charming Dolly, whose beauty drove men crazy, hiding behind her amazing naivety of character. With a sly grin, the blonde mentioned their captain, hinting at his knowledge of the details of her wardrobe, including the color of her underwear. Lu Xun expressed doubt about the appropriateness of discussing the personal details of the boss, when 17, descending from the ceiling, confidently announced the pink color of the underwear. After his sister's prompting, the guy hesitantly said, "Pink," to which the Gecko noted his unexpected awareness with a triumphant smile. Encouraged by his colleague's confession, the blonde with a mischievous sparkle in his eyes asked for more detailed information about the boss's wardrobe. The sudden appearance of the leader asking about the topic of their conversation caused both men to instantly fall silent, creating an awkward atmosphere. Crossing her arms over her chest, the woman repeated her question about the subject of their conversation, deliberately pausing after each word. With professional rigor, the supervisor announced the completion of the survey, promising to provide a report later and emphasizing the need for capacity development. She explained Gecko's appointment as a mentor due to the similarity of their powers and assigned them to work together on several cleanup tasks. The boss spoke about the upcoming evening operation to eliminate the infected. Noting the level of difficulty and future instructions from Gecko, the leader emphasized the newcomer's main task, to observe the actions of the group leader and gain experience, after which he handed over an important document. Studying the papers handed over, Lu Xun was interested to discover his codename, Lone Wanderer, reflecting his special status in the organization. Handing over an identical package of documents to Gecko, the leader dryly noted that now it was his turn to familiarize himself with the materials. Leaning towards the newcomer, the leader warned with a threatening intonation that gossip behind her back could result in him running naked through the Forbidden City. As a parting comment, she made a remark about her all-black outfit today, making both men feel extremely awkward about the situation. Invisible. 17 commented indignantly on her boss's lie, insisting on her ability to see the true state of things with her own eyes. The new partners arrived at the destination indicated by the leader, preparing to carry out a joint mission under the cover of darkness. The Gecko seriously explained to the newcomer the peculiarities of their class of arachnids, emphasizing the specialization in practical training without unnecessary ceremony. The blonde honestly admitted that he would not bore him with theory and operating principles, but he could not hide his slight anxiety about the upcoming operation. Linda's voice came through the headphones, inquiring about the readiness of the operatives to complete the assigned task for this evening. The communications girl clarified the quality of signal reception, trying to ensure reliable communication during the upcoming operation. The Gecko, clearly flirting, romantically complained about the long days and nights of separation from her enchanting voice, trying to impress. With professional restraint, Linda mentioned her full name, Tai Chu, in an attempt to bring the conversation back to business. The blonde playfully objected, suggesting that she use the name Linda, which was more suitable for her beautiful voice, which, according to him, gives her goosebumps. After a heavy sigh, the girl compromised, allowing herself to be called Linda Chu in an effort to end the inappropriate flirtation. At the mention of a compromised version of the name, Gecko defiantly winced, expressing his categorical disagreement with such a proposal with his entire appearance. The sound of rapid typing on the keyboard accompanied Linda's voice as she announced the preparation of the necessary information for the upcoming task. Turning to the newcomer, the Gecko reminded him of the importance of carefully monitoring his actions, while simultaneously checking the operation of communication devices. Continuing the instructions, the blonde philosophically remarked on the dullness of solo tasks, emphasizing the importance of a partner even for simple communication. Gecko explained the partner selection system in the information department, offering to speed up the task for the sake of subsequent relaxed communication. Lu Xun, analyzing the situation, suggested a possible partnership with the pink-haired corporal, whom he remembered from previous meetings. With obvious indignation, the Gecko emphasized the paramount importance of interaction with the opposite sex during work tasks. Returning to a personal topic, the blonde tried to find out from Linda the reason for the interrupted conversation and her possible romantic relationship. In an irritated tone, the girl once again reminded of her real name, explaining the past silence with concern for another person. The Gecko was skeptical of her explanation, hinting at his awareness of the company's rules prohibiting the presence of children in the office. Linda countered with an unexpected hint about a date with an older man, which left the Gecko in complete confusion and misunderstanding. Climbing onto the wall, the Gecko proposed to begin the task, but Lu Xun first approached his sister with an invitation to join their mission. 17 decisively stated her terms of cooperation, demanding a sweet reward before starting to work with her brother. Lu Xun's attempt to dissuade his sister from eating sweets with a caring reminder about the harm to teeth caused her violent indignation at being treated like a child. Calming his sister with a gentle pat on the head, the guy tried to explain his concern, but she continued to insist on her right to a treat. With childish spontaneity, 17 demanded 10 special candies with a specific taste, first sweet, then bitter aftertaste. After a heavy sigh, Lu Xun agreed to his sister's terms, handing her the desired delicacy as payment for her cooperation. With uncontrollable enthusiasm, 17 attacked the chocolate bar, devouring it with obvious pleasure and childish spontaneity. Having finished her impromptu feast, the girl deftly jumped onto her brother's back, energetically calling for the beginning of their joint adventure. Watching his partner's slow rise, Gecko ironically commented on his appearance, recalling his previous preference for the subway. Finding himself next to his partner, the blonde inquired about Lu Xun's ability to see anything unusual in the environment. The young operative requested time to thoroughly analyze the situation, seeking to use his unique abilities most effectively. His eyes began to emit a strange glow as he peered into space, waiting for the manifestation of something unusual in the surroundings. In a huge warehouse reminiscent of an industrial hive, dozens of people mechanically performed monotonous actions, immersed in some kind of eerie trance. The terrible picture was reminiscent of a horror film. People, as if they had lost their minds, monotonously repeated one word: work. Their movements were mechanical and lifeless. Each worker, like a programmed robot, endlessly repeated the same movements, creating a frightening impression of mass insanity. Some unfortunate people's fingers and body parts had already fallen off from continuous mechanical work, but they continued their insane work without noticing the injuries. The frightening picture was complemented by the bloodshot eyes of the workers, glowing with an ominous red light, and swollen veins ready to burst. Lu Xun froze in a daze from the nightmare he saw. His mind refused to accept the reality of what was happening in this terrible place. Having settled down on the roof, the gecko drew his partner's attention to a specific person who stood out even in this realm of madness. The blonde pointed to a man whose behavior was strikingly different from the other zombified workers, creating the impression of a special anomaly. With professional interest, Lu Xun inquired about the identity and goals of this mysterious character who stood out among the rest. The gecko advised his partner to concentrate on the object of observation in order to better understand the essence of what was happening in this place. 17 materialized behind her brother, offering her assistance in the investigation with her characteristic mysterious smile. Gathering all his strength, Lu Xun focused his attention on the strange man in a business suit, trying to penetrate his mind. Through a crazy look and a distorted face, the man shouted about the need to work, asserting their right to take the place of people after the disaster they experienced. In the man's distorted mind, crazy thoughts swarmed about equality with stray dogs and fear of savages from abandoned lands eager to take their place. His speech became increasingly incoherent as he spoke of the need to work until exhaustion to prove his right to be in this place. In his fevered mind, only endless work could justify their existence in the city, and stopping work meant inevitable death by starvation. Listening to this stream of mad consciousness, Lu Xun began to understand the true nature of the distortion that had engulfed this place and its inhabitants. The gecko reminded his partner about the words of the leader regarding his visualization abilities. Interested in current observations, with a heavy sigh, the young operative admitted that he only saw a man obsessed with work, not noticing other anomalies. The blonde confirmed their suspicions by revealing the identity of the subject, a former politician, now a mutant, whose presence here required special attention. The coordinator's voice came through the headphones, providing details. A 40-year-old man held the position of manager of a garment factory. Linda added information. Having arrived in the city at 27 years old, he founded a factory, which recently went bankrupt due to his incompetent management. 10 days ago, a message was received about the discovery of a strange anomaly on the territory of a closed factory, requiring immediate attention. The arriving surveillance team discovered that the situation had long ago gotten out of control, with infected workers attacking everyone entering the building. According to Linda, the distraught workers had been working non-stop for 60 hours, and there was a real threat of them dying from exhaustion without outside intervention. The coordinator warned about the danger of spreading the infection to neighboring enterprises, explaining the order from higher management to immediately clear the facility. Through the earpiece, Lu Xun expressed concern about the number of workers in the factory, numbering about 100 people, seeking an optimal solution to the situation. The gecko firmly reminded his partner of the main priority of the mission, clearing the infestation, not eliminating its carriers, emphasizing the immutability of this principle. With the usual playfulness in his voice, the blonde turned to Linda for advice on how to effectively complete the task. The girl professionally suggested using a special tranquilizer against the mutant, taking into account his remaining human traits. The gecko warned about the target's ability to control hundreds of people at once, suggesting the possibility of blocking the shot with a mental barrier. Linda announced a plan to create a distraction with an explosion in the eastern part of the factory, which would disorient both the workers and their manager. With determination in her voice, the coordinator emphasized the critical importance of a single accurate shot within a short period of time after the explosion. These words clearly inspired Gecko, awakening in him professional passion and interest in the upcoming operation. Removing a tranquilizer weapon from the case, the blonde turned to it with tenderness, anticipating the moment of use. With the precise movements of a professional, Gecko carefully inserted a clear vial filled with glowing greenish tranquilizer liquid into the weapon. Lu Xun watched with admiration his partner's incredible leap, demonstrating uncanny agility and precision in his movements. Hooking his feet on a metal beam, the Gecko hung upside down, tightly gripping the gun and whispering words of anticipation for the upcoming shot. Linda's focused voice was heard in the headphones, starting the countdown and calling on all participants in the operation to prepare for action. At around 30, the blonde clung to the sight with his usual movement, choosing the optimal position for the upcoming decisive shot. At the count of 20, the young operative peered intently at what was happening, preparing to record the slightest changes in the situation. When the number 10 sounded, the invisible 17th materialized next to her brother, ready to support him at a critical moment. The final, 1 and command, fire, sounded simultaneously with a deafening explosion, marking the beginning of the operation to neutralize the target. A powerful explosion illuminated the factory with a blinding flash, creating the diversion necessary for the operation and diverting the enemy's attention. Taking advantage of the moment, the Gecko instantly adjusted his aim, choosing the perfect moment for the decisive shot at the disoriented target. With incredible accuracy and professionalism, the blonde fired a shot from a massive weapon, leaving no chance for the target to dodge. A special tranquilizer bullet reached its target, hitting the distraught man exactly at the intended impact point. The fast-moving projectile entered directly into the mutant's neck, instantly delivering the paralyzing compound into his circulatory system. The tranquilizer took effect immediately, the target's eyes rolling back to reveal the whites of the target, signaling a successful defeat. With undisguised complacency, Gecko commented on the accuracy of his shot, emphasizing his confidence in the success of the operation from the very beginning. The blonde called on his partner to immediately begin cleaning up, and together they headed deep into the factory, ready to carry out the next stage of the mission. Walking between the possessed workers, Lu Xun was perplexed. Despite the neutralization of the source, people continued their meaningless mechanical work. Satisfied with himself, the Gecko turned to Linda via communication, demanding recognition of his professionalism and skill in completing the task. The coordinator modestly praised the shooter and announced the dispatch of a support team to complete the operation to clear the area. 17, sitting on her brother's shoulders, suddenly drew his attention to something unusual, which attracted her uncanny attention. Wary of the reaction of his sister, whose abilities always helped to notice anomalies, Lu Xun tried to determine the source of her concern. Below, he noticed the eerie figure of a young girl, similar to a corpse, who turned to him, repeating the question of stopping work. Her appearance was terrifying. Bluish skin, a red dress, 2 pigtails, and endless repetitions of one phrase burst out from her distorted face. In the girl's crazy eyes, one could read a complete obsession with the idea of continuous work, turning her into a kind of creepy mechanical doll. The operative gave Linda a description of the discovered creature. A girl of 7 or 8 years old with a mysterious mark between her eyebrows, clearly not similar to a person. The coordinator instantly connected the girl's appearance with the tragic story of the factory owner's daughter, who died last year under strange circumstances. The story of her death was especially tragic. The father, distracted by a phone call, did not keep track of his daughter, who was trying to pick up the toy from the road. The end of the tragic story was when a car suddenly appeared and hit a little girl in front of her distracted father. The ghostly girl continued to accuse the 2 operatives of shirking work, her distorted voice sounding increasingly threatening. After her words, an ominous silence reigned in the factory. All the workers simultaneously stopped their work, turning empty glances at the 2 slackers. The Gecko, having assessed the situation with a professional eye, identified the creature as a second-level desecration, which required a special approach. Lu Xun, admitting his inexperience, asked for clarification on the nature and characteristics of the second-level defilement, preparing for a possible confrontation. Linda explained the connection between the types of pollution, highlighting the father's use of mental power to create a copy of his dead daughter. The coordinator especially noted the difficulty of creating a second-level desecration, indicating the exceptionally high level of mental power of the creator. The creepy girl approaching the operatives quoted her father's rule about punishing those who refuse to work, threatening immediate death. At her command, the zombified workers grabbed improvised objects, turning them into weapons, and moved towards the intruders, shouting about the need to work. The young operative watched in horror as the madness unfolded around them, realizing the seriousness of the situation. With a lightning-fast movement, Gecko threw his dagger, showing the enemy the true strength of a professional operative. The thrown weapon hit its target accurately, piercing the ghostly girl's body, but the effect of this blow remained unclear. The thrown dagger passed through the girl's ghostly figure, becoming stuck in the cardboard box behind her, proving the uselessness of physical weapons. The gecko instantly realized the problem. The creature created by the second-level distortion did not possess a material body, rendering normal attacks useless. The failed attack attempt only increased the rage of the ghostly girl, whose cries for avoiding work became increasingly shrill and threatening. A powerful blue-colored sound wave erupted from the creature's distorted mouth, demonstrating the true power of Level 2 defilement. Zombified workers surrounded the operatives in a tight ring, monotonously repeating the mantra about work, their movements becoming more and more threatening. The lightning-fast reaction saved the gecko from being hit with an axe, which one of the possessed workers aimed directly at his head. Climbing to the top tiers of storage boxes, the blonde tried to gain time while simultaneously maintaining contact with Linda to coordinate actions. The moment she attacked Lu Xun, 17 instantly activated her power, imparting supernatural speed and agility to her brother. The young operative followed his partner's example, using his improved abilities to climb stacks of boxes. Linda warned of the difficulty of countering Level 2 corruption for the arachnids, suggesting a retreat and summoning Princess Dolly. Lu Xun expressed doubt about Dolly's ability to handle the current situation, realizing the seriousness of the threat. Supported by the strength of his sister, the young operative decisively declared his intention to try his own way of solving the problem. Via an emergency communication channel, Linda ordered Gecko to stop his partner, emphasizing the danger of the situation for his unstable abilities. The coordinator announced the switch to the second communication channel, causing the bewilderment of the gecko, who did not understand the reasons for such secrecy. Linda explained the newcomer's special ability to resist pollution, but warned of the high risk of losing control, according to the colonel. She emphasized the importance of protecting the guy from psychologically stressful situations, especially given the presence of a child among opponents. At this moment, a merger with 17 occurred. Lu Xun's eyes turned black, and his pupils acquired an ominous red hue. The sister, showing her creepy nature, with childish delight, offered to take care of the girl in a red dress, anticipating entertainment. Dodging the attacks of the zombified workers, Lu Xun firmly rejected his sister's proposal while maintaining a clear mind. The perplexed 17th could not understand her brother's refusal to have fun, which the reprisal against the ghostly girl promised. Lu Xun explained to his sister the pointlessness of attacking an illusory creature, emphasizing its unreal nature and the absence of a real threat. Continuing to fight the possessed workers, 17 stubbornly insisted that the girl was real based on her appearance. Having barricaded the zombies' path with boxes, Lu Xun urged them to move on, considering this part of the confrontation completed. Having made his way to the ghostly girl and fenced himself off from the rest of the zombies, Lu Xun tried to start a dialogue, hoping to reach her consciousness. With unexpected calm in his voice, he asked the creature to stop all this chaos, trying to find a peaceful solution. Through the earpiece, the gecko expressed bewilderment at his partner's inaction, expecting immediate action from him to neutralize the threat. Maintaining amazing composure, Lu Xun assured his colleagues of complete control over the situation, not seeing the need for aggressive actions. Observing the newcomer's unusual tactics, Gecko noted his unconventional approach to solving the problem, which differed from the usual methods. The worry in Linda's voice grew as she tried to understand the young operative's strategy in confronting the ghostly girl. An alarming thought flashed through Lu Xun's mind about the similarity of his sister's nature with the current defilement created by someone else's mental power. The ghostly girl once again let out a deafening scream that echoed throughout the room, demanding that the intruders get to work immediately. At her call, zombified workers began to overcome the barricades of boxes, approaching the young operative menacingly. Covering his ears from the piercing scream, Lu Xun felt himself gradually losing control of the situation and his own consciousness. His hands involuntarily reached out to the ghostly girl, as if controlled by some unknown force, forcing him to act against his will. 17, having seized control of her brother, gave his actions an aggressive character, turning to the ghostly girl with a frightening smile. The sudden appearance of the mother's ghost brought an unexpected twist to the development of events, attracting everyone's attention. Hearing his mother's voice, the guy turned around, and his shocked sister admitted his unpreparedness to deal with such difficult situations. 17 froze in complete amazement. Her frightened gaze was riveted on her mother, whom she did not expect to see in this situation. A beautiful red-haired woman with a pearl necklace wisely noted that only with the appearance of one's own children comes a true understanding of parental responsibility. The ghostly girl showed signs of confusion, as if trying to remember something important, but continued to mechanically repeat calls to work. The mother of the family gently addressed the little creature, reminding him of the inappropriateness of thoughts about work at such a young age when children should be studying. Kneeling down in front of the girl, the woman spoke bitterly about the irresponsibility of the father, who forced the child to think about work because of his greed. With understanding, she noted that even after losing the factory and his daughter because of his own greed, the father sincerely believed that all his actions were for the benefit of the child. Her words condemned the self-confidence of a man who believed that his precious daughter would always understand and support any of his decisions. The calming words had an effect on the girl for a moment, but the darkness inside her continued to exude mad calls for endless work. Suddenly, the ghostly creature froze with its mouth open, its gaze filled with surprise at the changes taking place. The girl watched in horror as her mother's appearance became more and more sinister. Her eyes glowed red, and her facial expression became thoughtful and threatening. The woman began to influence the ghostly girl, enveloping her in a red aura emanating directly from her heart, trying to change the very essence of the creature. Maternal tenderness gave way to cruelty when the woman reminded the girl of the need for unquestioning submission to her elders. Creepy scissors adorned with ominous eyes materialized from her red hair, creating a surreal picture of what was happening. With theatrical slowness, the woman lifted the ghostly girl's doll, bringing the deadly scissors to its fragile neck. A sharp movement of sharp blades divided the toy into two parts, symbolizing the final break with the past life. In oppressive silence, the doll's head fell at the feet of the ghostly girl, frozen in horror, increasing the drama of the moment. The creature's face took on an ashen gray hue, and her screams became even more shrill and desperate. The mother watched the process of upbringing with cold detachment, commenting on the girl's disobedience with frightening calm. The ghostly figure of the girl began to become covered with cracks, as if it were really created from fragile porcelain. The zombified workers suddenly stopped their mechanical movements, watching the unfolding scene in fascination. The gecko watched what was happening in complete bewilderment, unable to comprehend the nature of the events unfolding before him. In communication with Linda, he confirmed the presence of second-level desecration, trying to comprehend what he had seen. Watching his partner, the blonde saw only his figure, shrouded in red energy, not noticing the presence of 17. In his report to Linda, he announced the completion of the cleanup, admitting his own lack of understanding of what had happened. After the successful completion of the operation, the ghost of the mother disappeared into thin air, leaving behind a feeling of a mysterious farewell. Through the intercom, Linda spoke to Lu Xun, inquiring about the method of purifying the second-level defilement. Lu Xun modestly replied that he could not explain what happened. He just somehow managed to cope with the situation. The arriving support team methodically put protective masks on all zombified workers, preventing further spread of the infection. Answering his partner's question about the fate of the victims, Gecko explained their relative luck. A mild degree of infection would allow them to be cured with psychotherapy. Comparing the complexity of the operation to the construction of a skyscraper, the blonde emphasized the incredible difficulty of the task they completed. Putting his hand on Lu Xun's shoulder, the gecko asked him to reveal the secret of successfully confronting the ghostly girl. In response to the beginner's puzzled question, the blonde described what he saw, a simple taking of a toy from a ghostly creature. Lu Xun explained his logic, noticing the physical nature of the toy. He decided to scare the creature by taking away an item that was important to it. Scratching the back of his head, Gecko clarified that the simple decapitation of the doll frightened the second-level desecration so much that it eliminated itself. With a mysterious smile, the young operative asked if not everyone is capable of such a simple method of solving a problem. The gecko sincerely admitted the uniqueness of this approach, to which Lu Xun ironically noted the predictability of such a reaction. Linda commented professionally, based on analysis of past cases, such methods had limited effectiveness against monsters, but the complete disappearance of defilement was unprecedented. Linda persistently pointed out inconsistencies in the explanation, sharply turning to Lu Xun with suspicion about hiding additional details of what happened. The young man humbly admitted the futility of trying to deceive the coordinator, remembering his mother's wise words about honesty. Developing the idea, he explained the nature of the incident. The director's excessive regret over the loss of his daughter led to the splitting of his mental power, which created her image. The coordinator confirmed the successful completion of the operation to neutralize Distortion 039, transferring further actions to the support team. The Gecko tried to detain Linda with a request to compile a report, but received a categorical refusal, motivated by the need to feed the child. The blonde froze in unpleasant surprise, clearly not expecting such a turn of events in his conversation with the coordinator. Addressing his partner, Gecko emphasized the importance of maintaining morale even after completing a difficult task. He mysteriously hinted at a special place that could lift the spirits after a hard day at work. Once in the nightclub, Gecko was already seated in the company of two attractive girls, enjoying the atmosphere of the establishment. Lu Xun watched what was happening in bewilderment, doubting the advisability of this way of spending time. Throwing away money, Gecko philosophically remarked on the need to have a lot of fun before the roof finally goes crazy. Watching his partner consume liters of alcohol, Lu Xun reflected on the strange understanding of professional responsibilities. Feeling the moral support of the invisible sister who squeezed his hand, Lu Xun gained unexpected confidence in his actions. With a sudden, crazy gleam in his eyes, the young operative asked his partner about the possibility of reimbursement for expenses by headquarters. Gecko indignantly rejected this idea, emphasizing the obvious impossibility of writing off such entertainment as work expenses. Disappointed with the response, Lu Xun left the club, muttering under his breath about the pointlessness of such a pastime without the financial support of the organization. At the training center, the guy sat down with a cup of tea and sweets, looking through official documents in a calm atmosphere. Thinking about the colonel's words about training, he felt a little uneasy about being alone in the training room. Suddenly, a corporal's voice came through the earpiece, explaining the importance of basic training and the secrecy of even low-level information from civilians. Mentally noting the disappointment of not making eye contact with the attractive instructor, he expressed his readiness to learn. The corporal began the lecture with the history of the term, distortion, first used in the Lunar Eclipse Laboratory, formerly known as the Blood Moon Laboratory. She emphasized the youth of the scientific field. Research into distortions has been conducted for less than 30 years, and many theories are based only on assumptions. The instructor outlined the main goal of their work, a detailed study of the phenomenon through practical experiments and constant analysis of the data obtained. The corporal emphasized the uncertainty of the research results, but the need to persistently search for answers, to which Lu Xun expressed a serious understanding of the importance of the task. The pink-haired female corporal decisively announced the immediate start of training, starting with a basic introduction to the nature of distortion and mental strength. On the way home, Lu Xun's thoughts returned to the events at the orphanage, which the family studiously avoided discussing, leaving vague memories in his memory. Approaching the old apartment building, the guy was preparing for the familiar homely atmosphere filled with ghosts of the past. Entering the apartment, he found a typical scene. An angry father shouting at 17, demanding to come down from the ceiling and threatening consequences. The sister, bursting into mischievous laughter, teased her father with the suggestion that he should first catch her before threatening to punish her. Watching this scene, Lu Xun thought about the strange comfort of home and the unusual courage of his sister in confronting her father. The massive figure of the father with a bandage on his face radiated anger as he reproached his daughter for being overly confident due to her newfound power. 17 boldly responded with a threat to make her father regret his words if she really turned out to be stronger. Noticing his watching son, the father sharply turned his angry gaze on him, rudely inquiring about the purpose of his presence. Lu Xun calmly replied about buying dinner and a bottle of wine, trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere in the family. The father maintained a tense silence, not reacting to his son's proposal. His face remained impenetrable behind the bandage. Trying to soften the atmosphere, Lu Xun proposed the idea of a family dinner with genuine warmth, hoping for a moment of calm togetherness. Off to the side, the mother was engaged in an animated conversation on the phone with Miss Han, discussing the upcoming neighborhood and planning future visits with obvious enthusiasm. Having ended the conversation, the woman carefully put the phone back in its place, preparing to join the family discussion. With characteristic softness in her voice, the mother asked her husband the reason for his increased tone in communicating with the children, clearly not approving of such behavior. Noticing her son's purchases, she noted the unnecessary expenses with maternal concern and inquired about his work affairs, creating a cozy atmosphere. Thinking about his mother's many but invisible friends, Lu Xun turned the conversation to events at the factory that required explanation. With a slight smile, the mother described her accidental appearance at the factory, where she noticed the children's difficulties in solving the problem with the ghostly child. When asked directly about the reality of that child, the mother, with gentle condescension, explained the nature of the phenomenon as a manifestation of the abilities of a mutant. Plucking up courage, Lu Xun asked a question that had been tormenting him for a long time about the true nature of his family, wanting to clarify the situation. His words caused an instant reaction. The faces of his sister and father were distorted with unkind grimaces, creating a frightening atmosphere. The mother maintained a serene smile, gently reminding her son that their constant presence in his life made their existence real and undeniable. A disturbing thought flashed through Lu Xun's head about being accompanied throughout his life, causing him to doubt his usual picture of the world and his own memories. With maternal care, the woman gave her son a letter from the shelter, which she allegedly kept until he returned home. Adding a soft smile to her words, the mother hastened to assure that she had not violated the confidentiality of the letter by leaving the envelope unopened. Examining the mysterious envelope, the young man was at a loss as to the reasons for this unexpected message from the past. The family surrounded the guy in a tight ring, and the mother curiously asked whether this was an invitation from the girl for a date. The next day, while grocery shopping, Lu Xun noted to himself the expected absence of family members on his trip to the shelter. Having settled down on the summer terrace of some establishment, the guy was lost in thought about the upcoming meeting with the past. The unexpected presence of a bearded man wearing dark glasses behind him made him turn around tensely. Feeling the strangeness of the situation, Lu Xun approached the familiar gates of the orphanage where he had spent part of his life, feeling an influx of memories of the past. As he approached the window, he fondly remembered Xiao Lu, the former teacher, while thinking about her current whereabouts and affairs. Following the usual ritual, the guy left the money in a special box, trying not to distract the shelter staff from their important work. Tenderly plucking fresh flowers from the flower bed, he carefully placed them on top of the monetary offering, following his long-standing tradition. When he was about to leave the territory, an unexpected call stopped him. Someone persistently asked him to stay. Slowly turning towards the voice, Lu Xun tried to discern the source of the unexpected call. To his surprise, he saw Xiao Lu in a wheelchair, asking with mild reproach whether he had deliberately ignored her call. The girl gently chided him for another monetary donation instead of a simple dinner, noting the short period of time since his last visit. With genuine concern, she inquired about the source of his finances, jokingly suggesting the most incredible options, including the sale of organs. Lu Xun dispelled her fears with a smile, talking about his recent employment and generous payment for the completed task. Xiao Lu, with genuine concern in her eyes, began to ask about the nature of the work. Alerted by the mention of generous pay, assuaging her worries, Lu Xun described the legality of his job at the central office, mentioning a handsome salary of $5,000 with bonuses. The girl made him promise to avoid dangerous situations, to which the guy assured her of loyalty to the instructions of the former director. With warmth in her voice, she spoke about improving conditions for pupils, from clothing to educational materials, thanks to the help of kind people. Listening to her progress and her qualifications, Lu Xun thought about the strangeness of such a decision by the administration, given the age of the children in his care. His gaze involuntarily stopped at the wheelchair, bitterly noting the contrast between the youth and beauty of the girl and her limited mobility. Insisting on accepting the money, he offered to spend it on treats for the children, promising to organize more interesting events in the future. An attempt to talk about her legs was interrupted by the noisy appearance of children outside the window, creating an unexpected commotion. The young students, seeing their teacher with an attractive young man, immediately began to make romantic assumptions. Xiao Lu tried to return the money, explaining that there was a balance from his previous visit. Taking the bills out of the envelope, she carefully counted the amount, clearly impressed by its size. Returning the money, the girl promised to report on the real needs of the shelter, expressing doubts about the simplicity of the method of obtaining such funds. Suddenly, Lu Xun turned the conversation to the events at the Blood Moon Orphanage, confessing his inability to recover memories from that period. Xiao Lu gently advised not to delve into painful memories of the past, understanding that some events are better left buried in the depths of memory for peace of mind. With sincere warmth in her eyes, the girl deftly turned the conversation, offering to arrange a real feast in a nearby restaurant where they could talk to their heart's content and enjoy the food. As Lu Xun walked through the busy streets, the same bearded stranger in dark glasses followed him relentlessly. keeping his distance but not losing sight. The guy's thoughts were filled with pleasant memories of a recent meeting. The sincere smiles of the children and Xiaolu's face glowing with happiness created a special warmth in his soul. He was especially touched by the girl's bright, sparkling, joyful eyes, which showed genuine concern for her charges and sincere joy from his visit. The stranger in dark glasses did not even try to hide his keen interest in the young man, openly watching his every move with a clear purpose. With a lightning-fast reaction, Lu Xun turned to his pursuer, uttering the long-awaited, "Finally," ready for the inevitable confrontation. Looking straight into the stranger's eyes, the guy noted with obvious satisfaction that the mysterious pursuer had finally decided to show his true face. The bearded man in black glasses froze in place, clearly surprised that his presence had been noticed and caused such a strong reaction. With a lightning-quick movement, Lu Xun took out the service revolver he received from the leader from his bag and without hesitation opened fire on the pursuer. Dodging flying bullets, the bearded man shouted an angry remark about the guy's madness, trying to avoid a direct hit in a busy city space. Despite attempts to dodge, one of the bullets reached its target, piercing the shoulder of the mysterious pursuer and causing him to cry out in fury. Despite being wounded in the shoulder, the man with glasses continued to maneuver between the flying bullets, shouting indignant questions about the inappropriate behavior of his pursuer. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the mysterious stranger attempted to escape, but Lu Xun, demonstrating incredible dexterity, began pursuing him through a high fence. The young operative shouted after the fleeing man, insisting on the need for a serious conversation, his voice echoing off the surrounding buildings. With professional precision, Lu Xun continued to fire his revolver during the chase, trying to limit the maneuvers of the pursued and force him to stop. The bearded man's amazing speed and agility aroused suspicion. Even a serious wound did not seem to affect his ability to move quickly. Having crossed the huge gap between the buildings, the fugitive confidently shouted that it was impossible to catch up with him, clearly underestimating the abilities of his pursuer. Watching in amazement at the guy who decided to jump into the abyss, the man could not understand the motives for such a reckless act of his pursuer. During his fall, Lu Xun's thoughts turned to Sister 17, the only one who could save him in this desperate situation. At the moment of freefall, the guy desperately pulled his hand up, hoping for the saving intervention of his unusual sister. 17 instantly responded to his silent call, extending her hand and shouting, "Brother," with genuine concern. With a characteristic childish smile, she reassured her brother of her presence and willingness to help, creating a feeling of security even in such a dangerous moment. As a result of their fusion, Lu Xun's eyes turned their familiar black, signaling the successful joining of their forces for the upcoming battle. The bearded man stood frozen in complete shock as he watched his pursuer's incredible transformation, his mind refusing to accept the reality of what was happening before his eyes. After merging with his sister, Lu Xun's capabilities increased manifold. His speed and reaction reached superhuman levels, making him a virtually invulnerable opponent. Mentally turning to 17, the guy emphasized the need to immediately neutralize the mysterious pursuer. Feeling the particular danger of delay, carefully following the maneuvers of the bearded man jumping between buildings, Lu Xun noted his unusual agility, understanding the need for maximum concentration to catch him. Demonstrating incredible abilities, the pursued man began to vertically climb the wall of the building, clinging to the slightest ledges and cracks. Watching this incredible performance, Lu Xun quickly analyzed the situation, understanding the enemy's intention to use the heights to escape. In a mental dialogue with his sister, the guy emphasized the critical importance of stopping this mysterious creature, clearly superior to an ordinary person. Throwing away the revolver, Lu Xun exchanged a look of understanding with his sister, deciding to move on to more radical methods of neutralizing the enemy. The 17th, picking up the thrown weapon, opened heavy fire on the rising figure, demonstrating the incredible accuracy of each shot. Multiple hits reached the target. The body of the climbing creature shuddered from the blows of the bullets, but continued to move upward with unnatural tenacity. With surprise, Lu Xun noted that ordinary bullets, which were useless against such creatures, were suddenly able to cause serious damage, even separating the enemy's head. A guess flashed through his head about the strange fragility of the creature's body, clearly inferior in strength to a human's, which contradicted his initial assumptions. Despite the loss of his head and numerous wounds, the mysterious creature continued to climb the vertical wall with unnatural tenacity. Observing the incredible vitality of the enemy, Lu Yun expressed irritation through clenched teeth, realizing that conventional neutralization methods were ineffective. Seeing no alternative, the young operative began his own ascent of the wall, using the supernatural abilities gained after merging with his sister. Upon reaching the top of the wall, the guy heard 17's excited voice pointing to something unusual below that required immediate attention. To their amazement, the decapitated enemy, showing complete disregard for the damage he had received, calmly mounted the motorcycle and began to move. The creature moved with amazing confidence, as if the absence of a head had no effect on its ability to navigate and control a vehicle. The sudden appearance of a level 4 military patrol on the wall was accompanied by a harsh ultimatum: immediate identification or the use of lethal force. Lu Xun hurriedly demonstrated his peaceful intentions, explaining the extraordinary circumstances of the situation and his affiliation with the special services. The arrival of the leader by helicopter introduced an element of formality into what was happening, signaling the seriousness of the situation and the need for immediate action. With professional interest, she inquired about the location of the creature's severed head, to which Lu Xun indicated the direction with his gesture. Approaching the subordinate, the boss asked a key question about methods for identifying the mutant and sources of information about its existence. Lu Xun described the first meeting in detail. An ordinary walk suddenly turned into a confrontation with a suspicious subject emitting an inexplicable strange aura. The manager, trying to understand the situation, clarified the motives for the persecution. Her voice expressed professional interest in the details of the incident. The young operative explained his suspicions. The creature's strange aura and the eye parasites surrounding it clearly indicated its inhuman nature. Lu Xun paid special attention to the defiant behavior of the creature, which deliberately revealed itself, as if provoking persecution. The guy explained his decision to start the chase with a desire to find out the true nature of the creature that posed a potential threat. In Lu Xun's estimation, the creature's speed was impressive, although it was inferior to the gecko's capabilities or his own post-fusion abilities. Describing the difficulties of the pursuit, the operative spoke about the climax of the chase at the wall, where the only effective action was the beheading of the enemy. The manager interrupted the report, clarifying the reasons for such decisive actions, to which she received additional information about the proximity of the creature to the orphanage. Mentally analyzing the situation, the boss noted the subordinate's readiness to take decisive action at the slightest threat to the shelter, without hesitating in choosing methods. Additional confirmation of suspicions was a pre-prepared motorcycle outside the walls, clearly indicating the premeditation of the creature's actions. With professional seriousness, the leader noted the creature's connection to the territory beyond the wall, highlighting the potential problems from such contacts. The arriving special forces attracted everyone's attention by showing the discovered head of the creature, carefully placed in a special container. The head of the bearded man was an eerie sight, attracting the attention of everyone present with its unnatural preservation. With obvious disgust, Lu Xun commented on the creature's frightening ability to function without a head, which was beyond any natural laws. The leader coolly noted that the headless body's activity time was limited, suggesting that its movements would soon cease. Unexpectedly for everyone present, the boss turned directly to the separated head, calling it Morgan, and expecting some kind of reaction. Those around her watched in amazement as the leader emitted a red aura, trying to establish contact with her head through the mental command to blink. Lu Xun felt slightly dizzy from the influence of the boss's red aura, marveling at her ability to communicate with the separated part of the being. In a commanding tone, the leader demanded that the head reveal his true identity, creating a tense atmosphere of anticipation for an answer. To everyone's amazement, the head actually showed signs of movement, confirming the preservation of some functions after separation. Having quickly lost patience with fruitless attempts at communication, the leader ordered the head to be opened for examination. By order of the boss, the specialists immediately got to work, carefully opening the container with its terrible contents. A team of professionals methodically laid out specialized instruments, choosing the most suitable ones for the complex procedure ahead. The observant Lu Xun noted the impressive preparedness of the team, which had the tools to deal with any unforeseen situations. An autopsy confirmed the worst fears. The creature's brain showed clear signs of contamination, radically different from normal human anatomy. The leader asked Lu Xun about his previous meetings with the puppets, turning the conversation into an unexpected direction of investigation. She explained the phenomenon of the movement of a headless body. In the case of a puppet, this is possible due to the creator's abilities beyond its own. With professional precision, The boss spoke about the existence of 10 classes of mutants, especially highlighting the class of puppeteers as one of the most mysterious. She shared the professor's doubts regarding the classification of Lu Xun's abilities, suggesting that he belonged to an unknown new class of mutants. Completing the initial examination, the supervisor ordered the transportation of the sample to the laboratory for detailed examination and search for additional information. Stressing the seriousness of the situation, she emphasized the need for a thorough investigation into the incident, which poses a real security threat. Taking the initiative, Lu Xun asked the boss about her assumptions regarding the organizers of this mysterious incident. The leader spoke about the existence of various organizations outside the walls that actively recruit mutants for their own purposes. There was poorly concealed rage in the guy's voice when he expressed fears about a possible threat to the orphanage from these organizations. The boss reassured him, promising to organize the movement of children from the orphanage to a safer place, away from the dangerous proximity to the city walls. Immediately taking action, she began to give orders over the phone to prepare documents for the reconstruction and evacuation of residents of the Water City. Lu Xun reacted indignantly to the mention of relocation rent, to which the manager firmly confirmed the need to comply with all formalities. With obvious disappointment, the guy realized the inevitability of financial costs. Mentally saying goodbye to the hope of free placement of the shelter, the leader was deep in thought about a strange situation: the sudden appearance of a strong mutant near the shelter and a possible connection with people outside the city walls. In issuing her orders, she announced the start of a large-scale city investigation, canceling days off for all employees of the research department. Lu Xuan's appearance in the office asking for time off caused obvious surprise to the director, who did not expect such a request from a new employee. The guy explained his request by his younger sister's illness, emphasizing the lack of other people who could take care of her. 17, standing behind her brother, reacted in surprise to his invention about her illness. Well aware of her excellent health, the director approved the time off, emphasizing the importance of family values, mentally rejoicing at the temporary absence of a strange employee. Lu Xun assured his superiors of his speedy return, linking it with his sister's recovery and continuing to support the invented legend. Climbing onto her brother's shoulders, 17 began playfully chewing his hair, playfully hinting at his own ill health. 3 days later, the guy settled down at the security post of the training center, enjoying delicious food and relative peace. Reflecting on his situation, he noted the pleasant perks of service. Combat readiness was combined with good food and an additional $200 for expenses. Suddenly, Lu Xun's thoughts were interrupted by information coming through his office headphones, requiring immediate attention. The voice in the headphones addressed him by code name, Lone Wanderer, informing him of a new task requiring his participation. Continuing to chew the chicken leg, the guy briefly acknowledged receipt of the information, preparing for the details of the upcoming mission. The corporal reported a disturbing statement from a Guangdong resident who alleged constant surveillance by unknown persons. Further investigation revealed the widespread nature of the problem. All residents of Zone C experienced an inexplicable feeling of anxiety and concern. The state of local residents was characterized by pervasive fear. Some experienced hallucinations, aggravating the general atmosphere of panic. The tense situation came to a head a few days later when stress sparked a bloody fight between two residents involving bladed weapons. The tragic outcome of the conflict, the death of one of the participants, led to the intervention of the police and a thorough examination of the incident. Based on the results of the audit, the research team found signs of distortion, but unexpected difficulties arose in the investigation. The corporal, in an eerie voice, focused on the inexplicable feeling of fear that had a depressing effect on the local residents. Arriving at the scene, Lu Xun found a task force already deployed there, ready for action. At the scene of the incident, Lu Xun was met by the head of the research department of the second guiding city, expressing his willingness to fully cooperate. In response to the remark about the disrupted day off, the head of the department explained that a large-scale city investigation affected almost the entire staff. The guy inquired about the current situation, recognizing the inevitability of such professional inconveniences in their specific work. The specialist described strong emissions of distortion energy from within the building, noting previous teams' failures to locate its source. In response to Lu Xun's clarifying question, the head spoke about the paralyzing feeling of fear on floors 9 through 12, which intensified as one approached the source. The head of the department mentioned cases of loss of consciousness among researchers, which aroused the immediate interest of the young operative. Over the intercom, The corporal suggested a connection to distortion 072, known to distort emotions and increase feelings of fear in people. After proposing to locate the source to decide on the neutralization method, Lu Xun resolutely volunteered to carry out the task. Inspecting the building, the guy clearly saw distortions of reality and an ominous green aura surrounding him, signaling danger. Having risen to the 6th floor, the young operative exited the elevator to make an initial assessment of the situation and plan further actions. The corporal noted over the comms his arrival on the 6th floor, where her inner instinct was already signaling serious danger. The corporal warned of increasing psychic impact the closer one gets to the source of the distortion, advising retreat if one's personal endurance limit was exceeded. Just as Lu Xun was about to confidently answer about his habit of dealing with such situations, he was suddenly stunned by a strange feeling of disorientation. Looking at the wall, he saw a distorted image of his sister, strikingly different from her usual appearance, raising alarming doubts about the reality of what was happening. The eerie vision was intensified by the appearance of blood flowing from the eyes of the ghostly image of the sister, creating a surreal picture. The real 17 approached her brother, jealously reproaching him for paying too much attention to the communication girl and recklessly entering the danger zone. With childish spontaneity, the sister jumped from the ceiling straight into her brother's arms, giving him a gaze, a little alarmed. To the communications corporal's concerned questions about possible problems, Lu Xun calmly answered in the negative, trying not to cause unnecessary concern. Holding his sister in his arms, the guy noted an unexpected relief in his condition, as if her presence neutralized the negative impact of the distortion. Upon reaching the 11th floor, the operative noted serious pressure, emphasizing the need for a thorough check of each apartment to localize the source. Approaching the 31st apartment, Lu Xun confidently identified it as the location of the source of infection. Looking at the apartment door floating before his eyes, the guy thought about a way to overcome this unusual obstacle. Even the usually resourceful 17 looked confused, with an unusual expression of fear on her face in front of an unknown threat. Suddenly, 17, tightly clutching the teddy bear her brother had given her, made a decisive leap straight towards the distorted door. Her nails turned into powerful weapons, tearing the door leaf like fragile glass, the fragments of which scattered in all directions. Lu Xun gave his sister an approving thumbs up, sincerely admiring her resourcefulness and efficiency. Carefully pushing the torn door open, the guy instantly felt a wave of sickening stench emanating from the apartment. The interior space revealed an eerie picture. One figure seated on the windowsill, another human body sprawled on the bed. The creature on the window was a nightmarish sight, a human figure completely devoid of skin. Analyzing what he saw, Lu Xun came to the conclusion that this particular creature was the desired source of distortion. 17, with childish enthusiasm and a mischievous smile, asked permission to play with the discovered creature. Gently pushing his sister away, the guy was forced to refuse her this request, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Approaching the source of the distortion, the operative experienced mixed feelings of horror and curiosity, pondering the possibility of communication. First of all, he decided to report the discovery to the corporal, briefly reporting the discovery of the source of the distortion. Acting methodically, the guy turned on the table lamp on the bedside table to better illuminate the room. In the electric light, black energy became clearly visible, emanating in a continuous stream from the body of a creature without skin. After turning on the light, the source of distortion began to gradually dissolve, as if unable to withstand the bright electric lighting. The man's body, which was on the bed, remained motionless, not reacting to the changes taking place in the room. While reporting to the corporal, Lu Xun noticed the medicine scattered near the body, suggesting that the victim was trying to take the medicine. The corporal reported identified as Wang Chu, 23 years old, a lone factory worker with no relatives or criminal record. When asked about additional evidence, the guy pointed to the nitroglycerin found, which led to the version of a heart attack as the cause of death. The girl emphasized the need for a thorough examination of the body, and Lu Xun clarified the further procedure. Clear instructions were followed to place the body in a special protective bag to prevent the spread of infection until the arrival of the support team. The young operative methodically followed all the corporal's instructions, following the protocol for handling infected objects. After completing the preparatory actions, the corporal signaled the support team to begin their part of the operation. Looking out the apartment window, Lu Xun asked the corporal about the possible reasons for the appearance of distortion in this place. The corporal explained the tragic story of a young man's lonely life ending with a sudden heart attack without taking his medication in a timely manner. According to her, a strong emotional state before death provoked the mutation, but the absence of malicious intent determined the low-level D of the source of the distortion. Looking at the moon, Lu Xun thought about the reason for the soul's delay in the material world, and the corporal explained this by the paralyzing fear of loneliness before death. The corporal's words about tragic loneliness clearly touched something deeply personal in the guy's soul, forcing him to plunge into sad thoughts. However, when he turned around, he felt grateful for the presence of people in his life who were ready to provide support in difficult times. He felt special gratitude to his unusual family, especially to his sister 17, who invariably came to the rescue at critical moments. Completing the operation, the guy expressed the hope of reducing such cases of distortion caused by human loneliness. Despite his personal dislike for such tasks, Lu Xun recognized the need to complete them, motivated not only by payment, but also by duty. The corporal echoed his sentiments, noting the administration's growing arsenal of methods to prevent mental health problems in the population. At the mention of payment, the girl assured him of the successful resolution of financial issues, causing obvious relief on the operative's face. Observing her brother's reaction to the corporal's words, 17 slyly inquired about the possibility of a personal meeting to express gratitude. Embarrassed, Lu Xun tried to brush off his sister's hints, emphasizing the exclusively professional nature of their relationship. 17, having climbed onto the wall, sarcastically commented on how spoiled all the girls in the city were, clearly hinting at something. Her unexpected remark about toilet paper completely confused the guy, leaving him completely bewildered as to the meaning of what was said. After completing the task, Lu Xun walked out of the building, noticing an old black retro car parked with unusual passengers. Inside the car were a young man with glasses and a mustachioed man, with the former identifying Lu Xun as the lone wanderer from Mr. Xu. The bespectacled guy spoke confidently about the minimal risks of engaging the operative, emphasizing his unique ability to solve their specific problem. Mr. Xu sadly acknowledged the lack of alternatives, emphasizing the personal nature of the assignment and the need for secrecy from the cleaning department. The energetic young man enthusiastically assured of his ability to solve organizational issues, exuding confidence. The man suggested starting the operation the next day, mentioning a beautiful girl in critical condition suffering from a strange illness. At the organization's office, Lu Xun was calculating his finances. The bonuses for the last missions plus additional payments, minus expenses, amounted to 60,000 yuan. With some concern, he reflected on the lack of prospects for additional income in the near future despite the need for money. An energetic young man wearing glasses suddenly appeared and introduced himself as Lu, who runs a consulting company in the city. Explaining his visit as an errand from a senior, Liu ignored Lu Xun's surprised question about the source of information. Citing professional duties, he outlined the essence of the problem. The daughter of an important person suffers from a mysterious disease beyond the control of the city doctors, and they hope for Lu Xun's help. Having heard about the informal nature of the request, the guy expressed doubts about the legality of such a proposal. Liu reassured him by mentioning the widespread practice of such part-time jobs among gifted people and the client's influential connections in the main city. Liu voiced a generous offer, 100,000 yuan for successful treatment and 10,000 even in case of failure, guaranteeing financial benefits. Lu Xun shook hands with his interlocutor so energetically, asking about the amount of the reward, that he begged for mercy on his limb. Quickly pulling himself together, the guy decided to show professionalism by informing him of the need to coordinate with management before making a decision. A luxurious black retro car moved smoothly along the city streets, and Lu Xun thoughtfully watched the passing scenery through the window. His attention was attracted by the unusual number of couples in love on the streets of the city, creating a special romantic atmosphere. The unifying detail of all these couples was red roses, a symbol of romance that gave the city a festive mood. Upon arrival at the luxurious mansion, the driver formally addressed Lu Xun as a wanderer, inviting him to explore his destination. The interior decoration of the mansion was amazing. Gold trim and luxurious decor created an atmosphere of incredible wealth. Inspecting the premises, Lu Xun couldn't help but daydream about the possibility of moving the orphanage to such luxurious conditions. In response to his question about the cost of such real estate, the attendant mentioned a rejected offer of 5 million from a potential buyer. The young operative was aware of the enormous amount of work required to acquire such real estate, doubting even the receipt of the promised reward. The corporal's words about the High Council's position came to mind. Private missions were allowed, but required careful risk assessment and reporting of unforeseen situations. After studying the documents, the guy noticed the appearance of an old man, a group of doctors, and a mysterious metal cabinet in the room. The bespectacled young man announced his resignation along with the medical team, emphasizing his reluctance to engage in discussions unrelated to treatment. The mustachioed old man, sitting on a luxurious sofa, turned to the operative with interest, calling him a lonely wanderer soldier. Lu Xun greeted the owner politely, but his attention was drawn to the strange metal container in the room. The man introduced his daughter Xiao Xiao, a 21-year-old university graduate from the main city who was inside the container. The medical history began 3 months ago. After a marriage proposal from her lover, the girl suddenly lost her mind, not responding to specialist treatment. The operative inquired about the reason for refusing an official examination at the research center. Despite the father's obvious concern for his daughter, the old man explained his fears that publicity about his daughter's infection could cause irreparable damage to her reputation in high society. In an effort to be efficient, Lu Xun immediately began discussing the symptoms of the disease, demanding a detailed description of the patient's condition. The father approached the metal container with a heavy sigh, preparing to demonstrate his daughter's condition. With caution, he began to open the container's many latches one by one, preparing to reveal the contents. Inside the container was a young girl in a terrible state, entangled in chains, with signs of possession and uncontrollable behavior. Lu Xun instantly assessed the criticality of the situation. Understanding the seriousness of the patient's condition, the girl's father, maintaining his dignity, offered a brief explanation of the situation, avoiding unnecessary details of a delicate nature. The story began with the discovery of an inappropriate relationship between a daughter and an employee, after whose dismissal and reprimand to the girl, her behavior remained normal. The situation took a turn for the worse when she lost her mind and began promiscuity in pubs, causing her father serious concern. Carefully studying the girl, the operative noted the unusual absence of typical signs of infection, which required a special approach. Despite the complexity of the situation, Lu Xun strongly stated the need for immediate action to help the patient. When asked to release the girl, the father expressed serious concern about her aggressive behavior towards others. The guy's playful mention of the presence of a pistol clearly alarmed the elderly man, who hastened to deny the need to use a weapon. Following the operative's instructions, the father activated the release mechanism, removing the chains restraining his daughter. Having freed herself, the girl began to move on all fours towards Lu Xun, demonstrating clearly inhuman behavior. When she suddenly jumped up, aiming for the guy's head, those present shouted warnings of danger. With a lightning-fast reaction, Lu Xun intercepted the girl, holding her hand tightly to prevent an attack. Using a professional grip, he twisted her arm behind her back, drawing attention to the unnaturally swollen veins on her limbs. 17, who suddenly appeared, drew her brother's attention to a strange detail noticed on the girl's body. Something unusual was found behind the hair on the patient's back, resembling an electronic chip or a strange growth of unknown origin. Upon closer inspection, it became obvious that the discovered object was the source of the mysterious infection. Suddenly, the infection began to rapidly spread throughout the girl's body, manifesting itself exponentially through her fingers. The girl's father froze in horror at what was happening, but Lu Xun stopped his attempt to approach with a decisive gesture. The operative sternly ordered the man to remain where he was, watching as disgusting tentacles emerged from his daughter's body. Carefully studying the tentacles directed at him, the guy noted their nervous, unnatural mobility and aggressive nature. Countless tentacles attached to the girl's back resembled snakes in their appearance and the nature of their movements. 17, showing childish delight, began methodically tearing off the tentacles one by one, finding the process incredibly exciting. The remaining tentacles seemed to be shocked by what was happening, watching the destruction of their fellows with obvious surprise. After the decisive actions of the 17th, all the remaining snake-like tentacles left the girl's body, ceasing to exist. Lu Xun watched in amazement, amazed at the creature's ability to independently leave the host's body. After being released, the tentacles began to rapidly spread throughout the entire house, creating a chaotic situation. Strange creatures tried to influence the guy's consciousness, creating illusory images calling him to come closer. The girl's father, disoriented by what was happening, watched in horror as the creatures showed signs of independent life. 17 pursued the snake-like creatures with childlike enthusiasm, moving between walls and floors with incredible agility. Analyzing the situation, Lu Xun was finally convinced that there was a serious infection that required a non-standard approach. With a slight smile, he noted the effectiveness of his sister's actions, whose help was more than sufficient for the current situation. The last creature showed particular dexterity, eluding 17's attempt to grab it at the last moment. Having caught up with the last tentacle, the sister triumphantly informed her brother that the visible manifestations of infection had been completely eliminated. Lu Xun, showing brotherly concern, expressed concern about the insufficient resistance of the creatures to his sister, suspecting a catch. The operative came to the conclusion that a purely physical solution to the problem was impossible, realizing the need for a special approach. A sudden idea forced him to take out a revolver, carefully examining the weapon in search of a solution to the current situation. The snake-like tentacles quickly returned to the girl's body through her back, as if realizing the futility of trying to avoid confrontation with unusual opponents. Lu Xun stated with professional seriousness that the problem persisted, realizing that the main source of infection had not yet been completely eliminated. The sudden transformation resulted in the appearance of a monstrous creature on the girl's back, a huge monster with many small eyes and one dominant central eye. The creature demonstrated the ability to completely control the host's body, forcing the girl to move with inhuman speed and precision. 17 watched what was happening with her characteristic insane delight, clearly anticipating the possibility of active participation in the confrontation. Having revealed her terrible essence, the sister opened her mouth wide, intending to swallow the monstrous creature whole, leaving him no chance of salvation. With incredible force, she grabbed the creature's central eye, causing him to react with panic and a clear desire to avoid such unpleasant contact. The monster, realizing the seriousness of the threat, made another attempt to leave the host's body, considering escape the only way to preserve its existence. However, 17, holding the creature tightly, categorically rejected the possibility of his escape, demonstrating determination to complete what she started. Watching his sister's actions, Lu Xun commented with slight bewilderment on her constant habit of tasting all unusual creatures. The concerned father turned to the operative with an alarming question about his daughter's condition, trying to understand the outcome of the strange confrontation. The young man honestly admitted his uncertainty about the girl's condition, but confirmed the complete elimination of the source of infection. To everyone's relief, the girl began to regain consciousness, and her father asked hopefully if she would recognize him after everything that had happened. Slowly regaining her upright position, the patient expressed bewilderment at the strange events that had happened to her. With unexpected sharpness, the girl pointed at Lu Xun, persistently demanding his immediate departure, clearly feeling discomfort from his presence. Showing professional delicacy, Lu Xun offered to go for a walk, for which he received sincere gratitude from the owner of the house, who appreciated his tact. Once outside, the young operative continued to sense the strange presence of mysterious red smoke, creating an unsettling atmosphere around the mansion. While quenching their thirst, 17 appeared and shared information about an oil painting in a simple wooden frame, mysteriously covered with a black cloth. According to the girl, her appearance on the scene coincided with the discovery of the dead kidnappers, who destroyed each other as a result of an internal conflict. The discovered basket, although not on the original visitor list, was now being held for further investigation into its origin. Thinking about the possible connection between the oil painting and the source of infection, Lu Xun returned to the premises through the slightly open doors of the mansion. The father of the healed girl enthusiastically announced his daughter's successful recovery, promising to double the promised reward as a sign of special gratitude for the work done. Having gone down to her brother, 17 shrewdly noticed the true intentions of the inhabitants of the house, their hasty desire to gain access to the paintings, seeing in him only an obstacle to their plans. Analyzing the situation, Lu Xun realized the attempt to shift responsibility for possible incidents. Realizing that the consequences could affect many innocent people, having declared the desire to completely eliminate the infection and the sufficiency of 200,000 as payment, the guy was faced with an unexpected threat. The girl pointed a gun at him. In a threatening tone, she reminded of her immunity before the law in the event of his elimination. But before she could finish her sentence, 17 rushed to the weapon. With a lightning-quick movement of her sharp nails, the sister cut off the girl's fingers, causing the pistol to fall from her crippled hand to the floor. 17 felt obvious satisfaction from her decisive actions. confident in the correctness of the chosen method of neutralizing the threat. The outraged father launched into an angry tirade about the inadmissibility of harming his daughter. Despite the authority of the department, his voice trembling with rage and impotent anger, Lu Xuan calmly parried the accusations, recalling the direct threat to his life shown by the girl after all the help she received in getting rid of the infection. Unnoticed by the participants in the conflict, the sniper carefully watched the young operative through an optical sight, choosing the perfect moment to shoot. The deadly bullet, fired by an experienced hand, rushed towards Lu Xun's head, cutting through the air with deadly accuracy and speed. At the time of his speech, the guy remained vulnerable to attack, unaware of the approaching danger that could end his life. The timely intervention of 17, who instantly took possession of her brother's body, once again saved him from imminent death. Realizing the need to act, the sister began to rapidly move along the walls of the room, tracking down the source of the mortal threat. With her signature brutality, 17 rushed towards the sniper, intent on teaching him a lesson for trying to kill her precious brother. The sister's lightning attack resulted in the unlucky shooter being thrown out of the window before he could fire a second shot. Returning his attention to the girl's father, Lu Xun realized the need to finally resolve the conflict with the insidious customer. The guy's expression became menacing, contrasting with 17's joyful smile, enjoying the suffering of her defeated opponent. The sudden appearance of an armed support force only caused Lu Xun to make a cynical remark about the arrival of new opponents. With incredible agility, 17 left her brother, moving behind her opponents, where she began to establish her eerie control over their bodies, preparing for a deadly performance. Using the body of one of the guards as a puppet, the sister coldly destroyed the rest of the rich man's defenders, demonstrating her supernatural strength. The guards were horrified by the loss of control over their own bodies, not understanding the nature of the force that turned them into weak-willed instruments of someone else's will. Contemplating the results of her work, 17 felt true satisfaction, realizing that she had finally demonstrated her true potential. Suddenly, something above caught her attention, forcing her to sharply shift her gaze and become wary, anticipating a new threat. The usual crazy smile disappeared from her face, replaced by an unusual expression of guilt, as if she realized the excessiveness of her actions. Turning to her brother with a silent question, she received a soothing pat on the head and the assurance that everything was fine. The appearance of a young man in glasses, the original mediator, was accompanied by a diplomatic proposal to discuss the differences that had arisen in a civilized way. Emphasizing the high status of Mr. Xu, the bespectacled man insisted on a rational solution to the conflict, avoiding forceful methods of settlement. Lu Xun recalled the customer's daughter's attempt to use weapons, emphasizing the need for equal treatment, which caused her father's obvious indignation. In response to accusations of abuse of official position, the guy calmly answered about his only desire, to save their lives. The mention of a mysterious painting and the possible consequences of its use made the man wary, asking in surprise about the source of the information. The operative clearly outlined his position. Despite the informal nature of the cooperation, his main task is to completely eliminate the source of infection. Having contacted the manager, Lu Xun reported on the completion of the private order and the successful elimination of the infection, adding important information about the mysterious picture. The immediate arrival of the leader at the scene was accompanied by obvious tension. Her gloomy appearance foreshadowed a serious conversation. Upon seeing the high-ranking guest, the father tried to appeal to the authority of the department, pointing out alleged violations on the part of the young operative. With professional calm, the manager confirmed the legality of the subordinate's actions, offering the dissatisfied an official way to file a complaint. The mention of the decision of the senior counsel on a possible complaint clearly worried the gentleman, who understood the seriousness of the possible consequences. The manager firmly outlined the known facts about illegal activities of transporting valuables through the controlled territory, emphasizing the excess of permissible limits. The demand to show the location of the painting was accompanied by a clear indication of the inevitability of punishment for violating the rules, regardless of the status of the violator. While traveling in the car, the manager demanded a full report on what was happening, warning about the futility of trying to hide information. The gentleman admitted to hiring people to search for valuable art objects in abandoned areas, mentioning entrusting his daughter with the transaction 2 months ago. In response to the remark about the rapid spread of infection, the leader noted the potential disaster if the painting got into the main city. The piercing gaze of the leader turned to the girl, demanding her version of events, leaving no opportunity for evasion of the truth. The girl began the story of her arrival at the camp, where she discovered numerous corpses with bullet wounds, including their commander, which indicated a brutal internal massacre. She emphasized her ignorance of what happened, noting that among the items discovered was a previously unmentioned find of special value. Describing the found painting, the girl admitted its bewitching beauty, which prompted her to hide the find even from her own father, succumbing to an inexplicable attraction. The selfish desire to keep the source of pleasure only for myself grew into an obsession that did not allow sharing this experience with anyone. She described the growing madness that reached its peak after inviting the guy into her room. When her mind was completely clouded under the influence of the picture, the father admitted awareness of the existence of the infection, but underestimation of its seriousness, after which the supervisor ordered both of them to leave the car. Under the light of the blood moon, the supervisor instructed that the painting must be immediately delivered to the laboratory for research. The young operative expressed surprise at the ability of inanimate objects to become sources of infection, considering this a property exclusively of living beings. The leader drew a parallel with yesterday's case, explaining the possibility of reflecting power in certain places and objects, similar to its preservation in dead bodies. She also noted the need for driving training for the guy, planning to trust him to drive the car on the next mission. Traffic was stopped by a strange scene as a loving couple staged a performance in the middle of the road, causing discontent among other drivers rushing home for dinner. The girl with red roses begged for marriage, but received a sharp refusal from the guy who reminded her of her infidelities and inappropriate behavior on the roadway. The girl continued her desperate confessions, assuring her of her awareness of true love and her readiness to break all past ties for the sake of eternity with her lover. The angry boyfriend accused her of mental instability and selfishness towards others' feelings, expressing disgust at her ability to easily change partners. With a mad look, she attacked him, hysterically repeating declarations of love and demanding reciprocity, completely losing control of herself. Red roses fell to the asphalt as the girl leaned forward sharply for a kiss, but her intentions turned out to be much more sinister. The situation took a terrifying turn. The girl expressed a desire to literally eat her lover and began to bite off parts of his body. A pink energy aura enveloped the girl, accompanied by inhuman screams, turning the romantic scene into a real nightmare. A strange energy began to spread among the surrounding people gathered around this creepy couple, infecting them with its influence. Everyone present found themselves gripped by a crazed obsession with their partners, losing their last vestiges of humanity. The street was filled with monotonous cries of declarations of love, uttered with frightening madness in their eyes and voices. Finding themselves in the midst of chaos, Lu Xun and the leader watched with alarm as she explained the nature of this mass infection. Instantly assessing the danger of the situation, the leader activated the radio, giving a clear order to all units to immediately leave the danger zone. The leader ordered Lu Xun to hold on tighter, preparing for emergency maneuvers in the current emergency situation. She responded categorically to the guy's doubts about leaving other road users behind, emphasizing the lack of alternative rescue options. Having made a sharp maneuver, the car left the main road at the moment of an unexpected release of infection, covering the highway with an ominous glow. Over the phone, the leader urgently requested support from a group of fighters, realizing the criticality of the situation and the need for an immediate response. The movement of their car was closely watched by mysterious figures armed with massive weapons of an unusual type and design. One of the observers took aim at the mechanical cyborg glowing red, choosing the optimal moment to shoot. The massive weapons' sights slowly moved towards their luxurious black SUV, preparing to fire a deadly bolt. 17's sudden appearance in the back seat was accompanied by a line warning to her brother about the need for immediate rescue. Lu Xun managed to notice a huge missile approaching, rapidly closing the distance to their car. A powerful explosion engulfed the car, creating a fiery flash of incredible power and destructive impact. 17 instantly rushed to her brother, her joyful cry, "Brother!" cut through the chaos of what was happening. Through his clouded consciousness, Lu Xun could barely make out the silhouette of his sister, promising her help and support. The impact was so powerful that the car turned into a twisted mass of metal, completely losing its wheels. Coming to consciousness, the guy saw a strange figure of an unknown man, whose appearance added a new mystery to what was happening. Gathering his last powers of vision, Lu Xun was surprised to recognize the mysterious figure as Qin Ran, whose appearance seemed incredible. A thought of inconsistency flashed through the guy's foggy mind. Qin Ran should be in the vault unless it's another person with the same name. Sprawled on the asphalt, he tried to comprehend what was happening when a familiar voice said his name, drawing attention to what was happening. Turning around, he saw the leader, seriously injured in the explosion. Her body was covered with numerous wounds, but she was worried about his ability to move. Despite his attempt to assure him of his normal condition, his words were refuted by 17, pointing out the heavy bleeding from his wounds. Supporting her brother's wounded leg, her sister tried to console him with unusual tenderness, making philosophical remarks about getting used to the pain as the number of wounds increased. At this tense moment, the manager, overcoming pain, asked if he had noticed a special pollutant number 041. 17 responded immediately, pointing her brother in the direction where the target could be found. There was complete chaos all around, with many strange figures with heavy weapons positioned on the towering bridge, ready to open fire. All these creatures resembled zombies. Their gray eyes radiated emptiness, and in their hands they held impressive machine guns, ready for a deadly salvo. The leader, seeing this spectacle, unusually emotionally expressed anxiety about imminent death under a hail of bullets from this terrifying arsenal. Countless bullets rushed towards the guy and the leader, but, amazingly, they remained calm in the face of a mortal threat. Closing his eyes in search of a solution, Lu Xun heard a familiar voice affectionately calling him silly, awakening something in the depths of his memory. The materialized mother protected them with her back, reminding her son with gentle reproach of his promise to take care of himself and avoid such situations. Lu Xun activated a strange force that created air currents around his hand, which caused obvious recognition from the observing leader. The physical shield created by the guy became their only defense against heavy fire, demonstrating the incredible capabilities of the young operative. The leader reflected on the scale of the power capable of such a thing, recalling a similar power that destroyed the Red Moon boarding house. Realizing the inappropriateness of thinking at a critical moment, she forced herself to concentrate on the current situation. Her eyes glowed red as she realized the powerful weapon at their disposal. Thoughts flashed through her mind about the limitless power bestowed by such a force, capable of sweeping away any obstacles along the way. Continuing her speech about the only ruler of the universe, she somehow forced her opponents into submission, causing a struggle among them for world domination. The temporary respite it created allowed the Special Forces to take positions to return fire. The Special Forces soldiers opened targeted fire on the possessed opponents, taking advantage of the tactical advantage of the position. As Lu Xun watched this unfold, he became alarmedly aware of the nature of the opponents, identifying them as controllers, which greatly complicated the situation. The ghostly mother stroked her son's hand with maternal tenderness, sympathetically noting that they were trying to offend him again. Lowering his guilty gaze, the guy admitted to yet another close encounter with death. Feeling awkward in front of his mother's care, the leader urgently contacted headquarters, ordering the second city to be quarantined due to the threat from heavily armed gangs from the suburbs. Continuing to issue orders, she noted the uncontrolled spread of the infection from the Red Roses, which forced a first-degree alert to be declared. Alarm sirens echoed throughout the second city, causing panic and bewilderment among civilians in the squares. Ordinary townspeople, faced with an army of red-eyed zombies, fled in horror, using their last strength. The pink-haired corporal, without looking up from her workplace, gloomily stated the introduction of a high-level alarm. The leader informed Lu Xun about multiple outbreaks of infection in the second city, not far from their location. Noticing the lack of reaction and the guy's red eyes, she worriedly thought about his condition, realizing the seriousness of the situation. All this time, Lu Xun continued to communicate with the ghost of his mother, who was interested in his future plans. With seriousness in her voice, she turned to her son, asking about his next actions in this critical situation. With an unusually detached look, Lu Xun continued to ponder the situation, his strange behavior causing growing concern. The mother persistently reminded of the cruelty of the man who stole the painting and attempted the lives of her children, hinting at his probable ridicule of their helplessness. A touching scene unfolded before her eyes. 17, clinging to her mother's skirt, cried, and her mother emphasized the degree of her fright. Anger boiled inside the guy when he realized that his own sister was afraid of him. Clenching her fist with impotent rage, the leader, trying to attract Lu Xun's attention, put her hand on his shoulder, asking about his ability to perceive what was happening. Analyzing the situation, she noted the dangerous energy emanating from the guy after using the protective shield, which clearly drained his strength. Trying to reach the operative's consciousness, she reminded him of the threat to the city from a special pollutant, testing his readiness for the mission. Suddenly returning to reality, Lu Xun asked about the situation in the city, receiving information about 4 major outbreaks of infection. Instantly setting in motion, the guy demanded further instructions over the phone, realizing the criticality of every second of delay. Along the way, he noticed a man crushed by a motorcycle, desperately crying out for help in the chaos. Showing true heroism, Lu Xun lifted the heavy motorcycle without hesitation, freeing the grateful victim. The freed man watched with bewilderment and indignation as his savior unceremoniously took possession of the motorcycle and sped away, destroying all illusions of selfless help. On the way, the guy was unexpectedly joined by 17, holding a teddy bear as a memorable gift from his loving brother. Not parting with this precious toy for a minute, the meeting with her brother caused sincere joy in her eyes. She turned to him with the usual childish spontaneity, creating a strange contrast with the chaos reigning around. Over the office phone, the manager received alarming reports about the continuing spread of infection on the city's roads. The situation was rapidly getting out of control. Linda's report suggested a connection between the mass infection and the incident on the road. The infected showed an inexplicable attraction to their lovers, going beyond all boundaries of reason. The corporal immediately responded by ordering 2 critical orders to be transmitted to all supervisory teams in an effort to prevent further spread of the infection. The first order required the immediate detention of all citizens with suspicious behavior or signs of mental confusion, preventing the spread of infection. In the event of an encounter with a person who was obsessed with reuniting with a partner and could not be persuaded, teams were authorized to use lethal force. The second order concerned mass information through the media. All residents were ordered to stay at home, avoiding any contact with the outside world. Particular attention was paid to the ban on meetings with relatives and romantic partners, which could provoke further spread of infection. 17 climbed onto the back seat of the motorcycle and hugged her brother tightly, bursting into mad laughter, enjoying the chaos that was happening. Watching the unfolding disaster, Lu Xun realized that the city was experiencing a real doomsday, threatening to destroy all life. The wave of madness continued to spread through the city in an uncontrollable flow. Infected people, having lost the last vestiges of their sanity, obsessively pursued their loved ones. Horrific scenes unfolded in the streets, with even elderly people becoming the targets of violent attacks by possessed strangers who had completely lost their humanity. Rescue services tried to coordinate the evacuation through loudspeakers, calling on citizens to take shelter behind specially installed protective barriers. A scene of apocalyptic proportions unfolded in the city, with flaming buildings, destroyed infrastructure, and an all-consuming madness engulfing the once calm streets. Special units, understanding the criticality of the situation, concentrated their efforts on holding key checkpoints on the main highways of the city. The roar of the motorcycle cut through the chaos of the streets as Lu Xun and 17 made their way through the panic-stricken city at top speed. Over the intercom, the guy received confirmation of the new location of the shelter, which determined his next goal in this crazy chaos. Lu Xun's thoughts were occupied with a single prayer for the safety of the shelter and the safety of its inhabitants in this critical situation. Approaching the Allied positions, the guy decided to collect current information about what was happening in this area of the city. Turning to the soldiers of the 2nd Detachment, he tried to find out the current situation and the extent of the infection. The duty detachment reported that there were no infected people in the sector, mentioning the command's order to maintain the position in case the situation worsened. With relief, Lu Xun noted the foresight of the leader, who took special control of this strategically important facility. The operatives gave him a new set of equipment to replace the lost one, including a walkie-talkie, a camera, and sensors for maintaining communication. In the new earpiece, a voice immediately rang out about the readiness of the investigative team, demanding confirmation of its own readiness to carry out the operation. With unshakable confidence in his voice, Lu Xun confirmed his readiness to complete the task at hand, despite the recent trials. The communications corporal addressed him formally, using the call sign Soldier Wanderer, requesting a report on the operative's current status. Not fully understanding the essence of the request, the guy simply announced his availability to complete tasks, which necessitated clarification. The manager clarified that she was interested specifically in the physical condition of the operative and his ability to complete the upcoming mission. Touched by the concern shown, Lu Xun assured the command of his combat capability, noting that the wound on his leg had almost healed and did not interfere with his movements. In a detailed report, the corporal reported 4 outbreaks of infection in the 2nd city and alarming signs of clouding of reason in the 1st and 5th districts. When asked about specific tasks, the corporal ordered an immediate advance to the stone mill area to localize the spread of the infection. The leaving guy was called out about the forgotten motorcycle, but he confidently replied that he would no longer need the vehicle. With serious determination, Lu Xun reflected on his duty to the leader who saved the people dear to him from the orphanage, ready to repay the same dedication. Taking out a lollipop from somewhere, the guy threw it into the air, inviting his sister to catch her favorite delicacy as a little entertainment. 17, who has a special weakness for sweets, nibbled the candy with visible pleasure, being in a state of blissful delight. After receiving a sweet recharge, 17 felt a surge of new strength, ready to follow her brother into any trials and confront any dangers. Lu Xun demonstrated incredible agility, moving in huge leaps between buildings to his destination, ignoring the cries of the surrounding soldiers. The irritated commander of the 2nd Detachment reminded of the responsibility for the safety of the townspeople, but his words went unheeded. The operative had already disappeared from sight. Continuing his rapid movement through the city, the guy asked for current information about the situation via earphone, preparing for new challenges. The corporal's report contained information about a quarrel that provoked the release of infection and clouding of reason, with a forecast for the emergence of new cases of infection. Complementing the picture of what was happening, the guy reported a tragic incident of a man committing suicide after killing his wife because of her conversation with another person. Analyzing the incoming data, the corporal compared the commander's report on the preliminary investigation with a similar incident at the community mall. During another high jump with his sister, Lu Xun asked a question about red roses, trying to establish a connection between the events. The unusual number of couples on the streets and the ubiquitous presence of red roses made him think about the possible connection between these phenomena. The corporal conveyed the information obtained to the commander during the interrogation of the witness. The infected woman received a bouquet of roses at the initial stage of infection. The subsequent loss of control over emotions and the development of obsession with the giver of roses allowed us to identify several stages in the progression of madness. At the mention of the 3rd stage of infection, the guy realized the catastrophic consequences for the city, wondering about ways to prevent the impending threat. Upon arrival at the shopping center, the corporal clearly outlined her priorities, the first task being the detection and removal of red roses, then the containment of the infected ones. The surroundings near the shopping center were striking in the scale of madness, with countless people losing their minds creating a picture of apocalyptic chaos. With a heavy heart, Lu Xun realized that the infection was already out of control, leaving not a single sane person in the affected area. The corporal's instructions were very clear. The first priority was to eliminate the contaminant, which could be identified by a bouquet of red roses. Imbued with the seriousness of the situation, the guy confirmed his understanding of the task and rushed to the shopping center building with lightning speed. Effective penetration through a broken window allowed us to quickly get inside the building, saving precious seconds. Once inside, Lu Xun reported his location and the discovery of many monsters infesting the room. The 2nd floor offered a panoramic view, allowing one to assess the extent of the contamination and potentially locate the source of the contamination. A bouquet of red roses came into view, emitting strange pheromones, clearly a clue to what was happening. The corporal's worried voice in the earpiece demanded confirmation of the detection of the contaminant, realizing the importance of the moment. A terrible sight appeared before my eyes. A man holding a girl, from whose head an ominous rosebush was growing. By professionally attaching the camera to a business suit, the guy provided the information group with the opportunity to monitor the development of events. Observing the horrific picture through the camera, the corporal immediately gave the order to liquidate the body. The corpse was to be placed in a special bag and destroyed by burning. With a heavy understanding of the impossibility of standard protocol, Lu Xun explained the peculiarity of the situation related to the mystical roses. The incomprehension in the corporal's voice gave way to horror when the guy described the terrible transformation. The rose that had grown through the corpse acquired the blood-red hue of living flesh. The ominous atmosphere around him began to affect Lu Xun's consciousness, shrouding his mind in a strange fog of distorted perception of reality. The space around was filled with ghostly images of seductive girls, beckoning him with their illusory promises and sweet speeches. At the moment of enlightenment of consciousness, the guy realized the absurdity of the situation, the impossibility of simultaneously falling in love with many strangers. Approaching the source of the infection, he resolutely grabbed the thorny stem of the rose, ignoring the physical pain from the sharp thorns. The illusory girls instantly changed their behavior, begging him to let go of the rose root, their voices filled with anxiety and fear. Squeezing the cursed stem with incredible effort, Lu Xun watched as the ghostly images dissolved in the air, like morning fog. Having established a clear connection between the rose and the anomalies, the guy managed to stop 17 from trying to taste the mysterious plant. Seeing his sister's disappointment, he made a calming gesture, passing the root through his fingers, allowing her to still touch the strange artifact. After successfully neutralizing the threat, Lu Xun noted the relative simplicity of solving a problem that usually requires much more effort. After successfully completing the first part of the task, the corporal with inspiration in her voice outlined the next stage to stop the rapid spread of the infection that threatens to engulf the entire city. Looking around at the endless stream of infected people who had turned into mindless puppets of madness, Lu Xun realized the scale of the impending disaster. The corporal's clear plan was heard on the air. The checkpoints at the intersections were ready to open fire on any attempt by the infected to break through. The cost of containment did not matter. With cold-blooded determination, she ordered the flow of madmen to be redirected or the exits blocked, and a makeshift flag with a sharp tip materialized in Lu Xun's hands. Clutching the staff of the flag, which had turned into a deadly weapon, the guy confirmed his understanding of the task, preparing to break through the crowd of possessed zombies. With mechanical precision, he neutralized possessed girls whose minds twisted by love turned them into dangerous predators. His voice cut through the chaos, warning the remaining people to stay away from the infected until the alarm officially ended. Having completed the clearing of one sector, he turned his attention to new groups of possessed, realizing that the work was far from complete. Through the surveillance camera, the corporal watched the operative's actions with growing concern, demanding an explanation of his methods. With pragmatic simplicity, he explained the lack of mind control abilities, which led to the choice of a more straightforward solution to the problem. His plan turned out to be brutally simple: to deprive the infected of their mobility, methodically damaging their limbs to prevent spread. Within minutes, he reported the completion of the operation, adding a cynical remark about the precision of the strikes, guaranteeing the recovery of the victims. Assessing the results of his actions, Lu Xun reflected with bitter irony on the forced cruelty of the methods, consoling himself with the thought of the lives saved. 17, with characteristic insight, teased her brother, hinting at his failures in his personal life as the reason for his mercilessness towards lovers, causing his embarrassed objection. Coming out onto a street filled with bloody light, the guy reminded his sister that the mission was incomplete. The city was still in the grip of a deadly madness. His attention was drawn to another loving couple, whose tender glances could hide a potential threat of infection. With a lightning-fast movement, he attacked the couple, who froze in shock from the sudden attack, not understanding the reasons for the aggression during their peaceful conversation. The plump young man, the target of a sudden attack, demanded in a trembling voice an explanation for the actions of the strange attacker. An awkward pause hung in the air when Lu Xun inquired about their condition, and the guy was indignant at the ban on a farewell kiss with his beloved. With feigned severity, the operative allowed the manifestation of feelings, but warned about the need to control physical contact. Having received a sharp answer about the inappropriateness of the intervention, Lu Xun silently turned around, leaving the lovers alone with their indignation. The amazed couple watched the incredible spectacle. A mysterious stranger climbed a vertical wall, evoking associations with the legendary Spider-Man. Having reached the roof of the building, the guy took his sister into himself. His eyes were colored with the characteristic blackness of their common strength, ready for new challenges. From the height of a skyscraper, the city presented a monstrous picture of collective madness. The streets, filled with the chaotic movement of maddened people, resembled the writhing tentacles of a giant monster. An endless stream of distorted consciousnesses spread through the streets of the city like a poisonous river. Distraught residents who had lost the last shreds of reason created an apocalyptic symphony of chaos. The alarming silence that suddenly fell on the city caused acute concern in the corporal's voice, to which Lu Xun noted an unnatural calm. Foreshadowing a new wave of disaster, his gaze darted to the tops of skyscrapers, where silhouettes of people could already be seen balancing on the edge of the abyss, ready to take the last step into the void. Seconds flowed like sand through his fingers. Lu Xun was acutely aware of the criticality of every moment, realizing that delay meant new victims of the insane epidemic. Determination hardened in his gaze like steel, ready to cut the veil of madness that engulfed the city in its deadly embrace. The air was filled with desperate declarations of love, distraught couples, seized by the last attack of passion, exchanged vows in the face of certain death. The roof of the skyscraper turned into a terrible theater of the absurd. Couples in love, clasping their hands in a final embrace, walked into the void, turning their flight into the final act of the tragedy of mad love. In the utter chaos of the city, the corporal's voice pierced the airwaves, demanding from the wandering soldier confirmation of the reinfection of the unfortunates, whose bodies now rested on the cold asphalt. Carefully studying the prostrate figures, Lu Xun confirmed a terrible guess. The infection from Case 96 had mutated, creating a new threat to the already tormented city. The corporal's voice sounded tense as she described the eerie metamorphosis. The emotional connection of the infected, reaching its peak, pushing them to jump together into the abyss of eternity. Alarming assumptions took on the form of nightmarish reality, as exhausted pollutants continued to provoke mass suicides of the reinfected, creating a death spiral. The research results painted a grim picture. 30 minutes after reintoxication triggered an irreversible mutation, turning victims into puppets of their own madness. The fate of single people became especially cruel. Their suicides became the last act of revenge designed to forever poison the souls of their loved ones with a sense of guilt. Rushing towards another couple on the edge of the abyss, Lu Xun tried to unravel the root cause of this mass insanity that turned the city into a theater of the absurd. The corporal's assumption about the connection between what was happening and the mysterious picture that the leader reported on was heard on air, adding a new layer to the ominous mystery. A gloomy suspicion crystallized in the guy's mind. The ghost of Qin Ran once again loomed behind the scenes of this bloody performance. The corporal confirmed his guess. Strangers who did not belong to the city deliberately provoked this apocalyptic chaos, turning love into a weapon of mass destruction. In the tense silence of the roof, Lu Xun turned to his sister with a difficult decision. Countless victims of madness demanded the division of their forces, despite all the risks of such a choice. The two silhouettes darted between concrete ledges and ventilation shafts, brother and sister, in a desperate attempt to prevent the cascade of suicides that had turned the roof into a theater of tragedy. The improvised weapon in the shape of a flower pot found its target. The blow was enough to plunge the next possessed person into saving unconsciousness. 17 showed unexpected practicality, using the fabric she found to immobilize would-be suicides, turning their own clothes into life-saving restraints. The brother's voice cut through the chaos of the roof, trying to moderate the sister's strange joy, inappropriate in the atmosphere of the impending tragedy. 17's mad laughter echoed off the concrete walls as she continued her macabre game with the crazed victims of the infection. With growing concern, Lu Xun inquired about his sister's methods, noticing a strange calm among the people she saved. The sudden awareness of a possible mistake in words stopped him in mid-sentence. His intuition screamed about an impending disaster. Horror paralyzed his body as his gaze captured something so monstrous that his mind refused to accept what he saw. On a nearby roof, like a swarm of dark moths, a huge mass of people gathered, ready to make their last synchronized flight into the abyss. The first bodies fell into the abyss, starting a deadly cascade, turning the city air into a symphony of despair. There was impotent despair in Lu Xun's voice as he reported to the corporal about the impossibility of preventing mass suicide on an inaccessible rooftop. The words of the corporal, trying to console his powerlessness in the face of the inevitable, were dissolved in the screams of falling bodies. 17, observing the burden of despair on her brother's shoulders, tried to convey a simple truth. The impossibility of saving everyone is not a personal defeat, but only a reflection of the limits of human capabilities. Lu Xun's voice trembled with impotent rage and deep sorrow. The awareness of the imminent death of many people weighed like a leaden weight on his tormented soul. The sudden rumble of helicopter blades cut through the heavy air overhead, forcing the guy to look up to the sky, where a new drama was unfolding. A graceful female leg appeared in the doorway of a military helicopter, attracting the attention of the maddened crowd like a lighthouse in a stormy sea. Dolly appeared in all her supernatural charm, a living porcelain doll whose beauty bordered on divine perfection. Her presence instantly changed the atmosphere. The madmen, ready to step into the void, froze, fascinated by the appearance of an unearthly creature. A wave of collective admiration swept across the roof. Distraught people, forgetting about their deadly intentions, poured out streams of enthusiastic confessions. Even Lu Xun's steely will trembled under the onslaught of her spell, his gaze filled with the same obsessive love that gripped everyone around him. 17, who is usually immune to human emotions, found herself under the spell of Dolly's charm, with cartoon hearts appearing in her eyes, reflecting childish delight. In a perverse display of admiration, the sister imagined scenes of the beautiful doll being forcibly undressed, her madness taking on new shades. Noticing her brother's disapproval, she cleverly turned the situation around, explaining her fantasies with an innocent desire to try on Dolly's beautiful clothes. The corporal's voice was heard through the earpiece, explaining Dolly's appearance. Having successfully dealt with the infection in the main city, she arrived to help. The gecko's prophetic words about the tragic nature of Dolly came to mind. Her supernatural beauty, driving men crazy, was adjacent to her doomed naivety. The corporal's face took on a stony seriousness as she warned against direct visual contact with Dolly, her voice ringing with the strain of the warning. In the musty air of the roof hung ominous words about irreversible mental changes that threaten anyone who dares to meet the gaze of a beautiful stranger. With methodical precision, the corporal described the time frame of the impact. A minute of contemplation deprives one of will, turning a person into a weak-willed puppet of divine beauty. The timing of the madness continued. 3 minutes of contemplation plunges you into the abyss of unconditional love, and 10 minutes or proximity within a radius of 10 meters becomes the point of no return. The final verdict sounded especially ominous. The irreversible desire for eternal unity with the object of fascination turns a person into an eternal prisoner of her beauty. A wave of collective madness swept across the roof as Dolly's divine figure began to retreat, the maddened crowd rushing after her like a pack of hungry wolves. Lu Xun observed the metamorphosis with professional interest. Old connections disintegrated, giving way to a new, more powerful obsession. The corporal's explanation was heard on the air. Dolly's charm became a saving anchor, redirecting suicidal intentions into the direction of an endless pursuit of an unattainable ideal. The alarming report disrupted the moment. Despite the safety of the shopping center, new outbreaks of infection continued to flare up throughout the city. The operational plan of action crystallized into clear instructions to join forces with Dolly to contain the epidemic, dividing areas of responsibility between the plaza and the bridge. Amazement flashed in the doll's transparent eyes. The guy's simplicity of communication contrasted with the usual adoration of those around him. The moment's hesitation disappeared into thin air as her melodious voice uttered a short agreement, filled with hidden meaning. The corporal's internal analysis highlighted the strategic importance of the bridge, the only artery connecting the southern and eastern sectors of the city. The tactical picture has become clearer. The city perimeter, cordoned off by the police 10 minutes ago, has turned into a quarantine zone between two epicenters of infection. Alarming reports of quarantine perimeter breaches continued to arrive with increasing frequency, painting a picture of an inexorably spreading infection through the city's arteries. Against the background of the order to limit the use of weapons, Lu Xun observed the beginning of a large-scale operation to clear the bridge, which had become a critical point in the confrontation. The turn to his sister was accompanied by a wave of brotherly concern. The question about her fatigue met 17's usual determination to follow him to the end. An unexpected misunderstanding arose when the corporal, taking the guy's words personally, thanked him for his concern, emphasizing his own colossal efforts. The sister's dissatisfaction with this misunderstanding was mixed with the quiet joy of Lu Xun, who managed to show concern for two creatures dear to him at once. Approaching the epicenter of events, the operative assessed the situation. Many infected were moving quite slowly, leaving a chance for their salvation. The strategic task crystallized in his mind to find an effective way to immobilize multiple targets at the same time. Suddenly, reality began to distort before his eyes, turning the familiar world into a kaleidoscope of surreal visions. The space was filled with an eerie sight. Human figures outlined by pulsating red light, as if they belonged to another dimension. The distorted silhouettes of people gripped by obsession acquired frightening clarity, as if outlined by an invisible artist of madness. In an attempt to comprehend what was happening, his gaze darted between the changed elements of reality, trying to find a foothold in this sea of chaos. The disturbing awareness of loneliness was intensified by the disappearance of the faithful 17th, leaving him alone with a distorted reality. The corporal's concerned voice cut through the veil of visions, demanding an explanation of what was happening to the confused operative. The gap between his perception and normal reality became more and more obvious in his dialogue with the corporal, who saw no change. His thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected interlocutor. An elderly man with a can of beer materialized nearby, addressing him with a familiar question. At the moment of explaining the situation to the corporal, space was distorted, revealing the figure of a mysterious bald old man, the legendary Bouchard, whose appearance meant the critical moment of the operation. Introducing himself as a soldier and wanderer of the Second City, Lu Xun received an unexpected answer, revealing their professional connection in this chaos of realities. The old man's calm voice cut through the distorted space. The fourth sector is under control, and any attempt by the infected to penetrate into its zone of influence is doomed to failure. Mutual curiosity hung in the air. Both operatives, who found themselves in a strange dimension, tried to unravel the nature of each other's abilities. The old man's philosophical admission of his own misunderstanding of the mechanisms of movement created a moment of paradoxical connection between the operators. The handshake served as a catalyst for their return. Realities began to mix, returning them to the material world of human madness. The illusion dissipated, revealing the true appearance of Bouchard. The beautiful girl explained the selectivity of her ability, allowing only normal people into a special space. Lu Xuan's surprise reflected his ignorance of such possibilities, expanding the boundaries of understanding supernatural abilities. The beauty's gentle voice sounded with professional confidence. The situation was under control, requiring his presence at other critical points. The absurdity of the situation reached its peak in the observation of an elegant girl holding a thermos of beer, a detail that ruins the whole image. The sudden appearance of 17, clutching her brother's knees, returned the situation to the usual chaos of their interaction. The sister's touching care was expressed in her peculiar method of bringing her brother to his senses, demonstrating the special logic of their relationship. An appeal to the corporal for clarification revealed the identity of the mysterious girl, Bouchard, an 18-year-old student with unique abilities. Her gift for creating a perception-distorting barrier transformed the young beauty into the image of an elderly alcoholic, demonstrating the bizarre nature of her supernatural abilities. Everyone who came within the range of her unique barrier saw only the image of a life-worn old alcoholic man, masking the true essence of the young beauty. The corporal was relieved that control of the bridge was secure when Linda began transmitting alarming information about the situation along the southern wall of the city. The tactical picture became clearer. Of the 4 foci of infection, 1 was neutralized by the Wanderer soldier. In the other 2, Bouchard and Dolly acted, creating zones of control. A new alarming message disrupted the relative calm. The southern wall, where the gecko was now located, turned into the epicenter of uncontrollable chaos. Lu Xun, immediately reacting to the mention of the southern wall, demanded detailed information about the nature of the threat, receiving a shocking answer about mass suicide attempts. After the announcement of the theft of the painting, the city plunged into the abyss of madness. In a matter of minutes, crowds of distraught residents rushed to the southern wall, turning it into an altar of mass self-destruction. Waves of human despair continued to roll over the wall. New groups of infected inexorably flocked to the place of collective madness. The uncertainty of the situation was aggravated by the lack of confirmation of the presence of a source of mental infection in the area. Determination hardened in Lu Xun's voice, briefly confirming his understanding of the situation and immediately starting to move towards a new point of crisis. Taking care of his sister, the guy chose a more traditional method of transportation. The motorcycle was supposed to save 17's strength for the upcoming confrontation. With a gentle but decisive movement, he grabbed his sister's hand, pointing to the bike as the means of their journey together. The 2 silhouettes merged with the roaring machine, rushing towards the southern wall at maximum speed. Every second of delay could cost many lives. The oppressive silence of the surroundings gave rise to an alarming premonition. The unnatural calm seemed to be a harbinger of an impending catastrophe. The picture that opened before Lu Xun made him freeze in silent horror. Reality surpassed the darkest expectations, distorting the usual boundaries of human perception. The southern wall became a monstrous magnet of human despair, an endless river of bodies meandering at its foot, creating an eerie mosaic of collective madness. The air rang with tension. Thousands of people who had lost the last bits of reason were moving towards the wall with mechanical inevitability, as if controlled by a single sinister will. The silhouette of the gecko, towering on the wall like a sentry of the apocalypse, waved its arms invitingly, urging his partner to join him in this epicenter of the nightmare. Making his way through the dense mass of human bodies, Lu Xun physically felt the pressure of collective madness, threatening to swallow the last islands of sanity. With inhuman grace, fueled by the power of 17, the guy soared along the vertical surface, resembling a predatory spider in his rapid ascent. Gecko's greeting sounded with notes of recognition. The image of the dashing motorcyclist was transformed in his memory, taking on new, more serious contours. The presentation of the ID was accompanied by a clear mission statement, the lone wanderer arriving as a representative of special operations to provide critical support. There was pure shock in Gecko's voice. Even his wealth of experience did not prepare him for facing a situation where 10 armed policemen shared the same madness. A look down into the seething mass of human despair was accompanied by an ominous preface to an unimaginable revelation. The figure of 10,000 people crying simultaneously sounded like a verdict on human rationality, marking the triumph of collective madness. The realization of the scale of the tragedy hit Lu Xun like a blow. A sea of sobbing faces turned the southern wall into an altar of unprecedented mass insanity. The gecko, immersed in an atmosphere of general despair, shared his helplessness in the face of an inexplicable phenomenon. Thousands of people engulfed in endless sobs. Against the backdrop of a surreal image of mass sobbing, he described his shock at the transformation of the situation. Instead of the expected static threat of an ocean of collective grief, the emotional tension reached such intensity that even an experienced operative admitted to an almost irresistible desire to join this chorus of despair. The tense voice of the corporal was heard on the air, calling for caution. A mysterious force was directing crowds of sobbing people towards the garrison, creating a potential threat. The air rang with unspoken fears. The absence of obvious aggression only intensified the alarming premonition of an impending disaster. The unknown source of infection paralyzed the actions of the operatives, and Gecko's proposal to use sleep bombs sounded like a gesture of desperation. Linda's harsh voice through the earpiece cut through the heavy air with sarcasm, emphasizing the absurdity of the proposed solution. The playful exchange between the operatives created a strange contrast with the surrounding sea of human grief. Attention focused on Lu Xun, whose ability to see the hidden could be the key to unraveling the nightmare that was happening. Doubt hung in the heavy air about the advisability of bringing in Dolly. Her supernatural charm could turn into a catalyst for a new wave of madness. A potential clash between two supernatural forces threatened to create a chain reaction of unpredictable consequences for the human psyche. The specter of mass insanity and mutual destruction hangs over the city like the sword of Damocles, requiring extreme caution in actions. Prioritizing research into the logical chain of infection became the only beacon of hope in a sea of chaos, and Lu Xun accepted this mission with silent determination. In the tense silence of the roof, imbued with a premonition of disaster, Lu Xun turned to the gecko, whose determination to act cut through the heavy air of hopelessness. The alarm in Gecko's voice reflected the scale of the potential disaster. A sea of human bodies churned below, each of which could become a source of unpredictable threat. With cold professional confidence, Lu Xun brushed aside his concerns, reminding him of his duty to those who repay his readiness to face any danger. Gecko's words of great destiny hung in the air like a prophecy, coloring the moment with the tones of an epic confrontation. Securing the rope at the edge of the abyss of human despair, Lu Xun countered with a joke about career advancement, masking the seriousness of the moment with light irony. 17 materialized on the rope, her habitually caustic tone creating a strange contrast with the surrounding sea of tears. A smile lit up the guy's face. The presence of his sister, even at the moment of an impending nightmare, filled his heart with warmth. With childish spontaneity, 17 settled on her brother's arm, mixing fatigue with the demand for new toys, creating an island of normality in a sea of madness. Being immersed in a crowd of sobbing people was like entering a realm of collective grief. Tears flowing like endless streams of despair. The report to the corporal sounded surreal. An eerie silence, broken only by the heavy breathing of living statues, frozen in a moment of deepest grief. With medical precision, Lu Xun prepared to test the reactions of these living mannequins, his hand slowly rising in the air, thick with tears. The woman's turn revealed a picture of extreme horror. Blood-red eyes on a face dried with sobs created the image of a creature balancing on the brink of humanity. Through the lens of the camera, the corporal observed a surreal scene of interaction between an operative and a victim of collective madness. A 20-year-old woman reacting to the presence of a stranger like a mechanical doll. In the heavy air, thick with collective despair, Lu Xun prepared for the next stage of the experiment. balancing on the line between exploration and provocation. Lightning-fast movement, the step and the woman's body began its fall, like a puppet with cut strings, limply obeying the laws of gravity. The absence of an instinctive reaction of self-preservation was shocking in its unnaturalness. The face met the ground in a terrible kiss of absolute submission to fate. A sea of frozen faces synchronously turned to the violator of their mournful trance, creating an eerie picture of a collective consciousness driven by a single will. From the heights of the wall, Gecko watched the methodical madness of his colleague, whose cold-blooded exploration of the limits of human reaction teetered on the brink of scientific interest and cruelty. Linda's irritated voice cut through the airwaves, demanding that the gecko stop being a spectator and join an experiment in the epicenter of human despair. In the clinical analysis of the situation, Lu Xun reflected on the need for radical measures. Deprivation of mobility could be the key to understanding the control mechanism. The idea of plunging into collective madness crystallized in his mind. Only by becoming part of this sea of tears could one hope to understand its nature. Through the lens of analytical thinking, he hypothesized a new method of mass destruction, so sophisticated that it eluded traditional methods of detection. With bitter irony, he reflected on his own normality, a quality that could be the key to unraveling this apocalyptic scenario. In the whirlpool of theories, the idea of a single force conducting this concert of collective grief crystallized, transforming thousands of individuals into a single organism of grief. The decision to plunge into the abyss of collective madness, risking one's own sanity, could be the only way to understand the logic of this nightmare. From the height of the wall, Gecko's voice cut through the heavy air of despair, accusing his partner of betrayal. Had he really lost faith in victory and decided to dissolve in the sea of collective madness? Linda's analytical voice was heard on the air, revealing the background of the situation. The young operative, whose training in the special forces lasted only a week, demonstrated amazing competence. Gecko's thoughts on the nature of compensation of abilities sounded in the space between the sky and the sea of U-200 beast, BI-200 human grief. Trying to comprehend the phenomenon of an unusual newcomer, an awareness of paradox hung in the air. Minimal basic knowledge was transformed in the hands of a young operative into a tool of filigree work. A whole hour dissolved in an ocean of sobs. Lu Xun, immersed in the epicenter of collective grief, waited for the moment when the waves of someone else's grief would overwhelm his consciousness. An alarming realization crystallized in his mind, a healthy psyche remaining impervious to the surrounding madness, creating a paradox of normality in a sea of insanity. 17, as if sensing her brother's train of thought, suggested testing the theory about her protective influence, ready to temporarily retreat. There was genuine concern in her voice. The thought of the possibility of losing her brother in the abyss of collective madness frightened even her eternally carefree nature. Lu Xun's words sounded like survival instructions. The sister must remain on the edge of visibility, ready to intervene at the first sign of danger. Bargaining for a large toy turned into a kind of ritual of protection. The brother reminded her of his role as the only supplier of her favorite entertainment. Gracefully moving through the sea of heads, 17 disappeared into space, leaving her brother alone with his risky experiment. In a moment of absolute loneliness, Lu Xun closed his eyes, preparing to plunge into the abyss of collective madness, where every breath could be a step towards a solution. At the epicenter of collective madness, Lu Xun stood as a solitary figure, waiting for the invisible tendrils of someone else's despair to penetrate his consciousness, turning an observer into a participant. The space around began to pulsate with strange vibrations, as if reality was cracking under the pressure of otherworldly sound waves penetrating into the very depths of the mind. Reality exploded with sudden insight. A child's cry, shrill and helpless, tore the veil of everyday life, opening the gates to the nightmare of the past. A surreal vision materialized before the mind's eye. The sinister silhouettes of surgeons bending over the operating table, turning a medical procedure into a ritual of cruelty. A single thought pulsated in my consciousness, turning into a mantra of despair. Stop, stop, stop. The endless cry of the soul, rejecting the reality of what was happening. Past and present merged in an eerie kaleidoscope. The little boy whose sobs echoed across the infinity of time was a reflection of his own childhood trauma. The emotional dam broke. Tears flowed uncontrollably, turning the operative into part of this sea of collective grief. 17's sudden return, her teeth sinking into her brother's leg, created a surreal contrast to the ocean of all-consuming sadness. Pride forced him to deny the obvious. Covering his face as if protecting himself from his own vulnerability, he exhaled a short "no," trying to preserve the remnants of professional dignity. His voice burst into the ether space, imbued with a new understanding of the situation. The source had been found. It was time to prepare for confrontation. A tense dialogue with the corporal revealed the essence of the discovery. The cry of a little boy that turned into a catalyst for mass psychosis. The mechanism of infection was revealed in all its eerie simplicity. Children's sobs, penetrating into the most hidden corners of the psyche, gave rise to a cascade of illusions and all-consuming grief. The corporal instantly assessed the danger. The investigation team had to stay away. Their psyche could become easy prey for this sound monster. The analytical mind of the operative built a logical chain. The protective armor of the investigators, creating a barrier to sound, paradoxically became their main weakness in finding the source. Comparison with pollutant 072 opened up a frightening prospect. The new source of infection turned out to be much more powerful and insidious, masquerading in the folds of reality with diabolical sophistication. In the air, saturated with collective despair, Gecko's irritation grew. His gaze, riveted on the mysterious actions of his partner, radiated a mixture of bewilderment and poorly concealed anger. Linda's voice cut through the heavy atmosphere, painting a portrait of a lonely wanderer as a devoted analyst whose descent into the abyss of collective madness was dictated by professional necessity. Words about human mental strength were drowned in a sharp order to remain vigilant. Every second of delay could be fatal in this sea of chaotic energies. The metallic clang of a weapons suitcase opening cut through the space, marking the transition from observation to active counteraction. In the dim light of the apocalyptic sunset, an ampule of liquid flashed, being inserted into the weapon with fingers trembling with tension. An inappropriate question about the analyst's attractiveness rang out as a dissonance in the symphony of impending disaster, creating a surreal contrast. Linda's professional pride manifested itself in a joking response about the status of the first beauty of the analytical department, momentarily diffusing the oppressive atmosphere. Calm descended on the Gecko like a cold shower, allowing him to concentrate on the accuracy of the upcoming shot through the optical sight. In the sea of sobbing bodies, Lu Jun discovered an anomaly, a figure shrouded in a ghostly blue light, like a beacon in the ocean of human grief. Recognition struck like lightning. The facial features of the creature emitting light formed into the frighteningly familiar image of Qin Ran. A laconic message about the detection of a target was broadcast, accompanied by readiness to immediately eliminate the threat. The corporal's warning voice called for a strategic retreat, reminding them to remain an observer in the chaos. The space was distorted before Lu Xun's eyes. The silhouette of a man, shrouded in a ghostly blue light, began to transform, revealing something monstrous growing out of his skull. In the thickening air of an apocalyptic evening, a mechanical sphere materializes, adorned with ominous wings and the all-seeing eye of a camera, turning reality into a nightmarish symbiosis of flesh and technology. An insight pierced the operative's consciousness. The child's cry, tearing the souls of thousands of people, was just an artificial simulation, a recording reproduced by this technological monster. Linda's scream cut through the ether like lightning, warning of the true nature of the threat. A creation of the technology sector preparing to reveal its true nature. The mechanical voice of the sphere announced the beginning of the second phase, turning anxious anticipation into a harbinger of an imminent catastrophe. The air trembled from the transformation. Writhing tentacles began to sprout from the ideal geometry of the ball, marking the transition to a new stage of the nightmare. The space exploded in a chaotic dance of red and blue lightning, turning reality into a kaleidoscope of electrical madness, devouring everything in its path. 30 miles from the epicenter of the apocalypse, on the roof of a dilapidated building, 3 mysterious figures were playing out their own play of fate. Each of them exuded an aura of supernatural menace. A joker with a man-made growth on his skull, a mysterious blue-haired man in a mask, and a resurrected boss of a transport empire. With casual elegance, the undead tycoon tossed a pair of threes onto the table as if playing a card game with fate itself. The Joker, contorting his face in a parody of a smile, solemnly presented his namesake with a card that could change the rules of any game. The smoke of the boss's cigarette dissolved in the evening air, while his gaze, filled with thoughtful heaviness, assessed the new turn in this deadly game. The gaming table turned into an arena of fateful decisions when a figure resembling the demonic Joker uttered mystical words about the four races and the heavenly chain. Hanging in the musty air was a lone last trump card in the hands of a player whose presence radiated an aura of supernatural menace. The silence was broken by the word "bomb," uttered by the masked man, generating a wave of misunderstanding on the distorted face of the pseudo-Joker. The bitterness of a lost victory was transformed into a demand for a new party, where the loser longed to take the position of a landowner who controlled the rules of the game. The boss, shrouded in cigarette smoke, rejected the need for repetition. The ancient customs of their scry guaranteed the impeccability of the logical chain leading to the inevitable. The masked figure's mocking comment about testing methods sounded an ominous dissonance in the symphony of impending chaos. A mysterious screen materialized in the boss's hands, a technological artifact emitting a ghostly glow in the gloom of an apocalyptic evening. Pressing the device to his heart, he contemplated the panorama of the destroyed city, where the first signs of the inevitable were already appearing in the fabric of reality. The man in the black mask noted the prematureness of events, linking the acceleration of the process with the presence of many gifted people in the city. Angry satisfaction colored the boss's voice. A critical mass of test subjects had already been reached, turning the city into a giant laboratory. The triumvirate of evil burst into synchronized laughter, their crazed smiles reflecting satisfaction at the flawless development of their diabolical plan. Joker confirmed the painting's successful completion, highlighting the new technological weapon's ability to ensure their retreat. Words hung in the air about the impending explosion of the crying boy's mental bomb, marking the completion of two-thirds of their ominous mission. The bitterness of losing the lab hung in the air like a toxic mist as the boss turned his accusing gaze on the masked man whose carelessness had cost them a priceless resource. The apology sounded mechanically empty. The puppets, controlled by the invisible threads of the boss's power, continued their deadly dance in a symphony of destruction. The boss's voice faded into the darkness. Success with the basket and the prospect of completing 2 missions without casualties made the destruction of the laboratory a minor hindrance to their grand plan. An ominous warning about the city's complexity rang like a death bell, heralding inevitable twists of fate. The metaphor of greedy pigs being the first to be slaughtered hung in the air as a poisonous omen of the coming reckoning. The order to retreat after collecting data was issued with cold determination, turning the city into a giant laboratory for their inhuman experiment. At the wall, reality was distorted like a nightmarish mirage. Lu Xun, balancing on the edge of consciousness, tried to comprehend the nightmare unfolding in front of him. The air was filled with a ghostly glow. The souls of sobbing people, like luminous butterflies, were separated from their bodily shells. The mechanical monster, transformed into a monstrous whirlpool of energy, mercilessly absorbed the ethereal essences of its victims. The corporal's alarming voice cut through the chaos with a warning about critical fluctuations in psychic energy, foreshadowing a new round of disaster. The sphere transformed into an eerie mosaic of human faces frozen in crystals of emerald radiance, creating a monument to collective madness. Official confirmation of the appearance of a psychic monster was broadcast, turning science fiction into the nightmarish reality of the second satellite city. The connection to the technology sector loomed as an ominous shadow over the event, giving the disaster the almost mystical quality of a man-made apocalypse. The gecko, contemplating the unfolding chaos, uttered prophetic words about the inevitable appearance of the main character on the stage of this monstrous performance, where cruelty fought with elusiveness. In the ringing silence of the tactical channel, Lu Xun requested permission to use the special field, but Linda answered with an unusual lightness in her voice. A smile lit up her face in the shadow of the apocalypse. Not a resolution, but a warning of the coming spectacle of power, promising to transform the battlefield into an arena of unprecedented power. The corporal's voice cut through the air like steel. The monster materialized, and every second of delay brought the city closer to the point of no return. 17, as if sensing the critical moment, extended her hand to her brother, offering her strength as the last bastion against the impending chaos. Their fingers intertwined in mystical union. The sister's energy poured into her brother's body like hot lava, turning him into an instrument of retribution. The transformation was complete, blackness flooding Lu Xun's eyes as their combined resolve crystallized into the singular goal of destroying the technological monster. A superhuman leap carried him to the top of the monstrous structure, a living mosaic of absorbed souls becoming a vulnerable target for his attack. With one lightning-quick movement, he tore apart part of this ungodly structure, but the reality turned out to be more complex than the initial assessment. A terrifying revelation pierced their consciousness. Two technological monsters towered in front of them, turning the battle into a nightmare game with double the stakes. In the space between the monsters, a lightning tactical plan was born. Gecko would take the left one, leaving the right one for Lu Xun's crushing attacks. The air hummed with plasma energy as the Gecko's special bullets found their mark, slamming into the distorted flesh of the right monster. The triumph of technological superiority sounded in his voice. Plasma fields, the brainchild of laboratory geniuses, demonstrated their deadly effectiveness, leaving only regret about their limited availability. The appeal to Linda was made with professional cunning. The proposal to double the order of ammunition was disguised as an innocent request, hiding tactical calculations behind the usual tone. Linda instantly saw through the attempt to manipulate the supply. Her voice rang with righteous indignation at the thought of involving a newcomer in fraud with precious consumables. The reality of the battle brought Lu Xun back to the issues at hand. The Spider class demanded the use of weapons, despite the obvious disapproval of his sister, whose methods always tended towards more straightforward solutions. The attack on the second monster became a show of pure force, human hands filled with supernatural power tearing technological flesh like wet paper. The instinct of self-preservation pushed the monstrous conglomerate to flight, its programmatic priorities crystallizing around the single goal of survival at any cost. An alarming premonition arose in Lu Xun's mind. Something in the monster's behavior contradicted the logic of an ordinary enemy, hinting at a more sinister plan. The corporal's voice cut through the chaos of the battle, demanding an explanation for the operative's sudden hesitation in the face of an elusive threat. A terrifying transformation unfolded before their eyes. A few souls turned into 100. The monster grew like a cancerous tumor devouring human beings. Leaving no time to think, Lu Xun once again soared towards the distorted mass of consumed souls, preparing to tear apart this nightmare with his bare hands. The absorption process did not stop for a second. The sobbing figures turned into fuel for this technological Moloch, fueling its endless growth. An insight pierced the operative's consciousness. The ability for endless combinations turned the monster into an ideal absorption machine, whose power grew with each new victim. An alarming realization pierced the operative's mind. If this technological monster is capable of feeding on the energy of thousands of souls at the Great Wall, the disaster could reach unimaginable proportions. Linda's voice trembled with tension. Even though A-class creatures did not have such a monstrous ability to rapidly absorb vital forces, turning what was happening into an unprecedented threat. The Gecko, maintaining the composure of a professional, recalled the technological nature of the monster, whose anomalous abilities went beyond the usual paranormal phenomena. An ominous foreboding tinged his words with the tones of impending disaster, time slipping away like sand through their fingers as they tried to unravel the nature of this technological nightmare. The air exploded with blue lightning, the Gecko's special bullets piercing the monster's distorted flesh, leaving trails of electrical discharges in the deepening twilight. At the epicenter of the battle, Lu Xun continued his titanic duel. His hands tore apart the living mass of the monster, but each wound only accelerated the process of its transformation. The monster's monstrous indifference to their attacks created a new level of horror. The creature grew uncontrollably, absorbing energy like a cosmic black hole. At the foot of the wall, a scene of apocalyptic proportions unfolded. Innocent souls turned into fuel for this technological Moloch. Energy readings soared to 200 units. The absorption process accelerated like a chain reaction, threatening to get out of control. The gigantic figure of the monster now towered above the wall itself, its distorted form darkening the sky, turning the day into the twilight of a technological apocalypse. Alarming reports recorded a critical increase in strength. 2,000 units of energy turned the creature into an unprecedented threat to the city. 255. The cold mathematics of the situation painted a picture of an impending disaster. With the combined energy of the crowd being 10,000 units, the monster could evolve into a Class B threat. In the chaos of the battle, Lu Xun continued his desperate dance with the technological monster, his hands like blades ripping through the creature's distorted flesh. But each wound only accelerated its monstrous evolution. The Gecko, surrounded by a halo of blue lightning from his shots, continued his futile attack, the special bullets dissolving into the growing mass of the monster like drops in the ocean. There was desperation in his voice as the last cartridge left the magazine. time flowing away like blood from a mortal wound while they waited for at least some kind of decision from the command. In the tense air, two voices collided. The corporal's hope for reinforcements was dashed by Linda's cold logic. Isolating the monster from the power source became the only chance of salvation. The weight of the inevitable hung in the air. Every second of delay brought them closer to the point of no return, beyond which lay only the emptiness of total destruction. Gecko's voice rang with steel as he demanded a worst-case scenario, preparing for the darkest prospects of this technological apocalypse. Linda, analyzing the monster's behavior, emphasized an ominous feature. The creature concentrated exclusively on absorption, as if preparing for something more terrible. Cold facts have formed a picture of an impending catastrophe. An artificial creation, having reached a critical mass of energy, will turn into a bomb of unprecedented power, capable of devastating tens of miles. The reality of the situation hit Lu Xun's mind like an icy shower, the need for immediate action crystallizing in his mind with merciless clarity. Linda's words sounded like a sentence. The mass extermination of the infected turned from an unthinkable option into the only solution. Two monstrous numbers collided in the operative's mind: 100,000 inhabitants against 1,000 infected, turning a moral choice into a mathematical equation with a single solution. But the very thought of cold-blooded murder of hostages of fate, including children, turned his inner world into a battlefield between duty and humanity. An oppressive silence hung in the command center. Every soul involved in this confrontation felt the weight of the inevitable choice between mass murder and global catastrophe. The corporal's voice, cutting through the air like the edge of a knife, conveyed the order to retreat, but there was already a premonition of refusal in his tone. Lu Xun's determination rang out like a bell in an empty cathedral, his refusal to retreat becoming a manifesto for his personal war against the technological apocalypse. The command's shock materialized in space like an electric discharge. No one expected such categorical disobedience from the young operative. There was a steel of absolute confidence in his voice, the order to evacuate the observers becoming a last act of concern in the face of the inevitable. An ominous warning about the dangers of even remote observation hinted at the scale of the impending confrontation, surpassing all imaginable boundaries. The corporal, maintaining professional composure, began to broadcast the situation. The giant monster against the wall became the center of an unfolding drama on an urban scale. The last request of the lonely wanderer sounded like a testament. The complete isolation of the conflict zone turned him into the only actor on the stage of the coming apocalypse. In the manager's office, time seemed to stand still. Her mind tried to comprehend the intentions of the operative, ready to face the technological nightmare one-on-one. The Defense Department's control room echoed with Section Chief Chen's scream, his voice trembling with a mixture of rage and fear at the operative's incomprehensible decision. In the tense silence of the command center, words were heard about ancient ghosts of the past. Data about the explosion in the Red Moon Orphanage, like an ominous omen, lay on the professor's desk. Time has compressed into a tight spring. 10 years ago, events have turned into a foggy veil of half-truths, behind which the true story of a lonely wanderer was hidden. The air of the command center rang with tension as Professor Bai immersed himself in studying documents, holding in his hands the fate of not only the operative, but the entire city. The leader, clutching the armrests of her chair with whitened fingers, teetered on the brink of a decision, her faith in the lonely wanderer battling with the cold logic of protocol. Words of hope hung in space. Even the worst outcome could not surpass the catastrophe that they were inexorably approaching with every second of delay. The head of the department added a steely note of pragmatism. The Special Operations Group will become the last barrier between the city and potential disaster. The order to retreat sounded on the air like a funeral march. All units, including elite groups, had to leave the arena of the coming confrontation. In the eerie silence of the impending chaos, Lu Xun methodically freed himself from the shackles of technology. Every communication device turned into an unnecessary anchor. The last line of communication with the command, the leader's phone, a symbol of her trust and care, now seemed like another witness to the coming confrontation. With a symbolic gesture of final rupture, he smashed the device onto the asphalt, turning the technological artifact into a scattering of fragments, marking the beginning of his lonely mission. At the epicenter of apocalyptic chaos, a titanic figure of a monster rose, absorbing the energy of 10,000 souls, turning reality into a nightmarish parody of human existence. The crazed gleam in Lu Xun's eyes reflected the depth of his inner transformation as he addressed his sister, acknowledging their shared helplessness in the face of this technological leviathan. 17, gripped by anxiety for her brother's sanity, made desperate attempts to resist the monster, but her actions seemed like grains of sand in a hurricane of impending disaster. Through the window opening of their house, the ominous silhouette of the father appeared. His gigantic shadow in the kitchen turned into a symbol of pent-up madness. Ready to burst out, the father's evil mantra cut through space like a poisoned blade. Die, die. Every word pulsated with a thirst for liberation, threatening to turn reality into a nightmare. The mother's voice, saturated with poisonous irony, wove itself into the symphony of chaos. But Lu Xun remained unshaken. The destruction of the monster and the search for the organizers turned into his personal crusade. A silent understanding hung in the space between mother and son. Her maternal anxiety intertwined with the recognition of the inevitability of his choice, turning the dialogue into a farewell. The understatement of his mother's words hung in the air like a thundercloud, foreshadowing revelations that could change his understanding of reality. Her question about other opponents sounded an alarming note of understanding. The battle with the monster could be only a prologue to a larger confrontation. His mother's insight revealed his deep desire for liberation, transforming the conversation into a moment of truth between two beings teetering on the edge of reality. The threat of his father's madness unleashed looms like the sword of Damocles, but his mother's warning crystallizes the true scale of the potential disaster. Her words about the living inhabitants of the satellite city sounded like a final reminder of the cost of error, turning every decision into a choice between different forms of apocalypse. In a space distorted by a technological nightmare, a father's voice cut through the heavy air with a question full of pent-up rage and helplessness in the face of incomprehensible choices. A mother's question of trust in the family collided with Lu Xun's flood of memories. Their sudden appearance after the destruction of the orphanage, like ghosts materializing from the ashes of his past life. Conflicting images crystallized in his mind. A family teetering on the edge between protection and destruction, their dark impulses pushing him to the limits of morality. The paradox of his existence unfolded like a poisonous flower surrounded by supernatural beings. He remained an anchor of normalcy in an ocean of chaos. His mother's words cut through the veil of self-deception. His imaginary ordinariness turned into a unique gift, the ability to resist the distorting effects of paranormal forces. In the space between brother and sister, a new truth was revealed. Their symbiosis was built not on the borrowing of power, but on its mutual exchange, turning their union into something more. His mother's wisdom revealed the depth of his connection with 17. Behind the mask of fear of her potential madness hid an unshakable faith in their kinship. His words sounded like an oath of allegiance, reflecting absolute trust in the family that became his anchor in the sea of technological apocalypse. In the chaos of battle, a moment of almost childlike joy was born, his pointing finger turning the monstrous monster into a potential toy for his sister. 17's face lit up with insane joy. The prospect of receiving a new gift turned the apocalyptic threat into a desired prey. Her movement was reminiscent of the lunge of a predator. The lightning leap in the indicated direction filled with grace and deadly purpose. The reunion on the physical level happened instantly. The sister, clinging to her brother's back, was preparing to convey to him the full power of her supernatural essence. In an apocalyptic tandem, brother and sister merged together. 17's voice, full of childish delight, turned the monstrous colossus into a desired gift, a promise of limitless destruction. Lu Xun rushed towards the gigantic mass of the monster, whose surface pulsed with 1,000 distorted faces in a symphony of human suffering, each begging for salvation in a silent cry of agony. His face, illuminated by the inner flame of madness, reflected a primal thirst for destruction. His mind teetered on the edge between control and complete immersion in the abyss of chaos. In the command center, Linda's voice rang with alarm, a field of mental distortion, like an invisible poison, turning the mind of an ordinary person into fragments of a fragmented consciousness. The gecko, tormented by anxiety for his partner, remembered his calling as a defender of humanity. His words about supporting his sister dissolved in a whirlwind of impending madness. At the epicenter of an apocalyptic confrontation, a lone wanderer fought his titanic duel, while the voices of the command merged into a distant chorus of powerless observers. Lu Xun's steely grip slammed into one of the monster's many faces, demonstrating the cool determination that distinguished him from boastful heroes. The gecko's bewilderment reflected everyone's confusion. The colossal mass of the creature, invulnerable to any attacks, seemed an insurmountable obstacle. The space was distorted like a crooked mirror. 17, like a demon of vengeance, pounced on the monster, turning the battle into a surreal dance of destruction. An insight pierced Lu Xun's consciousness. His sister's actions revealed the true nature of the threat, not a manifestation of an ability, but a new, more sinister form of infection. The indomitable 17th, thrown back by the monster's massive limb, immediately returned to the fight, her determination turning each defeat into a prelude to a new attack. For 17, this confrontation turned into a celebration of uncontrollable joy, her pale face glowing with ecstatic delight as she whirled in a deadly dance with the technological monster. Enjoying every moment of the destructive symphony, the white-haired girl, visible only to her brother, continued her mad dance around the gigantic figure of the monster, while Lu Xun watched her graceful movements, sensing the approaching inevitable climax of their joint hunt. The space around the monster warped like a broken mirror, dividing its titanic form into two opposing entities, one part retaining the remnants of humanity, while the other plunged into the abyss of absolute distortion. The lone wanderer instantly realized the metamorphosis of the monster, like a cell in the process of division, tearing away its distorted part, creating two separate incarnations of a technological nightmare. The dark half of the creature, like a tsunami of hatred, rushed towards the young man's mother, her massive body flowing like a living wave of the ocean of primordial chaos, ready to absorb everything in its path. The woman, whose presence was felt only by her son, met the approaching threat with frightening calm, her voice full of maternal tenderness turning the monstrous attack into an eerie parody of a family reunion. The monster let out a deafening roar, its amorphous mass concentrated into a single gigantic face, distorted by primal horror and rage, turning the sky above the city into a mirror of apocalyptic madness. The creature, writhing like a cosmic snake, rushed towards Lu Xun's mother, intending to destroy her with its titanic jaws, woven from a technological nightmare. At the critical moment, 17, inextricably linked to her brother, landed on the monster's back, her triumphant voice declaring control over the part of the monster whose essence now trembled with primal fear. The white-haired girl's thin lips curved into a condescending smile as she watched the creature's panicked convulsions, her words about the monster's stupidity sounding like a sentence from a higher being. The division of forces happened with surgical precision. Lu Xun took a position on the distorted half of the monster while his sister, like a predatory cat, landed on the relatively normal part, inviting the monster into her deadly game. The two halves of a technological nightmare were trapped between brother and sister, their titanic masses spinning like planets around two merciless suns. Smiles lit up the faces of the supernatural twins, their synchronized announcement of the time of reckoning sounding like the death sentence for the monster, turning the apocalyptic battle into a family entertainment. In the midst of apocalyptic chaos, two halves of a shattered monster collided like tectonic plates, while brother and sister retreated from the monstrous mass with the grace of predators preparing for the final charge. In the darkened command center, the head of the transport organization, without taking her eyes off the flickering tablet, uttered words laced with anxiety. The strength indicators had not reached a critical level, but the data was already showing ominous instability. An ominous figure in a plague mask, placing his hand on the leader's shoulder, said with chilling calm that what was happening was just a bomb test, offering to send his puppets to reconnaissance of the situation. In the space of the command center, the boss's order hung, saturated with tension, one observation, one glance, after which the immediate disconnection of the connection, each word sounded like a hammer blow on the anvil of fate. The masked puppeteer exuded an aura of self-confidence as he activated his puppets, his words about being unable to stop the explosion ringing in the air like a death bell for the city. Like an ancient master of the dark arts, the masked man merged his consciousness with the puppet, piercing its head with glittering strands of control, transforming the lifeless doll into an extension of his will. The consciousness of the puppeteer merged with the mechanical gaze of the puppet, whose eyes turned into lenses broadcasting an apocalyptic picture of the unfolding chaos. Corporal Han Bin, her pink hair fluttering in the wind, peered through the optical sight at the epicenter of the disaster, her voice, broadcasting the live report, trembling with the realization of the improbability of what was happening. Activating her paranormal ability, the pink-haired girl touched the glowing eye with 2 fingers, directing her supernatural gaze towards the southern wall where the confrontation was unfolding. In the midst of the battle, Lu Xun's mother, whose presence was felt only by her son, spoke with cold fury words of condemnation to those who dared to ignore the warning about the prohibition of surveillance. There was a note of ominous maternal disapproval in her voice as she announced the inevitability of punishment for disobedience, turning parental reprimand into a death sentence. The woman's hair transformed into deadly scissors, which she threw with the power of an ancient deity, turning a mother's punishment into an act of supernatural retribution. The careless journalist's camera shattered under the blow of a mystical weapon, turning the technological artifact into a fountain of fragments and sparks. Amazement froze on the man's face like a death mask. His mind refused to accept the reality of what was happening, while supernatural forces tore apart the boundaries of the possible. The fate of the observer was decided in the blink of an eye. The mystical scissors turned his body into a kaleidoscope of 1,000 fragments, like the final chord in a symphony of maternal retribution. The pink-haired journalist's optics were split in 2 by the supernatural scissors, turning the high-tech device into useless fragments of a past existence. Waves of invisible horror gripped the girl as her clothes began to disintegrate for no apparent reason, turning everyday reality into a nightmarish dance of inexplicable destruction. The mystical scissors of Lu Xun's mother struck their merciless blow, turning the body of the unwary observer into another victim of maternal retribution. Through the prism of her paranormal vision, the girl observer contemplated the titanic battle of a lone wanderer with a monster. At the moment of reading critical information, an invisible force cut short her attempt to penetrate the secrets of the confrontation, like a cosmic censor protecting forbidden knowledge. The mother's punishing hand overtook this observer too, dealing a crushing blow, turning her arrogance into a bloody seal of warning. In the command center, the man in the plague mask felt the first twinges of anxiety as reality began to deviate from the predictable scenario. The Joker-like partner voiced the concern of the puppeteer, whose puppets suddenly disappeared from the mental field of control, as if the control threads were cut by an invisible blade. The boss, turning with the alarming grace of a predator, demanded clarification of the scale of the disaster, her voice ringing with pent-up tension. Horror distorted the masked man's voice as he confessed to a total loss of control over all the puppets, turning technological superiority into an illusion of power. The figure in the guise of a Joker voiced general bewilderment, suggesting more prosaic reasons for the failure, such as exceeding the control distance over the puppets. The puppeteer, his voice trembling with the realization of the impossible, refuted the distance theory, citing numerous successful tests within a 30-kilometer radius. With professional precision, he described the process of seizing control of the puppets, the temporary disturbances in the brain structure, the gradual establishment of communication, the final phase of complete submission. There was a primal horror in his words as he described the last moments of control, the distortion of sound, possible illusions, and the final image of a smiling woman frozen in his mind like a nightmare brand. The Joker-faced man broke the tension with an inappropriate joke about being obsessed with women, his words ringing a false note in the symphony of mounting fear. The boss, realizing the urgency of the moment, ordered an immediate evacuation. But her decision was met with an alarming warning about the consequences of transmitting such a volume of data. A heavy farewell hung in the air. A man in a plague mask, addressing his charges over his shoulder, stated the final failure of the data collection mission, his voice sounding like a funeral march for their ambitions. In the space of the command center, his last question was heard, saturated with the bitter wisdom of the past years, like a testament to those who will continue to play hide-and-seek with death. Maintaining human caution even when possessing supernatural abilities, refusing greed at critical moments, is what allowed him to dance on the edge of the abyss for so many years. A titanic confrontation was unfolding against the southern wall, a distorted version of the monster sinking its monstrous jaws into the flesh of its normal counterpart. Lu Xun watched the supernatural performance with silent admiration. His incredible sister managed to seize control of the stronger version of the monster, turning the opponent's superiority into his own destruction. The distorted mass of the monster collapsed onto its original form like an avalanche, woven from technological nightmares and twisted desires. Anxiety pierced the young man's mind as he realized the approaching critical moment. The monster was preparing to release its last charge of energy, threatening to turn the battlefield into the epicenter of an apocalyptic explosion. With lightning speed, Lu Xun rushed towards the fighting titans, his voice full of brotherly concern cutting through the chaos of the battle with a question about his sister's condition. 17, perched on her brother's shoulders like a supernatural queen, radiated a serene calm. Her delicate fingers tangled in his hair as she assured him of her well-being. Like a mystical bird, she soared from his shoulders, rushing back to the epicenter of the monstrous confrontation, ready to continue her deadly dance. Her body's transformation was a surreal spectacle, each part dividing and stretching, connected by spectral threads as she attacked the original version of the monster. Her cry of triumph cut through the air like lightning as she demonstrated to her brother her multiplied presence, transforming a single entity into a legion. 17's multiple manifestations enveloped the remainder of the monster like a living cocoon woven of supernatural flesh and determination. An insight pierced Lu Xun's consciousness with an electric discharge. His sister planned to use her own body as an instrument to merge with the monster. At the climax, the technological monster exploded like a supernova, while 17 stepped back with the grace of a supernatural ballerina. Shock paralyzed the young man's body as he realized the nature of his sister's ability. But an inexplicable feeling of anxiety and disgust took over his mind like a poisonous fog. In the deepening twilight of the technological apocalypse, three sinister figures, the boss, the puppeteer, and the man with the face of the Joker, disappeared into the shadows of the city, like the ghosts of unfulfilled nightmares. The mysterious observer silhouetted against the background of the city chaos, habitually holding a cigarette and a tablet, he philosophically remarked about the incomprehensible depth of the city waters. His words dissolved in the evening air like smoke. The space in front of him was distorted like a crooked mirror, revealing a blurred image of Lu Xun's mother. Her presence violated the usual laws of reality, turning confidence into an illusion. Cold sweat broke out on his face as his mind refused to accept what he saw, turning the moment of recognition into a psychological torture of uncertainty. The woman's materialization occurred with stunning grace, her majestic figure, armed with mystical scissors, embodying the quintessence of maternal retribution. Her melodic laughter hung in the air, saturated with the sweet poison of superiority, turning the last moments of her pursuers into a symphony of horror. The gecko, perched on the edge of a skyscraper like a Gothic sentinel, contemplated a distant explosion whose black smoke rose to the heavens like the funeral pyre of a technological age. With professional precision, he activated the measuring device, preparing to record the parameters of the disaster that was turning the city into a laboratory of chaos. His report to Linda was broadcast. Energy levels in the area of the southern wall were rapidly falling, as if vital forces were leaving the wounded body of the satellite city. The command's voice broke through the static, authorizing the reconnaissance operation, turning Gecko into the last witness to the apocalyptic finale. There was a spark of humanity in Gecko and Linda's conversation, her concern for his safety meeting his warm gratitude, creating a moment of tenderness in the midst of the chaos. Gecko's words sounded like an oath, his promise of caution warming Linda's heart like a ray of sunshine in the twilight of the apocalypse. The epicenter of the disaster became an ominous monument to technological madness, a gigantic crater surrounded by the prostrate bodies of victims, like an altar to an unknown deity of destruction. Deep in the crater, the lone figure of the gecko approached his partner, his greeting hanging in the air like an unfinished stroke on the canvas of reality. Anxiety squeezed Gecko's heart. His comrade sat completely alone, immersed in the abyss of gloomy thoughts. His presence seemed only a shadow of the former Lu Xun. The guy's detachment reached its climax. Only the physical proximity of the gecko pulled him out of the abyss of thoughts, forcing him to turn his head like a mechanical doll. Lu Xun's voice sounded with mechanical detachment as he asked to call the support group, like the last formality in the final act of a tragedy. Confusion distorted the gecko's features as he observed the strange behavior of his partner, whose hand mechanically touched the back of his head in a gesture of unconscious alarm. The irony of the moment hung in the space between them. The broken equipment turned into the last anchor of normality, and the joke about an honest confession sounded like an echo of a former friendship. Gecko's question about the origin of the colossal crater hung in the air, to which Lu Xun answered with grim directness, a monstrous monster transformed into a living bomb. The blonde's professional curiosity cut through the heavy air, his interest in the mechanism for localizing the explosion reflecting admiration for his partner's incredible skill in managing the disaster. 17, invisible to everyone except her brother, sank next to the proud smile of the winner, while the understanding of her incredible feat crystallized in Lu Xun's mind. An explanation of the technical side of the rescue hung in the space between the partners, turning an incomprehensible feat into an almost everyday discussion of tactical possibilities. Lu Xun's silence reflected the depth of his inner conflict, his inability to explain his sister's supernatural intervention becoming a wall between him and reality. The gecko, demonstrating a rare understanding, accepted the inexplicability of the situation with professional calm. His words about not their problem were met with a grateful smile from his partner. The air was cut by the mechanical rumble of helicopter blades. The arriving support team began broadcasting the legend of mass food poisoning, turning a technological nightmare into a domestic incident. The professional voices of the rescuers resounded over the disaster field, calling the survivors to calm and stillness, like a spell against the impending chaos. A practical warning sounded in the space between heaven and earth. The threat of self-medication turned into an effective tool for controlling the panicked crowd. The numbers on potential medical expenses sounded like a death sentence, and millions of dollars became invisible shackles keeping people in the zone of organized care. The corporal's voice cut through the fog of uncertainty. The 4 epicenters of chaos in the second satellite city were under control, turning the apocalyptic nightmare into a manageable situation. The bitter thought of partial success flashed through Lu Xun's mind. Saving more than half of the victims turned into a Pyrrhic victory over technological madness. The weight of guilt for the dead weighed on the young operative's shoulders like a leaden cloak as he sought answers from the corporal about the causes of the chaos that had occurred. The corporal's words sounded an alarming note. The connection with the technical sector and mercenaries turned the incident into part of a larger conspiracy whose goals remained in the shadows. The future investigation was painted as a foggy canvas of uncertainty. Even the escape of the mercenaries could not stop the work of the investigators, turning the search for truth into a long hunt. In the space between the partners, the corporal's promise was made to inform about new details of the investigation. The need to find those responsible for the deaths turned into a sacred duty to the fallen. Anger cut through the space like a red-hot blade as Lu Xun pronounced his sentence. The victims demanded retribution, and no borders, no shelters could protect the perpetrators from the inevitable retribution. The figure of a mother materialized at the edge of an apocalyptic crater, her presence, visible only to her son, filling the air with a sense of foreboding family drama as she uttered words about returning home. A smile played on her lips, like the sun's glare on the blade of a knife as she spoke of her father's anger, turning the upcoming family meeting into an overture to a new act of their personal tragedy. In the space between the official car and the passing day, a dialogue of gratitude unfolded. The corporal, expressing gratitude on behalf of the city, turned Lu Xun's personal feat into a symbol of collective salvation. The gecko, with his characteristic directness, introduced dissonance into the official atmosphere by inquiring about the true nature of his partner's relationship with the corporal, causing a wave of embarrassed denial. The blonde's self-confidence materialized in the air like a golden cloud. His words about intimacy with Linda sounded like a declaration of impending triumph. Intrigue thickened in the air like a thundercloud when the gecko, placing his hand on his partner's shoulder, prepared to share his secret knowledge. The mention of the little secretary sounded like an explosion in the silence, turning an ordinary conversation into a moment of unexpected revelation. Gecko's words about the girl's status cut through the veil of secrecy. His characterization of the analyst as the color of the team turned an ordinary employee into a key figure in the organization. A dance of misunderstandings unfolded in the space between the partners. Lu Xun's confession of a possibly higher rank, secretary, was met with a hint of the source of information. The intrigue took a new turn. The gecko, demanding a mutual favor, turned a simple question about Linda into a continuation of their secret information exchange. The suggestion of Linda's motherhood hung in the air like an unsung note, turning the conversation into a game of half-hints. The absurdity of a question about an employee's weight released the tension like a flash of lightning, turning a serious conversation into a moment of friendly banter. At the main office, amid the usual post-mission routine, Gecko voiced the universal truth of bureaucracy. Any report turned into an exercise in creative writing. The question of the final report hung in the space between the partners, turning the last stage of the mission into a moment of choice between the truth and its interpretation. Lu Xun's response sounded like an echo of their earlier conversation. The version of events told to Gecko was about to become the official story of their last mission. In the office space, the Gecko spread his arms in a gesture of acceptance, demonstrating his His support sounded like a promise of silence. While Lu Xun noted to himself the extraordinary caution of his partner, the weight of other people's attention pressed on the shoulders of the young operative. Many eyes longed to know the truth about the victory over the monster. And the presence of the gecko turned into a silent reminder of unspoken surveillance. 17, hovering near the ceiling like a ghostly guardian angel, voiced the general alarm about returning home. Her father's hysterics turned into a domestic nightmare. A rare admission of vulnerability hung in the space between brother and sister. 17's fear of her father turning the promise of a quick homecoming into the bitter taste of the inevitable. The candy in his hand became a symbol of deferred joy as he announced his intention to return home, each word sounding like part of a farewell ritual. Gecko's words about a well-deserved rest after a successful mission cut through the heavy air of the office, turning the bureaucratic routine into a moment of long-awaited release. Gecko's offer to accompany his partner home hung in the air like a thundercloud, recalling his long-standing desire to penetrate the secrets of Lu Xun's family nest. A dark joke about life and death sounded like a warning, turning a friendly conversation into a dance on the edge of an abyss of family secrets. The gecko's nervousness materialized almost physically as Lu Xun tried to soften the severity of the moment with laughter, turning the ominous warning into a simple joke. In the space between the partners, a new agreement crystallized. The refusal of the invitation turned into a request for support, a readiness to come to the rescue at the time of an inevitable catastrophe. The company car carried him towards the house, while the order for the Moonlight platform sounded like a password that opened the doors to a personal hell. 17's uncanny sensitivity turned an ordinary trip into a paranoid thriller, her warning about surveillance sounding like the first chord of an impending symphony of chaos. Understanding of someone else's curiosity and fear of his father's wrath collided in Lu Xun's mind, turning simply returning home into a dangerous balancing act. The call to the manager sounded like an attempt to establish the last barrier of normalcy before plunging into the abyss of family madness. Alarming information about surveillance hung in the space between him and his boss, turning a routine report into a request for protection. The leader's voice exuded calm confidence. Her promise to take action sounded like a guarantee of safety from higher powers. Reality changed, like a change of scenery in a shadow theater. The pursuers disappeared at the wave of an invisible hand, leaving only a ghostly trace of their presence. The leader's explanation was heard on air. Someone else's surveillance initiative collided with her power, turning the silent confrontation into a victory for the hierarchy. The final dialogue was tinged with notes of physical vulnerability. The wounding of the leader during the battle turned her care for her subordinate into an act of almost maternal protection. Unease gripped Lu Xun's heart when he realized that he had disturbed the leader at a vulnerable moment, and her answer about her health condition was delivered with the usual professional restraint. In the space between them hung the weight of her confession, a wound in her stomach, a damaged intestine, and only her supernatural ability to hypnosis kept the pain at a distance. The leader's words cut through the air like a surgical scalpel, its effectiveness in fighting the monster becoming a source of fear for those accustomed to controlling supernatural forces. There was a steely confidence in her voice as she spoke of the autonomy of their organization, turning others' fears into minor obstacles to the greater goal. The company car was left behind as Lu Xun headed towards his home, every step bringing him closer to the epicenter of the family apocalypse. The order to stop surveillance echoed behind him, the invisible chains of control crumbling at the will of senior management. The flight of stairs became the scene of a surreal performance as Lu Xun walked up to the apartment, his sister like a supernatural acrobat. The nursery rhyme about a doll escaping 17's lips became the ominous soundtrack to their return home as the exhausted operative begged for silence. The sister's irritation materialized like an electric shock, but the brother met her anger with patient care, understanding the true nature of her anxiety. Apartment number 401 became a portal to a personal hell as 17's fear materialized in the air like a toxic mist. An apocalyptic picture of destruction greeted them at the threshold, their father's anger turning the interior into a battlefield where every broken object screamed of uncontrollable rage. The mother's voice on the phone weaved a web of soothing lies, turning a family crisis into a banal incident with bandits. His father's titanic fist slammed down on the table like a hammer of fate, turning the last remaining piece of furniture into splinters to the accompaniment of his cries for trash. The father's madness crystallized in the air like a poisonous gas, his words about the futility of existence turning the room into a torture chamber for the psyche. The father's accusation thundered like thunder, His pointing finger turned his son into the embodiment of universal betrayal and deception. The mother's voice brought dissonance into the symphony of madness. Her proposal for a family meeting sounded like an attempt to transform chaos into a semblance of order. The stage was built with theatrical precision, the father on a stool like a king on a throne of rubble, the rest on the sofa as spectators and participants in the inevitable drama. Lu Xun's words about duty and responsibility sounded like a hymn to professional ethics, but in the context of family madness, they turned into a catalyst for a new explosion. The father's rage reached its climax. His accusations of betraying the family for the sake of work turned the air into hot lead, ready to incinerate the last vestiges of mutual understanding. In the suffocating atmosphere of family confrontation, the mother's voice cut through the space like a ray of reason. Her words about the need to preserve the city's infrastructure turned into a cold analysis of reality. Mother's logic unfolded like a flawless algorithm. Every word about the legitimacy of other people's fears after their actions sounded like an acknowledgement of the inevitable consequences of their supernatural nature. The father's rage crystallized in the air with every mother's word. His accusations of her reclusiveness were accompanied by a monstrous clenching of his fist, turning family dialogue into a prelude to an explosion of violence. The mother's gaze turned to her son concealed an abyss of understanding and anxiety. His gentleness in saving people turned into an object of critical analysis, exposing the vulnerability of their current situation. His father's scream tore through the space like thunder, his philosophy of preemptive destruction turning a family discussion into a manifesto of primal cruelty. 17's voice, quiet as the rustle of autumn leaves, came to her brother's defense, her childish faith in his infallibility sounding like a prayer in the temple of madness. The father's irritation materialized in the air like a toxic fog, his derogatory words about his daughter turning the family conflict into a battleground for generations. 17's unshakable faith in her brother's rightness rang out with the purity of a mountain stream, turning her childish devotion into a shield against her father's rage. The space between father and son was filled with the electricity of conflict. The defense of the sister turned into open opposition to the father's tyranny. Motherly tenderness for her daughter materialized in a soothing gesture. Patting her on the head turned into a silent confirmation that her brother was right. A heavy sense of foreboding hung in the air. The mother's thoughts about the picture and the true goals of the criminals turned the family discussion into an investigation into a global conspiracy. Her question about the psychopath sounded like the first note in a symphony of paranoia, turning a simple robbery into a multi-layered conspiracy. The space of the apartment was filled with disturbing questions. The choice of a southern city, unusual activity in the outside world, every detail turned into a part of an ominous mosaic. Panic began to form in Lu Xun's mind like ice crystals, his folded hands becoming a physical manifestation of his inner turmoil in the face of mounting questions. The sudden calm in the father's voice sounded like the calm before the storm, his question about his son's consent turning the tense atmosphere into a moment of ominous revelation. The space of the family living room was filled with the weight of the decision. Lu Xun's voice, slowly drawing out his words, admitted that his choice had been made long before returning home. Rising from the sofa, the young operative turned his return into a moment of truth. Checking family support was the only reason for his visit to his native walls. The mother's voice sounded like a final verdict. The decision to start a hunt turned the family meeting into a military council. The enthusiasm of the sister and mother materialized in the air like an electrical charge, their approval turning a somber decision into an almost celebratory event. In the sterile atmosphere of the laboratory, the silhouette of the leader materialized in front of Professor Bai, turning the workspace into an arena for serious conversation. The dialogue about her injuries turned into a demonstration of iron will. The refusal to rest emphasized the criticality of the situation requiring immediate attention. Documents lay on the table like bones in a fortune-telling ritual. Reports from the Shu family, data on works of art, each paper concealed a piece of an ominous puzzle. A heavy suspicion hung in the air. The presence of ability users in the city turned the search for the painting into a multi-layered conspiracy. The professor painted a portrait of polluter number 041, Qingran, turning an abstract threat into a concrete opponent with extraordinary abilities. The enemy's profile unfolded like a dossier, a combination of courage, caution, and knowledge of city defense turning him into an ideal antagonist. The analysis of his abilities sounded like a scientific report. Balancing between the first and second stages turned the enemy into a mystery, requiring an immediate solution. The professor's words about the technology sector sounded like a grim warning, the absence of multiple bombs becoming the key to understanding the true nature of the threat. The mention of the soldier brought a ray of hope into a gloomy picture. His success in preventing disaster turned into the only positive moment in a sea of disturbing facts. The guy's concern about the director's surveillance has turned into a new facet of the problem that requires immediate attention and solution. The professor's revelations about the director's past manipulations sounded like an ominous warning. Attempts to contact a mentally unstable man near the asylum turned into part of a larger conspiracy. The moment of truth materialized in the form of a file on the table. Data about the incident at the Red Moon Orphanage promised to shed light on the secrets haunting the lonely wanderer. The space of the laboratory was filled with the weight of historical facts. The leader pulled out documents telling about the events of 20 years ago, when the internal division was just being formed. The ghost of the past hung in the air. The story of a research director who stole resources and test subjects turned into the beginning of a long chain of fateful events. Years of searching for the laboratory stretched into an endless string of failures, turning this incident into an infamous chapter in their history. The laboratory escape incident. These words sounded like an echo of a long-ago disaster, whose consequences still poisoned the present. The manager's words about the lack of data cut through the air like a cold blade of skepticism, turning all suspicions into shaky assumptions. The professor admitted the deliberate concealment of information, turning the search for evidence into a chase for ghosts in a labyrinth of half-truths. In the space of the laboratory, hope materialized. The existence of a single witness turned vague theories into a potential path to the truth. The professor's recommendations sounded like a tactical distribution of forces. While the director was busy getting weapons into the city, the leader had her own critical mission left. The professor's trust in the director in matters of the orphanage sounded like a sacred oath, turning the investigation into a personal mission of unsurpassed importance. The night landscape was painted with silver moonlight, in which the silhouette of a familiar teacher in a wheelchair acquired ominous outlines. The transformation was striking. The daytime image of a smiling beauty was replaced by the nighttime incarnation of a cold-blooded shooter, whose pistol glittered in the moonlight like a deadly decoration. Relief flashed through the head's mind. The new location of the orphanage, far from the epicenter of the disaster, turned her decision to move into an example of far-sighted foresight. In the shelter corridor, her words were met with the guard's casual answer. The director's busyness in the classroom turned the wait into a necessary formality. The space of the office became empty like the tide. The teacher in the stroller and the children around her left the room, taking with them the last echoes of joy. The introduction of the manager as Lu Xun's colleague was met with an unexpectedly thorny question about money, turning a simple acquaintance into a moment of hidden confrontation. There was a sense of fairness in the pay. Every task completed was worth every yuan spent. The teacher's question turned into a prelude to a serious conversation, while the leader directed the conversation towards long-standing events. The documents in the hands of the leader turned into a mirror of the past. Her question about the ambitions of the students sounded like the first note in a symphony of investigation. A polite offer of tea collided with a focused interest in the past. The shared past in the shelter turned into a key to solving the mystery. The story of a 13-year-old boy who turned into the savior of an orphanage sounded like a hymn to human kindness. His thrift and selflessness saved dozens of lives from starvation. The recognition of his merits was followed by a sharp question about the past. The leader turned a friendly conversation into an interrogation about the events of bygone days. The director's defensiveness materialized in words about his unfailing kindness, turning every question into a potential threat. The question about the explosion sounded like a detonator, turning a peaceful conversation into a dangerous game with the past. The gun emerged from the folds of the dress like a snake from the grass. Denial of knowledge of the past turned into armed confrontation. Maternal protection pierced the space like lightning. Tears and threats of suicide turned the interrogation into an emotional confrontation. The irony of the moment hung in the air. The malfunction of the weapon turning a dramatic gesture into an empty threat, exposing the helplessness of the defender in the face of the inevitable conversation. The leader's words, saturated with urgent need, hung in the air. The test of Lu Xun's reliability turned into a critical moment of trust, the space between them filled with businesslike pragmatism. The business card and the promise of silence about the gun became a currency of mutual trust. while the question of utility bills hung in the air like an ominous reminder. The financial problems of the shelter materialized in space like the ghosts of poverty. The solution to utility debts fell on the shoulders of the inhabitants as an inevitable burden of survival. City screens broadcast an artificial version of reality. The story of poisonous mushrooms turned a technological apocalypse into a banal food poisoning, creating the illusion of control over chaos. Lu Xuan's silhouette stood frozen in front of the screen like a statue as the news painted a picture of administrative efficiency. Free medical centers turned into a symbol of government care. Doubt crystallized in his mind. The effectiveness of the propaganda machine turning a monstrous reality into a controlled incident with predictable consequences. In the space between reality and the official version, the story of the chase unfolded. 3 special squads turned into ghost hunters, whose skills exceeded all expectations. The city's bureaucratic machine transformed the threat into a target. The portrait of Qin Ran and the description of his abilities turned into bait for bounty hunters, uniting the forces of the allied forces into a single, punitive mechanism. The reward numbers hung in the air like poisonous crystals. 3 million turned into the price for encroaching on the holy of holies of the great city. The urgency pulsed through Lu Xun's voice like an alarm bell. All material rewards pale before the urgency of his personal mission. A strategic paradox unfolded in the space of the command center. Disapproval of the actions of the Defense Department collided with the need for immediate retribution for disturbing the city's peace. The director's anxiety materialized in the air of the headquarters. The operative's solo mission turned into a threat of revealing secrets, the weight of which weighed on top management like a lead blanket. The director's office turned into an arena of confrontation. His cry about the problem of the operative's personal abilities collided with the silent disapproval of those present, creating an atmosphere of growing conflict. The professor's irony cut through the air like poisoned arrows, their hints at the unfinished process turning the interrogation into a metaphor for a failed murder. The suspicion of the head of the administrative bureau materialized in the question of the true motives. Every word of the plump man turned a simple departure into a potential betrayal. The leader's voice brought dissonance into the chorus of suspicion. Her defense of the lone soldier turned his gullibility into dignity, and his impeccable adherence to the rules into a shield against accusations. In the space of the headquarters, her proposal sounded like the voice of reason. The recognition of the inability to stop the lone wanderer turned confrontation into a pragmatic acceptance of the inevitable. In the space of the headquarters, the monocle-wearing professor's question cut through the heavy air, the location of the lone wanderer becoming a critical variable in the equation of the impending crisis. The manager's voice on the phone materialized like a harbinger of fate. Her words about a request to leave the city turned an ordinary call into a prelude to an inevitable confrontation. Lu Xun's determination clashed with the gecko's alarming warning, turning the moment of choice into a point of no return, where every word sounded like an echo of future consequences. A map of dangers unfolded on the airwaves. The results of the preliminary investigation turned into an ominous tapestry woven from the shadows of 3 supernatural opponents. The first enemy materialized in the description like a ghost, Qin Ran, mystery number 041, whose dualism and regeneration abilities made him a living nightmare for the operatives. The second enemy emerged from the darkness like a demonic puppeteer, his power over twisted souls turning the city streets into a puppet theater where every attack became part of a sinister performance. The third figure associated with Incident 039 hangs in the air like the sword of Damocles, the uncertainty of the source of the chaos turning him into the most sinister mystery of the evil triumvirate. The newcomer's inexperience became the main argument against his mission, the lack of basic training spelling the prospect of imminent disaster in a collision with experienced ability users. The question about the true motives sounded like a shot in the night. Every word of the leader's girlfriend turned into an attempt to penetrate behind the young operative's mask of determination. The philosophy of retribution crystallized in the air. Simple words about the inevitability of retribution turned into a manifesto of personal vendetta against the forces of evil. The dialogue about bounty hunters turned into a revelation about the nature of justice. The thirst for retribution for the dead eclipsed all rational arguments against a solo mission. The manager's approval sounded with a touch of formality. Bureaucratic protocol turned an emotional decision into dry lines of an official request. Timing became a game of uncertainty. 10 days seemed to Lu Xun a reasonable compromise between ambition and the reality of the outside world. The promise to call back hung in the air like an unsaid phrase, turning the pause into a moment of deepening tension. In the boardroom, questions about the operative's mental health became a symphony of professional doubt. Every note a warning of potential disaster. New security protocols materialized in space like an iron curtain. Restricting access to information turned a soldier's personal file into a top-secret artifact. Caring for the operative has become complex. Material support and attention have become a shield designed to protect him from the unknown dangers of the outside world. The partners' dialogue about the conversation with the leader turned into a moment of truth. The business trip materialized as a euphemism for the upcoming hunt, whose nature remained hidden from prying eyes. In the space between the partners, the question of assignment hung, turning into the first crack in reality. The words, "out of town," sounded like a funeral bell for all illusions of security. Gecko's horror materialized in the air like a toxic fog. His words about the madness of his decision to leave the city turned into a desperate attempt to reach his partner's sanity. Every word about transporters rang with alarming truth. The city walls turned into a symbol of the saving border between civilization and chaos. The leader's voice on the phone crystallized the official decision. A special mission level turning a simple trip into an operation of strategic importance. The refusal of additional support was spoken with cold determination, a lone wanderer turning a large-scale operation into a minimalist expedition with a single driver. The list of demands unfolded like a military order. A powerful truck, a 10-day supply of provisions, and an experienced driver became the three pillars of survival in the outside world. The wish of a familiar driver sounded like the final touch to the plan. The opportunity to chat on the road turned into a thin thread connecting the future expedition with familiar reality. The space was filled with the electricity of awareness. The turn of the gecko's head becoming a physical manifestation of the shock of the unexpected destination. The leader's insight cut through the air like a blade. Her words about the eavesdropping gecko turning the moment into an almost comical scene. The packing order sounded like a sentence, turning an ordinary telephone conversation into a point of no return for all participants in the upcoming mission. Gecko's indignation exploded in the air like thunder, his cry for compliance colliding with an ironic reminder of his own desire to see his partner's house. Despair materialized in a phone call. Dreams of wealth and beauty turned into a bitter mockery in the face of potential death in the outside world. 17 descended from the ceiling like an avenging angel, her offer to deal with the frightened gecko turning a moment of fear into a potential threat. The picture of the telephone conversations unfolded in its entirety. A series of persuasion and threats turned into a meaningless parade of powerlessness in the face of Gecko's determination to stay in the city. Gecko's last words sounded like an oath of allegiance to the city walls. Even the threat of falling from the fourth floor could not turn his determination to stay into a readiness to travel to the outside world. In the space of intense dialogue, a magical formula sounded. The mention of Linda turned the adamant Gecko into an obedient performer. His loving gaze shone like a beacon in a sea of doubts. The manipulation worked with surgical precision. Gecko's return to the mission was reminiscent of the resurrection of a puppet under the skillful fingers of a puppeteer. The official tone of the information about the special group cut through the air like steel. The captain and vice captain, two people against the outside world, turned into the tip of a spear, aimed at the darkness beyond the city walls. Gecko's words about safety were spoken with unexpected concern, his decision to join the mission becoming an act of almost brotherly devotion. Tension hung in the air between the visible and invisible worlds. The sister's request to turn the gecko into a toy collided with the brother's prohibition, turning the rules of the trip into a fragile barrier between realities. The gecko's fear materialized in his gaze like a frozen lake. His partner's invisible dialogue with the void turning an ordinary moment into a surreal nightmare. The prepared transport turned into a mobile arsenal. Weapons and supplies created the illusion of security in the face of unknown threats from the outside world. Gecko's anxiety crystallized in words about the lack of supplies. Even an impressive arsenal seemed like a grain of sand in the face of the unknown beyond the walls. The technical characteristics of the Hummer sounded like a hymn to engineering. Each modification turned the car into a fortress on wheels. Gecko's loneliness was revealed in simple words about family. Only the image of Linda shone as a beacon in the emptiness of his personal life. A simple request to stop by Moonlight Tower turned into a prelude to a surreal spectacle of a family reunion. The red brick of the house reflected the sunset rays like frozen blood, while the silhouette of the mother materialized at the exit like a ghost of the past. The gecko's awkwardness materialized in the air like mist, his offer of help hanging in the space between the visible and the invisible. The words about the presence of the family in the car sounded like the first note in a symphony of madness, turning reality into a fragile illusion. The gecko's slow bewilderment vanished into thin air like smoke as the order to move turned uncertainty into action. The emptiness of the rear seats in the rearview mirror turned into a portal to another reality, where presence and absence lost their usual boundaries. The gecko's awkward greeting sounded like an attempt to establish a bridge between worlds, each word teetering on the line between politeness and fear of the unseen. The mother's laughter cut through the air like an icy blade. Her threat to sew up her mouth turned a friendly acquaintance into a dance on the edge of the abyss. 17's scream from the top of the Hummer tore through the space like lightning, the promise of fun turning into a harbinger of chaos to come. Gecko's attempt to guess the location of the invisible passengers turned into a creepy game with reality, where each guess opened up new dimensions of madness. Lu Xun's internal monologue about his absent father sounded like a final mercy to his partner. Withholding the truth turned into an act of almost brotherly concern for the gecko's sanity. In the tense sea of the moving Hummer, Lu Xun's words about the paucity of information from the department cut through the air like the first drops of an approaching thunderstorm, foreshadowing a storm of inevitable discoveries. Gecko's voice materialized in the cabin like a ghost of disturbing news. The story of missing special agents after the storming of a high-rise building turned into an ominous omen of future trials. The purpose of their mission crystallized in the air like ice crystals. Inspection of the scene turned into the first step into the abyss of the unknown. Lu Xun's impatience electrified the atmosphere, every word of pursuit turning into a pulse of acceleration, pushing them closer to the invisible target. Gecko's observation of the Spider-Men's recklessness sounded like a prophecy, transforming their rapid movement into a dance on the edge of control and chaos. A sharp jerk from the Hummer turned reality into a blur. 17, torn from the roof like an autumn leaf, turned into a victim of mechanical madness. Adrenaline turned doubt into an intoxicating cocktail of speed. Gecko's words about enjoying speed rang in the air like fragments of a broken speedometer. The space outside the window turned into a mirror of anger. The silhouette of 17, barely keeping up with the car, radiating deadly promises of future revenge. The sister's mental threat cut through the space like a poisoned blade, turning the moment of revenge into the inevitable future. An abandoned city materialized in front of them like a set for a horror film. 30 miles from civilization turned reality into a post-apocalyptic nightmare. Two special agents emerged from the void like guards at the gates to another world, their presence turning the abandoned landscape into an operational zone. Documents passed from hand to hand like sacred scrolls, each line of updated information turning into a piece of the puzzle of a global conspiracy. Time crystallized around the fateful 4 o'clock in the morning, the loss of contact with agents turning a routine pursuit into a sinister hunt. Half an hour of the presence of the mercenaries in the high-rise turned into a goldmine of evidence, each of which whispered its own version of what happened. The tracks on the ground became a book of revelations, with 7 team members, 5 motorcycles, and 1 SUV, each trail leading south into the unknown. Gecko's confidence in the sufficiency of information shattered against reality like fragile glass under the blow of fate. The maternal hint cut through the air like a guiding star. The left road turned into a portal to the inevitable meeting. In the space of the machine, the revelation of maternal ability materialized. One glance turned into a thread of fate connecting hunters and prey. The awareness of his mother's supernatural abilities swept through Lu Xun's consciousness like thunder, turning the familiar world into a territory of miracles. The order to change route came with the confidence of a seer, turning the narrow road to the left into a path to the inevitable outcome. A mother's laughter cut through the air like a silver blade, her mockery of the gecko's ignorance turning the atmosphere into a cocktail of mystery and anticipation. The ruins of an ancient city unfolded before them like the pages of a cursed book as a mother's voice, imbued with supernatural knowledge, guided them through the labyrinth of dead streets. 2 hours of pursuit crystallized into a bitter realization. The professionalism of the fugitives turned the pursuit into a grueling dance of shadows, where every kilometer revealed new facets of their alien nature for urban areas. The gecko's alarming hunch materialized in the air like a poisonous mist. The flight distance turned into evidence of a conspiracy of a great city whose tentacles extended far beyond the known territories. The silhouette of a zombie appeared in view like a materialized nightmare, exposed bones and torn clothing, turning it into a living embodiment of apocalyptic horror. The hero's ignorance teetered on the verge of a fatal mistake. Their linear movement turned into a path to an inevitable collision with a nightmare. Reality exploded into chaos, the creature bursting out from under the stone and crashed onto the windshield like a living battering ram. It screamed, turning the cabin into the epicenter of primal horror. The gecko's insane courage crystallized in the words about the ram, adrenaline turning fear into an intoxicating feeling of invulnerability. The gecko's singing cut through the heavy air like an attempt to hold on to the last shreds of normalcy in a sea of growing madness. The offer to change the driver hung in the air like an unspoken phrase, turning concern into a silent admission of fatigue. Gecko's fear of the supernatural family crystallized in his words, turning simple dialogue into a dance on the edge of two realities. 17's drowsiness materialized as a brief calm before the storm, her smile in her sleep turning into a harbinger of the chaos to come. Red smoke tore the space like a bloody veil, awakening the sister from oblivion into the new reality of the nightmare. The smell turned into an invisible boundary between the worlds, for the gecko the embodiment of disgust, for the rest a sign of approaching the goal. The mother's words sounded like the final chord in a symphony of search. The handkerchief at the nose turned into the last barrier between them and the ominous truth. Getting out of the car turned into a dive into a sea of danger. Gecko's words about wild dogs sounded like an attempt to rationalize the irrational. The shotgun in his hands came to life like a possessed creature, shots into the bushes turning the silence into a symphony of violence. The darkness exploded into red constellations, countless eyes turning the bushes into a portal to another dimension of horror. The gecko's warning sounded like a prayer in the temple of nightmare, the unknown turning every shadow into a potential threat. The transformation of his mood materialized physically. The fear of an invisible family turned the brave operative into a trembling shadow. The mystery of the lonely intestine hung in the air like a curse, the selectivity of the remains turning the place into an altar of perverted ritual. Lu Xun's insight cut through the air like lightning, the connection between the puppeteer and the remains turning chance into an ominous pattern. A terrible understanding materialized in the space between the partners. The words about the puppeteer turned into the key to unraveling a monstrous experiment, where modified people became pawns in the game of a mad puppeteer. The cold logic of the laboratory's report unfolded before them like an anatomical atlas of nightmares. The dissected bodies, stripped of everything but brain and heart, turned into evidence of methodical madness, where each loss was compensated by new victims. Evidence materialized beneath their feet like a guilty verdict. The fabric of the great city turning speculation into certainty, demanding an immediate report on the fate of the missing agents. Surprise and guilt mixed on Gecko's face like watercolors. His admiration for his partner's insight collided with the awareness of his own inattention to the details of the report. Gecko's absent-mindedness crystallized into a silent confession. Traffic management became a convenient excuse for missing details in reports. Lu Xun's pragmatism cut through the air like steel, his refusal to bury him turning concern for his fallen comrades into a cold calculation of wild animals and the inevitability of exhumation. The army hierarchy materialized in the captain's order. Collecting the remains of the agents turned into the first test for Vice Captain Gecko. The bottle of water in his partner's hand became a symbol of humanity amid a sea of horror as the car filled with the grim cargo of fallen comrades. A mother's laughter cut through the air like silver bells, her amusement turning a dark moment into anticipation of the revelation to come. Gecko's confusion materialized in space like fog, his inability to explain his own actions turning the moment into a crisis of rationality. Lu Xun's pointing finger cut through the space like a sword. The gathering point of the thugs turned from myth to reality under his unerring leadership. The gecko's bewilderment crystallized in the question of the specialization of his partner. Spider or fortune teller, each assumption turned into an attempt to rationalize the inexplicable. Blackwater materialized in their conversation like a dark legend. The name of the city turning a simple pursuit into a plunge into the abyss of the unknown. The history of the city unfolded before them like a dark fairy tale. The largest gathering point for wanderers turned into a symbol of lawlessness on the border of civilization. The city's past has surfaced from the depths of memory like a drowned man. Periodic disasters and gasoline supplies have turned it into a black market for the apocalypse. The need for preparation hung in the air like a storm cloud, the presence of mercenaries turning the city into a death trap for the unwary. The gecko's anxiety materialized in a grim metaphor. Their car full of supplies turned into a tasty steak for the hungry predators of lawlessness. The name of their city sounded like the last shield against chaos. Authority turned into a fragile defense against the abyss of lawlessness. The report to headquarters sounded like a funeral march. The fate of the fallen agents turned into dry lines of an official report. The tension in the meeting room thickened like a thundercloud, the speed of the investigation turning an ordinary discussion into a battle of opinions. Professorial mistrust hung in the air like a poisonous fog. The incredible efficiency of the search turned success into a suspicious miracle. In the musty air of the headquarters, the words of the professor in the monocle cut through the silence like a scalpel, dissecting the incredible mystery of the success of a lonely wanderer. Each second of silence turning into unspoken suspicion. The mathematics of distance unfolded before them like an indictment. 700 miles in a day becoming an impossible equation, with every variable screaming of supernatural intervention. The logic of supplies and necessity crystallized in the air like an ice map. Food, water, gasoline. Each element turned into a signpost leading to the only possible refuge for the fugitives. The puppeteer's abilities materialized in their minds like a nightmare vision. 10 puppets under the control of one mind, turning any place into a potential theater of horrors. Blackwater emerged in their conversation like an ominous prophecy. The only market capable of satisfying the perverted needs of the fugitives turned into an inevitable point of convergence of all lines of fate. The director's order sounded like a battle alarm. The combat group 10 miles from the city turned into a sword of Damocles raised over the heads of the criminals. The ghost town materialized before them in all its menacing glory. Every building, every shadow transforming the space into an embodiment of hostility to the civilized world. The tension between the guard and the arrivals crystallized in the air. Suspicion of clean clothes turning a simple entry into a psychological duel. Gecko's words cut through the air like a poisoned dagger. The irony about the purity of the gatherers turning the dialogue into a dangerous dance on the verge of exposure. The rules of the city unfolded before them like an ancient scroll. Pistols, parking, and currency became the keys to the gates of this kingdom of lawlessness. The weight of choice hung in the space. Parking inside the city turned into an unspoken agreement with the forces of chaos, where every step could be the last. The gates opened like the mouth of a monster. Their car, guided by the instructions of the bull, plunged deeper into the belly of the monster city. The massive Hummer's maneuvers became a deadly ballet, each move under Bull's direction, bringing them closer to the point of no return. Lu Xun's anxiety materialized in the issue of parking safety, turning an ordinary concern into a premonition of an imminent disaster. Gecko's self-confidence sounded a false note in the symphony of danger. His slapping of the car turned into a challenge to fate. A mother's warning cut through the air like an icy wind. Preparation for the inevitable turning the moment into a prelude to chaos. The mother's smile radiated ominous anticipation, the proximity of the target turning her presence into an omen of the coming storm. The guide's helpfulness teetered on the edge of menace, every offer of entertainment turning into a potential trap. Gecko's gesture with his hand on his shoulder turned the conversation into a gloomy bargaining, where every word was fraught with a double bottom. The price list of human lives unfolded before them in all its monstrosity, age, and gender turned into numbers in this kingdom of lawlessness. Gecko's awkwardness materialized in the air like smoke, his attempt to correct the situation turning the moment into a balancing act on the brink of blowing their cover. A dark realization crystallized in Lu Xun's mind. The outside world had become a monstrous market of human lives, where every fate had its own price in this realm of perverted commerce. The market space pulsed with menace, the massive figures of armed men like living monuments to violence, turning every step into a dance on the edge of a knife. The hoarse scream of an arms dealer rent the air, his boasts about big game turning an ordinary commodity into an ominous promise of future carnage. Nightmarish storefronts unfolded before them in all their glory. Embryos in jars and snakes with human faces turned the shopping arcades into a gallery of perverted wonders of the post-apocalyptic world. Seductive offers cut the air like poisoned arrows. Cigarette smoke and ambiguous hints turned a simple walk into a gauntlet of temptations. The maternal figure glided between the display cases like a ghost, while 17, like a supernatural acrobat, turned the heads of passers-by into the steps of her mad dance. The strategic dialogue between the partners crystallized in the air, the mention of the scumbag mayor turning a simple plan into a deadly game. Gecko's anxiety materialized in words about supermen. Every word about possible exposure turned into a harbinger of an inevitable catastrophe. A silent agreement hung in the space between the partners. Restrictions on weapons turned future confrontation into a chess game with death. The maternal gesture cut through reality like lightning, her pointing finger turning an ordinary door into a portal of fate. The casino materialized in front of them as a temple of vice. Drunken men and seductive waitresses turned the interior into a backdrop for a performance of human weaknesses. The atmosphere of vice thickened like a poisonous fog. Every sound, every smell turned the space into the embodiment of all mortal sins. Gecko's question about the plan hung in the air like a smokescreen, turning uncertainty into an almost tangible substance. The mother's guidance continued to guide them through the labyrinth of vice, each direction turning chaotic movement into a purposeful hunt. The door shattered under Lu Xun's blow like a house of cards, the violence turning the moment into a point of no return. The picture that opened before their eyes turned into a surreal nightmare, a puppeteer among puppets and ladies, like a spider at the center of its deadly web. The calmness of the target sounded like a challenge. An invitation to finish the game turned the situation into deadly poker. The words about slowness hung in the air like a poisonous fog, each syllable turning into a demonstration of ostentatious superiority. The fat man's rage materialized in space like an explosion, his turn turning a tense situation into a prelude to violence. The gun appeared in his hand like a snake from a hole, the threat turning the game of chance into Russian roulette with an unknown number of cartridges. In the space of the casino, time crystallized into a moment of lightning action. The gecko's knife materialized at the fat man's throat like the icy kiss of death, turning his slowness into a fatal mistake. Gecko's tactical superiority unfolded with mechanical precision, his captured weapon and hostage turning him into the center of a power confrontation, his every word ringing with the steel of professional menace. The puppeteer's card ritual turned into an ominous prophecy. 3 aces lay on the table like seals of the apocalypse, foreshadowing the inevitability of a bloody outcome. The puppeteer's feigned politeness cut through the air like a poisoned dagger, his question about his interlocutor becoming a prelude to a deadly dance. Lu Xun's words thundered through the casino space like a judge's verdict. Every word about return and interrogation turned the situation into a point of no return. The threat of death materialized in his voice with crystal clarity, the offer of a peaceful solution teetering on the edge between life and instant destruction. The smile behind the plague mask turned into a grimace of ominous recognition. The words about being barefoot sounded like confirmation of their deepest fears. Chaos exploded in the casino space like an exploding grenade. The people at the table turned into living weapons directed against uninvited guests. The gecko's reaction crystallized in a lightning-fast sequence of gunfire, his curse becoming an overture to a symphony of violence. The sniper's eye turned the casino into a gallery of death, each shot finding its target with the inexorable precision of fate. The puppeteer's laughter tore through the space like a mad serenade, the raised hand turning into the gesture of an apocalyptic conductor. Red threads materialized from his fingers like bloody arteries of control, each thread turning into a channel for the enslavement of human will. The gecko's horror crystallized in the air like an ice statue, the awareness of the impending nightmare turning reality into a harbinger of imminent disaster. Space was distorted under the influence of supernatural force. The puppeteer's fingers turned into sources of bloody control, each thread leading to the enslavement of the mind. Dead bodies were resurrected like puppets in a theater of madness, red threads digging into their brains, turning defeated enemies into new weapons. The puppeteer turned into a diabolical orchestrator of death. His subordinate puppets opened fire, turning the casino into an arena for mechanized murder. Lu Xun's consciousness turned into a computer analyzing data. The memory of the weakness of the altered psyche crystallized into a strategy of destruction. The database unfolded in his memory like a scroll of revelations, the destruction of the spinal cord becoming the key to defeating the puppets. 17 materialized on his back like a supernatural symbiont, their fusion turning Lu Xun's body into an instrument of absolute power. Superhuman power exploded in the casino space, the kick turning the puppet's weapon into a useless piece of metal. Control over the situation materialized in physical superiority. The crushed hand of the puppet became a symbol of their helplessness. The final body throw became a seal of victory. The defeated puppet pinned to the floor by incredible force, a testament to the triumph over control technology. In the choreography of the death dance, Lu Xun moved with surgical precision. Every blow, Every movement of his hands was aimed at destroying the spinal cord of the puppet, turning the living weapon into a limp doll. The satisfaction of victory crystallized in the air like ice crystals as the first puppet fell, turning into a useless pile of flesh and bones. The casino space turned into an arena of titanic confrontation. The table in the hands of the gecko was transformed into an improvised weapon, burying another puppet under it. The crash of falling furniture merged with the crunch of breaking bones. The puppet's body found itself in a death trap under a massive tabletop. The puppeteer's smile cut through the air like a poisonous blade, his praise turning into an ominous omen of the nightmare to come. The blocking bracelet materialized in Gecko's hands, like a technological shackle for supernatural power, his words ringing with the metallic triumph of imminent captivity. The mother's warning hung in the air like a thundercloud, her folded hands and eternal smile becoming a sign of approaching disaster. Reality exploded with a new revelation, the red dot on the puppet's back turning into a pulsating beacon of mortal threat. The realization of the truth hit Lu Xun's mind like an ice shower. The bomb inside the human body turned every second into a countdown to disaster. Time crystallized in the moment of choice as the gecko called for a retreat. Lu Xun's determination to defuse the bomb turning seconds into eternity. The young operative's hands moved with mechanical precision. Every movement, every knot turning an explosive puppet into a neutralized threat. The casino space turned into a race against time. The discarded body of the puppet described a deadly arc in the air, moving away from the epicenter of a potential explosion. The delay turned into a missed opportunity. The figure of the puppeteer disappeared into the window opening like a ghost escaping from retribution. Gecko's admiration materialized in a mental monologue, his partner's mental strength in dealing with the shockwave becoming an object of almost religious awe. Gecko's professional paranoia crystallized into action, a thrown knife turning the search for more bombs into a race with the death. Each cut became an archaeological exploration of a nightmare. The insides of the puppet revealed like the pages of a book of death. Gecko's tactical mind plunged into analysis of the mystery, the lack of detonation being linked to the state of the spinal cord, turning every guess into a potential clue. The fat man's bitterness of loss materialized in his question. The card game turned into a metaphor for deadly deception, where every card concealed a double bottom. Lu Xun's tactical analysis cut through the air like steel. The bomb's weakness turned into a key to understanding the enemy's strategy, using panic as a smokescreen. The street outside the casino turned into a sea of hostility. Every look, every word of the crowd turning the space into a prelude to inevitable conflict. The consequences of their actions materialized in the city's echoes, the volume of the explosion turning their presence into a beacon, attracting the attention of all the dark forces of the city. The absence of the mother's presence materialized in the casino space. Her disappearance before the explosion turned into a graceful dance of avoiding blood. The window opening turned into a portal to pursuit. Gecko's alarm about the three infected with abilities tore through the air like a warning shot, but his partner's resolve had already dissolved in the maze of city streets. The gecko's humility materialized in his separated hands. The captain's excitement turned into an unstoppable force of nature, leaving him alone with the consequences of a bloody carnival. The space between the gecko and the crying gambler was filled with the electricity of menace, fear, turning the once gambling gambler into a trembling shadow of a man whose courage had disappeared into the nightmare of reality. The horror of the beautiful workers crystallized in the corner of the casino like a living sculpture of fear. Their bodies pressed against the wall turned into a symbol of helplessness in the face of chaos. Gecko's flirting cut through the tense atmosphere like a sharp blade. Every question about names and details turning a moment of fear into a misplaced attempt at seduction. A crowd of brutes materialized before Lu Xun like a wall of muscle and rage. His warning about not wanting to kill turning the confrontation into a balancing act on the brink of mass slaughter. The silhouette of the mother appeared in the city labyrinth like a guiding star. Her presence turned a chaotic pursuit into a targeted hunt. His mother's instructions cut through the air like a compass needle, a diversion turning a simple left turn into a life-changing decision. The mother's last words disappeared into the air like a farewell kiss. Concern for her son's safety turned into the final act of maternal love before the approaching storm. Reality was distorted in the final apocalyptic chord. The puppeteer and his puppets with aimed machine guns turned the city landscape into a scene of an inevitable deadly ending, where every gun barrel promised a squall of lead rain. 17's keen gaze cut through the chaos of the city like a spotlight. her pointing finger turning an ordinary building into the epicenter of a coming battle, where every stone trembled in anticipation of the inevitable collision. The space exploded with Lu Xun's swift invasion. The puppeteer's shock crystallized in the air like a frozen scream. His words about the speed of the pursuer turned into the first crack in the armor of self-confidence. The air filled with lead rain. Machine gun fire turned the space into a deadly web of trajectories as Lu Xun's figure twisted in a deadly dance of evasion. The memory of the previous ambush pierced the consciousness like an icy dagger. Maternal protection on the bridge turned into a bitter ghost of salvation. Unavailable in the current nightmare, Lu Xun's superhuman acrobatics turned the cityscape into a three-dimensional chessboard. Each jump, each turn creating a new facet of reality, where bullets cut through the emptiness of his absence. The puppeteer's anxiety materialized in the air like a poisonous mist, the enemy class turning a simple escape into an almost impossible task. Cunning distorted the puppeteer's face like a demonic mask, his hands squeezing his own throat, turning self-strangulation into a prelude to monstrous control. The space between them was filled with invisible chains of control. The cry for power over the enemy's body turned the battle into psychological torture. Insight pierced Lu Xun's mind like lightning, forced imitation turning every movement into a potential weapon against himself. The database unfolded in his memory as a cold cascade of information. Mental energy, range of action, limit of victims, every detail turned into a potential key to victory. In the space between brother and sister, a plea for help materialized, each word ringing with the desperate hope of liberation from the invisible shackles of control. 17's supernatural power tore through the mental bonds like a web, her touch turning the stranglehold into a powerless specter of control. The battle turned into a symphony of violence. Lu Xun's movements through the leaden storm resembled a deadly ballet, where each step brought him closer to the main goal. The space between him and the first puppet collapsed into a point of contact, his hand on his opponent's shoulder becoming a seal of inevitable defeat. The blow materialized like the blow of the hammer of fate. The machine gun falling from limp hands turned into a symbol of the turning point of the battle. Irony cut through the air like a poisoned blade. The joke about steering a colossus turned a deadly weapon into an instrument of retribution. Reality split into lead rain. The enemy's body turned into a sieve under heavy fire from an intercepted machine gun. The triumph crystallized in the air like a blast wave. The counting of defeated enemies turned into grim statistics of inevitable victory. Shock distorted the puppeteer's features beyond recognition, and his flight to the motorcycle turned into a last act of desperation in the face of an inexorable pursuer. Lu Xun's crazy smile cut through reality like a demonic grin, his warning about weapon immunity turning the chase into an inevitable death sentence. The puppeteer's panic materialized into a mechanical nightmare. The unruly motorcycle engine turned into a traitor, while the figure of the pursuer inexorably closed the distance, turning every lost moment into a step towards the inevitable. Desperation gave birth to a new strategy. Bloody threads shot from the puppeteer's fingers like the web of a demonic spider, each fiber pulsating with the desire for salvation. The space above them became the arena of an unfulfilled escape. The attempt to fly ended like clipped wings when reality was distorted by an unexpected touch. Lu Xun's grip crystallized on the fugitive's ankle like a trap of fate. His words about the hopelessness of escaping sounded like a sentence carved into the stone of inevitability. The fall became the humiliating finale of the flight, the puppeteer's body meeting the ground in a brutal embrace of gravity, turning dreams of escape into dust under the feet of the victor. Lu Xun's words cut through the air like a steel blade. Every word about mental tentacles turned into a demonstration of deep understanding of the enemy's technique. Cold analytics sounded the death knell. A detailed description of the technique of movement turned into intellectual superiority over the defeated enemy. Despair crystallized in the mind of the puppeteer like a poisonous crystal. The death of the puppets and the uselessness of mental tentacles turned reality into a nightmare of hopelessness. The final decision materialized in the air. The puppeteer's hand reached for the gun like a drowning man clutching at a straw. The space exploded with deadly lead, the shot thundering like thunder in an apocalyptic symphony of last hope. Reality twisted into a supernatural bend. Lu Xun's neck curved like a snake, turning the bullet's deadly trajectory into a meaningless line in the void. The lightning throw materialized like a lightning strike, Lu Xun's hand turning the opponent's weapon into a useless piece of metal. Painful control was transformed into a choreography of dominance. The puppeteer's twisted arm became a symbol of his final defeat. A cry of pain tore through the space like a wounded animal, the puppeteer's agony becoming the soundtrack to the final scene of their confrontation. The hand injury crystallized into a symphony of suffering, each movement turning into a new wave of unbearable pain. Words of surrender hung in the air like smoke. The offer to surrender turned into a point before an unexpected continuation. Lu Xun's attention cut through the space like a laser. Something strange in the periphery of his vision turned the moment of triumph into a prelude to a new threat. The puppeteer's mad smile bloomed on his face like a poisonous flower, his laughter turning defeat into an ominous omen. Words about spiders cut through the air like poisoned arrows, even wounded. The puppeteer turned the compliment into a warning. Lu Xun's answer thundered with cold confidence, his words about accomplices becoming an echo of many past confrontations. The puppeteer's revelation unfolded like an apocalyptic scroll, the division of the group after recording the data, turning their fight into a prelude to a larger conflict. The puppeteer's words dissolved into the air like a poisonous fog, every mention of fate and the city turning into a grim prophecy as his limp body lay in the dust under the victor's gaze. Lu Xun's threat sounded like a clap of thunder, the fall of the mask turning into a moment of truth, revealing the true face of the defeated enemy. The puppeteer's black eyes turned into bottomless wells of despair. His protest against the arrogant gaze sounded like the last roar of a wounded beast. Lu Xun's curiosity crystallized in the air like a frosty pattern, the enemy's true face turning into a new page in the book of his secrets. The mercenary's philosophy unfolded before them in all its cynical glory. Rules and agreements turned into a shield against betrayal. Every word rang with a steely determination to remain silent. The space was filled with an ominous promise. The ability to control one's own body turned the threat of torture into an empty sound, and every word about death sounded like a challenge. Lu Xun's optimism cut through the gloomy atmosphere like a ray of light, but his mother's warning immediately turned the moment of hope into a harbinger of new trials. The mother's presence materialized in space like a ghost. Her calm words about incompleteness turned into a prophecy of the coming chaos. A cacophony of harsh voices tore through the silence like thunder. Every curse, every cry turning the space into a prelude to inevitable conflict. The appearance of the captive gecko turned the situation into a chess match with death, his attempts at diplomacy sounding a false note in the symphony of escalating violence. Gecko's desperate attempt to use his status turned into a straw for a drowning man to clutch at, his every word about his high position ringing in the air like cracked glass. Lu Xun's bewilderment crystallized into a mental question, the vice captain's incompetence turning a simple operation into a multi-layered crisis. The space around turned into an arena of confrontation. The anger of local militants materialized in the air like a thundercloud. Every word about the ban on shooting sounded like a hammer blow. Lu Xun's diplomatic defense teetered on the edge of truth and falsehood. The mention of his high position and legal capture turned into a fragile shield against the growing aggression. Tension reached its climax in the enemy's narrowed gaze. Knowledge of their origin turned into a weapon in this verbal duel. The tirade of the local authority exploded in a fountain of splashes and fury. Blackwater and the power of the Viper turned into an insurmountable wall in the path of their mission. The puppeteer's gloating materialized in a malicious smile. Every moment of confrontation turned into a small victory for the defeated enemy. Doubting their origins sounded like a death sentence, the puppeteer's grip on the hand turning the moment into a point of no return. A mother's presence cut through the crowd like an invisible blade, her pointing finger becoming a compass in a sea of chaos. Lu Xun's insight crystallized into a moment of absolute clarity, every piece of the puzzle falling into place like perfectly fitting pieces of a mechanism. The insult rang through the air like a gunshot, the rage of the local authority turning the tense situation into a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest spark. The space of the street was filled with the electricity of confrontation. Words of arrogance and madness cut the air like poisoned blades. The barrel of the gun materialized in space like a black hole absorbing hope. Every millimeter of its movement towards Lu Xun's face turned into a silent challenge to fate. Lu Xun's smile cut through the tension of the moment like a razor. His question about roses becoming the first crack in the facade of hostility, every word dripping with the poisonous undertones of revelation. The space between them was filled with the weight of unspoken accusations. Love for the puppeteer turned into a mark of betrayal. Every glance pulsated with the awareness of inevitable exposure. The logic of the investigation crystallized in Lu Xun's mind like an icy pattern. The connection between the chaos in the city and the roses turned into evidence, where every detail rang with the truth of manipulation. The moment of epiphany unfolded in his mind like a blooming flower of darkness. The entrance to the city turned into the starting point of a conspiracy, where love and devotion became only side effects of someone else's will. The puppeteer's smile melted away like smoke, every feature of his face turning into a mask of defeat as the manipulative plan was revealed under the merciless light of truth. The air thickened with bloodthirsty proposals, words of murder becoming a prelude to inevitable violence as the tension built like a storm cloud. The space erupted into confrontation, Gecko's threats and warnings turning the moment into a boiling point where every word teetered on the brink of open war. A revelation materialized in space. The mask of pretense slid from the Gecko's face like a curtain, revealing the steely determination of a professional. In space, the moment crystallized into a perfect choreography of violence, the Gecko's hands becoming a blur of deadly grace, knocking weapons from the hands of opponents with the precision of a surgical scalpel cutting through the fabric of reality. Captured pistols made deadly arcs in the air, turning threat into dominance. Gecko's voice, imbued with steely determination, cut through the space like a razor blade, balancing between mercy and inevitable retribution. The leader's cry exploded in space like a clap of thunder. His words about territory and contempt for the lousy bagpipes turned into the last bastion of false courage in the face of an inexorable fate. Lu Xun's smile materialized like a harbinger of the apocalypse, his words about the number of weapons ringing in the air with an ominous prophecy of the coming chaos. Reality shattered like a crystal glass. The Hummer breaking through the wall turned the space into an arena of mechanized madness, where every shard of brick screamed the inexorable power of the invasion. The opponent's shock crystallized in the air like frozen time, their consciousness refusing to accept the reality of impending mechanical death, turning every second into an eternity of horror. Gecko's voice through the loudspeaker became the voice of fate. Every word about the special squad rang with the metallic inevitability of retribution, turning chaos into a controlled symphony of power. Official authority materialized in the air like an invisible shield. Permission to use weapons and autonomy turned their presence into the embodiment of law among lawlessness. The threat of plasma missiles hung over the city like the sword of Damocles. Every strategic point turned into a potential epicenter of the apocalypse, while the word of the boss rang in the air as the last hope for a peaceful solution. 5 war machines materialized like mechanical leviathans, their appearance turning the street into a parade of juggernauts, where every roar of the engine sounded like a funeral march for the resistance. The red shoes cut through reality like drops of fresh blood, the appearance of the Viper turning a crude display of power into an overture to a more refined act of power. Elegance materialized in the details. Scarlet nails and a red cat turned into attributes of power. Every gesture exuded an aura of absolute control. Viper's beauty cut through space like a poisoned blade. Her Japanese clothing, flower tattoo, and cat in her hands turned her into a living embodiment of deadly grace, surrounded by an aura of absolute power. Her order sounded like a spell. Words about the friendliness of the city guests turned a tense conflict into a diplomatic dance. Submission materialized in a synchronized movement, the lowering of the weapon transforming the battlefield into a scene of silent acknowledgement of supreme authority. Gecko's respect crystallized in the air like a precious stone. His words about the joy of meeting turned into a bridge between the warring forces. The Viper's reproach was spoken with exquisite cruelty. Every word about the need for advance notice turned into a silk noose of diplomatic etiquette. The Gecko's confusion materialized in a nervous gesture, his loss turning the bravado of a professional into the awkwardness of a mischievous schoolboy. Lu Xun's apology cut through the air like a velvet blade. Every word about the secrecy of the operation turned into an exquisite dance of diplomatic reconciliation. The admission of violation of the rules was made with impeccable politeness. The fine figures became a bridge between duty and redemption. An understatement hung in the air. Words about a small problem with a subordinate turned into a prelude to a new act in this dangerous drama. The air was thick with understatement. The words about the arrest and fine hung in space like drops of mercury, while the nervous movements of Lu Xun's hands turned the moment into a fragile pause before the inevitable storm. The desperate cry of the appointed leader tore the silence like lightning. But the Viper's question about the nature of the influence sounded like a silk noose slowly tightening around the neck of truth. Lu Xun's laughter cut through the space like a silver blade. The words of love for the puppet master turned into a poisonous arrow of exposure, piercing the facade of loyalty. Viper's surprise materialized in her parted lips, the awareness of manipulation turning her exquisite face into a mask of awakening anger, where every feature trembled with pent-up emotions. The order dissolved in the air like a deadly poison. The movement of the big man turned the space into an arena of inevitable exposure. Reality was distorted in a distorted mirror of betrayal. A gun aimed at the puppeteer turned the protector into a potential executioner, exposing the true nature of artificial loyalty. The space exploded with a desperate cry. The inability to resist turned the faithful servant into a puppet, whose strings were pulled by someone else's will. The plea for mercy crystallized into a gesture of self-sacrifice. The human shield from its own body turned into the last bastion of artificial love. Lu Xun's mockery hung in the air like a sharp blade, cutting through the last illusions about the nature of loyalty. The Viper's laughter rang like the crystal bell of death, her words of reprieve becoming an elegant trap masking the steel jaws of inevitable conflict. The refusal sounded like the blow of a whip. Every word about the need for an immediate return turned into an indestructible wall between the Viper's desire and the duty of the operatives. Discontent twisted the flawless features of her face. The question of the crime became the first crack in the facade of diplomatic politeness. The denial of information materialized in an elegant form, the mention of secrecy turning the dialogue into a dance on the edge of a knife. Stroking the cat became an ominous ritual, every movement of her hand fraught with a harbinger of impending chaos. Time froze at the moment of awakening. The sleepy cat turned into a demon, whose eyes spewed lightning bolts of primal rage. The space shook with the cat's cry. A peaceful creature transformed into the embodiment of uncontrollable madness. Reality exploded into a symphony of death. Weapons aimed at the operatives, turning negotiations into a prelude to the inevitable carnage. Chaos materialized in a spray of blood. The owner's wounds turned into scarlet seals on her skin as she tried to pacify the enraged creature. The Viper's tongue slid across the wound like a snake. The blood turned into a sacrament of a dark ritual, where every drop pulsed with hidden power. Gecko's insight crystallized in his dilated pupils, his body tense like a coiled spring, ready to unfold in a deadly dance. The ID flashed in the air like a sacred talisman. Every word about orders from above turned into an attempt to delay the inevitable collision. The Viper's words cut through the air like a poisonous blade, the magnitude of the incident with the puppeteer becoming a heavy weight of understanding as her order to bind the criminal rang through the space like a funeral bell. The desperation of the enchanted defender crystallized in the air like broken glass. His pleas for help to the puppeteer turned into the last dance of a puppet whose strings were about to break. The Viper's diplomacy unfolded like a poisonous flower. Every word about urban unity, supplies, and alcohol turning into an exquisite web of mutual obligations, where every thread pulsed with hidden threat. Apologies materialized in space with the grace of a deadly snake. Words about unruly subordinates and unexpected preferences turned into an elegant dance of power, where every gesture exuded deadly irony. The surprise of those around him froze in the air like fog. The unexpected prudence of the Viper turned the usual image of a ruthless ruler into a mystery requiring an immediate solution. The request for a warehouse sounded like a prelude to an inevitable nightmare. The space between the words filled with anticipation of the upcoming interrogation, where every second promised to reveal new facets of horror. The offer of instruments of torture rang in the air like shards of a broken mirror. Refusal of them became an exquisite game where gratitude for forgiveness of a debt carried a deadly sting. Confusion marred the Viper's flawless features, her smile fading like smoke, revealing the first signs of an approaching storm. The space of the warehouse was filled with the puppeteer's poisonous confidence, his words about immunity to pain becoming a shield against traditional methods of interrogation, while the shadows of the past gathered around them like hungry ghosts. The sound of the door closing sounded like a seal of fate. The refusal of torture turned the interrogation into something more sinister, where every step brought them closer to unknown depths of horror. The puppeteer's insane smile tore through reality like a bloody wound, his question about interrogation methods hanging in the air like a poisoned blade ready to fall on his own neck. Lu Xun's words dissolved in the musty air of the warehouse like bitter irony. The image of a simple office worker turned into a mask behind which lay an abyss of unknown interrogation methods. Every breath turned the space into a prelude to a nightmare. The truth crystallized in words about sincerity like an icy dagger. The appearance of 17 with her deadly nails turned the interrogation into a theater of sophisticated horror, where every gesture of the sister promised a new facet of suffering, reality twisted into a sadistic symphony. 17's cold little hand reaching for the victim's heart, turning the space into an altar of twisted fun, where each sharp nail promised a new chapter in the book of pain. The smoke from Viper's cigarette bloomed in the air like a poisonous flower, her question about names becoming the first note in a symphony of exquisite interrogation. Lies materialized in false names as the smoke from Gecko's cigar curled through the air like snakes of deception, turning each word into a new layer of disguise. The bitter taste of ancient cigars became a bridge between eras. The mention of a cataclysm colored the air with the taste of a long-lost world. Viper's admiration materialized in space like a deadly poison, her words about the department turning a simple conversation into a dangerous dance of mutual exploration. Gecko's modesty sounded a false note in the symphony of power, his assessment of the odds against a weak woman turning into an elegant lie, masking the true balance of power. The warning about the captain rang in the air like a taut string. Every word about his intransigence turned into a harbinger of an inevitable storm. A story of mad love and disembowelment unfolded in space like a bloody scroll, the gold bar becoming the catalyst for a monstrous transformation. Viper's admiration teetered on the edge of fear. Her words about the value of such people turned into a dangerous compliment, where every praise was fraught with a warning. Special rights sounded in the air like a double blade. Each word turned into a show of force disguised as a simple statement of fact. The normality of the city turned into a surreal mirage in the words of the Gecko. The everyday joys of shopping and career advancement sounded like ominous dissonance in an atmosphere of general madness. The criticism of the madmen sounded bitterly ironic. Every word the Gecko said about the problems of the city turned into a mirror, reflecting their own nature. The lie about the missiles tore through the space like a rotten confession. Every word turned into evidence of universal insanity. The charge of insanity echoed ominously, the Viper's question turning into a moment of terrifying self-discovery. The scream from the warehouse tore through reality like lightning, every sound a harbinger of impending chaos. Gecko's confession sounded like the final nail in the coffin of normalcy, the realization of his own madness turning the moment into the point of an irreversible fall into the abyss. The space outside the warehouse door was distorted into a bloody haze. Lu Xun appeared like a ghost from the abyss, wiping his trembling hand with a napkin. Tension electrified the air around the Gecko, his thoughts about the nature of the scream crystallizing into an agonizing uncertainty, where the source of the horror and its witness traded places in an endless dance of doubt. Words of immediate retreat cut through the air like a poisoned blade, each sound turning into a stone in the foundation of a hasty retreat, while the plea to hold the prisoner rang in the air like a funeral bell. Viper's mistrust materialized into exquisite doubt. Her false name, Li Si's younger brother, hanging in the air like a smokescreen masking the true nature of their mission as her words about the captive's strength turned into a harbinger of trouble to come. The puppeteer's madness blossomed like a poisonous flower in the desert. The interrogation turned his consciousness into a broken mirror, where each fragment reflected a new facet of madness, turning the once calculating manipulator into the embodiment of primitive chaos. The warning about normality sounded like an ominous prophecy, every word carrying the promise of even deeper levels of madness waiting to be discovered in the labyrinths of the twisted mind. The space of the car was filled with thoughts about the Viper. Every word about her generosity and straightforwardness turned into an attempt to rationalize the meeting with the creature. Material gifts became symbols of an ineffable pact. The motorcycle and the promise of a captive became seals on an invisible contract between two forces, where every gesture of generosity was fraught with potential danger. The Viper's generosity unfolded like a poisonous faith. Find forgiveness, resupply, and souvenirs becoming threads of an invisible web, entangling recipients with invisible obligations. The promise of future cooperation hung in the air like a suspended sentence. The lack of contact information turned into a life-saving barrier between the two worlds. The Gecko's silence has become the subject of alarming analysis, his inexplicable behavior in black water turning a simple partnership into a mystery requiring an immediate solution. The confession of friendship sounded like a blood oath. Every word about the first partner and lack of friends turned into a brick in the foundation of a connection built on the ruins of past loneliness. Brotherhood materialized in the space of the machine like a sacred vow. Simple friendship transformed into something more, where every word of mutual protection rang with an oath of loyalty until death. The mention of sister and trust hung in the air like a fragile bridge between worlds. Gecko's question about family became an invisible detonator that threatened to destroy the illusion of normalcy that they had so carefully built. A mother's warning cut through the space of the car like an icy wind. Every word of restraint turned into a silent prophecy of inevitable alienation, where the truth became poison for the budding friendship. Lu Xun's self-irony crystallized into a bitter confession. His words about the strangeness of his own abilities turned into a shield against misunderstanding. Each syllable pulsated with a painful awareness of his own otherness. Gecko's attempt to normalize the situation turned out to be a disaster. His words about the family sieve tore the thin fabric of pretense, turning the cozy space of the car into an arena of potential conflict. The family's reaction materialized in deadly metal. Weapons in the hands of mother and sister turned a friendly conversation into a prelude to a possible tragedy, where every word could be the last. The change of topic sounded like a life-saving whistle. The question about the reasons for the hasty retreat turned the tense atmosphere into a business briefing, where every detail could become a clue. The story of the puppeteer unfolded like a dark saga. Each fact of his biography turned into a piece of a mosaic, painting a portrait of a man whose fate was twisted by the awakening of supernatural abilities. The names rang in the air like shards of a broken mirror. Qinran and Zhang Sihuo turned into ghosts, chasing them on their heels, where every mention carried echoes of the coming confrontation. Betrayal blossomed like a poisonous flower. The story of the puppet master's recruitment turned into a testament to the fragility of the human will in the face of the temptation of power. The mystery of the painting hung in the air like a smokescreen. The squad's blind trust in the boss turned into a symbol of absolute devotion, bordering on religious fanaticism. The mission's priorities unfolded in an ominous sequence, with the psychic bomb and data transmission becoming links in a chain leading to an unknown master, whose shadow hung over the city like a thundercloud. The admission of incomplete information sounded like a cracked bell. The puppeteer's quick breakdown turned the interrogation into an unfinished symphony, where every undisclosed note carried a potential threat. The big-eyed ghost materialized in their conversation like a harbinger of the apocalypse, his connection to the incident turning a simple investigation into a descent into the abyss of a supernatural nightmare. Indestructible, the boss sounded like a curse. This one word turned their mission into a potential suicide, where every step brought them closer to meeting the embodiment of indestructible evil. Gecko's doubts cut through the air like poisoned arrows, his assumptions of rebirth colliding with the reality of lightning defeat, where not even a moment of battle revealed the true nature of the enemy. Hope materialized in knowledge of the location. Information about the unkillable turned into the only ray of light in the ocean of the unknown, where every second brought them closer to inevitable confrontation. In the space of the machine, a tactical map of Qinran's behavior unfolded. His habit of hiding after troubles turned into the key to his capture, where every detail painted a portrait of a man who turned survival into an art. Highway 85 and the tobacco market materialized in their conversation like ominous landmarks. Happy Village sounded like a name from a nightmare, where every syllable oozed the premonition of an inevitable catastrophe. Reality shuddered from the sudden deceleration. 17's fall from the roof turned a tense moment into a prelude to a family showdown, where every blow of fate echoed with supernatural anger. Gecko's worry crystallized in the air like ice crystals, his question about the location becoming the first stone of an avalanche of fear ready to crash down on their fragile plans. The map unfolded before them like a scroll of curses, 5 skulls turning into a warning of imminent doom, each symbol screaming forbidden territory. The gecko's warning rang through the air like a death knell, his words of no return turning into a prophecy of the inevitable disaster awaiting the uninvited guests. The history of the forbidden territories unfolded like a dark saga. Every word about dark places turned into a new facet of the nightmare lurking beyond the known world. The fate of the explorers materialized in the air like a ghostly warning. Madness and extinction became the only constants of these cursed places, where even self-sacrifice brought no answers. Maternal irony cut the air like a poisoned blade. Her words about a great place to relax turned the horror of the situation into a macabre farce. Lu Xun's determination sounded like a sentence. The need for capture turned the forbidden territory into the inevitable destination of their journey, where every kilometer brought them closer to the point of no return. Gecko's shock transformed into a physical manifestation of horror, his crying and whining becoming the last bastion of rationality, desperately resisting his inevitable descent into the abyss of madness. Lu Xun's report cut through the ominous silence of the road. Every word of the investigation rang with the official seal on their death sentence, turning a simple mission into a dance on the edge of the abyss. The vice captain's protest vanished into thin air like impotent smoke, formal disagreement becoming a last-ditch attempt to maintain a semblance of normal order in the face of inevitable chaos. Gecko's powerlessness crystallized in a desperate plea over the radio. Every word about the impossibility of contradicting the captain turned into a silent recognition of their doom. The response of the headquarters materialized as a mockery of fate, a wonderful chance for research, turning their potential death into a cold-blooded experiment, where their every step became data for someone else's research. An attempt to cheer up his partner hung in the air like broken glass. Words of consolation turned into empty words in the face of the future nightmare hidden in the dossier data. Doubt about the professionalism of the records cut through Lu Xun's mind like an icy dagger, every oddity in the documentation turning into a harbinger of deeper, darker secrets. The photo of a village resident turned into a portal to a nightmare. An eternal smile and black eyes crystallized into the image of a creature teetering on the edge of humanity and something completely different. The story of 10 years ago unfolded like an ancient scroll of curses. The isolation of the village turned into the first act of a tragedy, where every fact hinted at the inevitability of the horror to come. The final revelation sounded like a death knell. The disappearance of the investigator and the data turned into a grim prophecy of their own fate, with every step bringing them closer to a similar end. In the space of the machine, the last chance for retreat materialized. Gecko's question about returning crashed against Lu Xun's steely determination, turning the lack of information into a catalyst for their plunge into the abyss of the unknown. The 10 kilometers to the village became the last frontier of normalcy. Assembling the Gecko's weapons became a ritual of preparation for the inevitable descent into the underworld. Concern for a partner sounded like a funeral march. Words about a solo campaign turned into an attempt to protect a friend from an inevitable nightmare. A confession of cowardice crystallized in the air like a bitter truth. Every word of the Gecko turned into a confession, where the mask of a tough guy dissolved in an ocean of fear. The past materialized in recognition. The image of a beaten hooligan turned into the key to understanding the present, where every blow of fate left an unhealed scar on the soul. Hope and the power of camaraderie cut through the air like a beam of light, ability and teamwork becoming a shield against the encroaching darkness. The refusal sounded like a sentence. The words about observation from the side turned into a last attempt to save the life of a friend in the face of incomprehensible horror. The lack of understanding of the true danger hung in the air like an executioner's axe. The moment of silence turned into a border between two realities, where ordinary fears faded in the face of a real nightmare. The image of a mad father materialized in the space of the unspoken. His screams from the kitchen turned into a harbinger of the coming apocalypse. The memory of his father tore apart reality. Cries for freedom turned into an echo of madness, haunting the family like a curse. Gecko's protest sounded like a last attempt at rationalization. His words about the general danger crashed against a wall of incomprehensible horror. Lu Xun's nobility crystallized in his refusal to help. Caring for his friend turned into a shield against the inevitable nightmare. Guilt materialized in the space between them, futility turning into the bitter aftertaste of failed heroism. The bluntness of the answer cut through the air like a whip. The simple truth about driving a car turning a tense moment into an almost comical situation. Gecko's surrender sounded like a temporary truce. The offer of rest turned into a last reprieve before the inevitable. Technical details unfolded into a farewell ritual. The preparation of weapons and flares turned into the last barrier between life and death. The farewell sounded with deceptive simplicity. The slammed door turned into a portal between worlds, where every step could be the last. Gecko's admiration disappeared into the air like smoke. His partner's boundless courage turned into an incomprehensible miracle. Reality split in the haze of the impossible. The manifestation of invisible silhouettes turned the familiar world into a kaleidoscope of nightmare. Gecko's shock crystallized at the moment of truth. Inexplicable shadows turning his rational world into a shadow theater. Fear of the invisible father pulsed in the space of the car. Disbelief in the existence of the family turned into horror at the possible presence of its most terrible member. The words into the void sounded like a prayer. The appeal to the invisible uncle turned into a last attempt to maintain sanity in the face of the incomprehensible. The presence of her sister in her arms materialized as a physical reality. Thoughts about her missing mother turned into ironic reflections on the inconvenience of heels in the fog, where every step blurred the boundaries of the possible. Seventeen's pointing finger cut through the foggy veil. The guy's dizziness turned reality into a kaleidoscope of distorted images, where every moment threatened to lose consciousness. Relief from the fading pain mingled with awareness, the strangeness of the place crystallizing in the air like an invisible poison permeating every breath. The wheat field unfolded before them like a chessboard, counting. The remaining enemies became a strategic puzzle, with a promise to their father ringing an ominous reminder of domestic madness. Seventeen's childhood cruelty was a chilling revelation. Her plans to turn her father into a torture toy turned into a terrible promise of a future nightmare. Red smoke materialized like a bloody veil, the time distortion turning a simple transition into a journey between dimensions, where a blood moon reigned over the distorted reality. The chronology of the journey fell into fragments. Dizziness and well-groomed fields turned into milestones of immersion into another reality, where the night played by its own rules. The mad workers became the living scenery of a nightmare, their tireless work under the bloody moon creating an atmosphere of twisted devotion to an unknown goal. An attempt at normal communication crashed against a wall of silence. The photograph in my hands turned into a useless anchor of normality in a sea of madness. The girl's red eyes pierced reality like bloody blades. Her silence turned a simple dialogue into a dance with the abyss. The bribe materialized in the air like a bait. Thoughts of expenses turned into a last attempt to rationalize what was happening. The retreat sounded a false note. The ostentatious humility turned into a prelude to the inevitable conflict. The attempt to return the money turned into a struggle with the unknown. Every movement of the hand was met with resistance beyond human capabilities. The guy's demand rang in the void. The fight for the bills turned into a symbolic confrontation with forces that surpass understanding. The victory in the struggle for money sounded bitterly ironic. The determination to act independently became the only way forward. The scale of the village was astounding, with a potential population of tens of thousands turning the quiet of the place into an ominous omen. Thoughts of hiding enemies faded into silence. Every house turned into a potential shelter or trap. Touching the doorknob turned into a moment of truth. The guy's determination faced an unknown threat. The mother's salvation materialized at the last moment, an invisible abomination turning the simple act of opening the door into a mortal risk. The irony of the mother's assessment cut the air. The comparison with the city turned a nightmarish place into a parody of paradise. Words about the friendliness of the residents sounded like an ominous prophecy, each confirmation turning into a new layer of horror lurking behind the facade of hospitality. Reality was distorted in a bloody kaleidoscope. Workers with crazy red eyes materialized around the guy like demons from a nightmare. Their agricultural tools turned into instruments of inevitable reprisal. Distorted joy froze on their faces like a death mask. Constant smiles turned human features into a terrible parody of happiness. The dialogue with the mother cut through the tense air, her denial of involvement in the changes turning a simple situation into a multi-layered mystery. Understanding crystallized in the guy's mind. His mother's salvation from the vial turned into the key to understanding the sudden hostility of the local residents. Tactical thinking cut through the fog of uncertainty. Searching for Chinran remained a priority, even in the ocean of madness, where every resident turned into a potential enemy. The mother's omniscience materialized in space, her early visit turning the theft of money into a distraction against the backdrop of deeper research. The mystery of the burning light hung in the air like a guiding star. Every dark house turned into a potential starting point for their search. The inaccuracy of her mother's memories turned into a compass. The direction of her hand transformed chaotic searches into purposeful movement. The family's presence crystallized into a protective cocoon, the crowd of hostile workers becoming the backdrop for a family idyll in the midst of a nightmare. Seventeen's capriciousness rang out as an ominous dissonance, her refusal of used toys turning the locals into something unworthy even of her perverted attention. The mother's nervousness materialized in convulsive movements. The forgotten house with the light turned into a lost clue. Maternal protection unfolded in a deadly dance. The scissors turned into an instrument of salvation, cutting the invisible threads of the threat. The smell cut through the musty air of the village, an unknown aroma turning a simple walk into a pursuit. The memory of the first meeting colored the air with a tinge of anxiety. The enemy's gluttony turned into a harbinger of the coming nightmare. The urgency of the situation crystallized in the air like a poisonous mist, the need to capture all enemies simultaneously becoming a race against time. A child's cry cut through the ominous silence. The word "uncle" rang in the air like the first note in a symphony of nightmare. Reality twisted in a surreal gesture. A green-faced boy holding bloody dates turned a simple treat into a potential trap. The guy's awkwardness materialized into a question of politeness, every word teetering on the line between normality and madness. Insight flashed through my mind like lightning. The plan to set the trees on fire turned the chaotic search into an elegant trap. The tactical calculations sounded with cold logic. Every word about the inevitable appearance of enemies turned into a chess move in a game with death. A sudden sound tore through the space, a sharp turn of the head turning the moment into a prelude to an inevitable confrontation. Tianran's appearance from the basement materialized as the climax of the hunt, his words about the guy's intentions turning the moment into the beginning of the final act. The dropped backpack sounded like a declaration of war. A long search turned into a moment of long-awaited meeting. The puppeteer's story unfolded in space like a bloody scroll. Every word about the 3-day trial turned into evidence of cruel loyalty. The boss's question about the fate of the puppeteer cut the air like a poisoned blade. The guy's confession about the absence of torture turned into a hint of more terrible methods that forced the captive to reveal the horrific truth. The mention of insects and the painting materialized in space like a riddle. Each word from the boss turned into a new layer of mystery, shrouding the true motives of the conflict. The boss's laughter sounded the death knell, his question about the value of human lives turning the confrontation into a battle of worldviews. Rage materialized in a clenched fist. Words about power under the bloody moon turned into a manifesto of madness, where human life became a bargaining chip. The boy's answer cut through the air like a whip, the denial of divinity turning the conflict into a clash between rationality and madness. The mother's warning faded into an anxious whisper, attention to the hostile crowd becoming a reminder of the delicate balance of the situation. The boss's anger crystallized in the air, his rage reflected in the guy's eyes like a mirror, turning the confrontation into a symmetry of hatred. The space exploded into a rain of lead. Broken windows turned into embrasures spewing heavy machine gun fire. The dance of evasion merged with sisterly strength. 17's possession turned the boy's body into a perfect instrument of pursuit, where every movement was dictated by the need to hold the boss. The mother's blessing sounded with the usual softness. The command, full speed ahead, turned the moment into a point of no return. The mother's final instructions crystallized in the air, her faith in her son's knowledge of the necessary actions turning the moment into a passing of the baton, where every word rang with absolute confidence in his victory. The mother's shield materialized in the air like a crystal dome. The boss's amazement at the unknown ability turned into the first crack in his self-confidence, while the guy's thoughts about the lack of data rang with an alarming warning. A tactical decision crystallized into a simple goal. A broken back turned into the first step to defeating a supposedly immortal foe. The family alliance turned into a perfect fighting machine. The protective dome of the mother and the strength of the sister on the back transformed the guy into an unstoppable battering ram aimed at the boss. The futility of the boss's shots rang in the air like empty cartridges, each bullet shattering against invisible defenses, turning his attacks into a meaningless gesture of desperation. The preparation of the hand became a deadly ritual, each movement of the fingers crystallizing into the perfect instrument of destruction. Disarmament and threat merged into a single deadly dance. The intention to tear out the heart turned the moment into a point of no return. Reality twisted in a bloody act. The penetration of flesh and bone turning a theoretical threat into a horrifying reality. The shock on the boss's face reflected the depth of his fall, his darkened face turning into a mask of awareness of his own mortality. A mother's laughter cut through the air with an ominous omen. The guy's misunderstanding turned into a harbinger of a coming catastrophe. The awareness of the mistake crystallized into a desperate attempt at correction. The return of the heart turned into a grotesque act of resuscitation. The memories of Incident 041 unfolded like a bloody scroll, Kui Wang's story becoming a prophecy of an endless cycle of death and rebirth. Tianran's second death hung in the air like a curse, every second turning into an expectation of an inevitable disaster. The answer materialized in the form of unnatural growth. branches sprouting from the corpse, turning death into the beginning of a new nightmare. The retreat became a dance of survival, each leap back separating the guy from the deadly branches reaching for his flesh. The thin ends of the branches turned into deadly needles. Their desire to pierce turned the space into a death trap. The struggle with the branches revealed the true purpose, each broken branch turning into confirmation of a more sinister plan. Horror materialized in the realization of the true goal. The branches engulfing the zombie workers, turning the battlefield into an arena of mass sacrifice. Strangulation turned into a mass execution. Branches on the necks of workers transformed the space into a forest of gallows. Employees' revenge flared up like wildfire, the death of a colleague turning them into instruments of retribution. The understanding of an endless cycle crystallized in the guy's mind. Each death threatened to multiply the enemy, turning the battle into an endless nightmare. The workers' scream cut through the air like a poisoned blade. The promise of mutual destruction turning the confrontation into a dance of death with no winners. The awareness of the situation unfolded in a bloody pattern. The history of the people from the warehouse turned into a mirror of the present, where cannibalism and collective suicide became the key to the next stage of transformation. Thoughts of the boss's strategic suicide were interrupted by the sight of countless hairs, each thread turning into a tentacle of death, reaching out to new victims. The nightmare materialized in a grotesque picture. The smiling faces of the doomed workers turned into death masks, entangled in deadly threads. The understanding of the true purpose of Shinran's arrival crystallized in the air. The mad residents turned into a breeding ground for his evolution. Every smile became a seal of their doom. Tactical thoughts about breaking the body were dashed by a mother's warning. The threat of enemy multiplication turning a simple decision into a potential disaster. 17's childish voice cut through the air like a dagger. Her demand for a quick decision turning the moment into the crystallization point of an inevitable choice. A glance at the workers turned into a countdown of precious seconds. The need for time to think collided with the inexorable approach of disaster. The thought of his father materialized as a final decision. The possibility of releasing him turned the situation into a choice between two types of chaos, where his father's madness could become an antidote to Shinran's nightmare.